Chapter 1, Adam Oddingson. Carrie, what time is it? Adam rubbed his eyes and got up from the desk. It's lunch break, everyone is going to lunch. A cute little blonde girl sat quietly beside Adam. Then we should go to lunch too. Adam stood up, took out a backpack from the desk, stretched out his hand to hold the girl next to him, and walked outside the classroom. The little blonde girl pursed her mouth, and was led by Adam without saying a word, but there was a hint of sweetness in her eyes. The little blonde girl's name is Carrie White, and she has been the object of bullying before Adam transfers to school. Gialli lives in a single-parent family. Her mother is a fanatical Catholic. She was humiliated by her classmates at Gialli's school. When she returned home, she didn't get the comfort she deserved. Instead, she had to be confined and confessed. Gialli always felt that her life was grey, until Adam appeared, which injected a ray of golden sunlight into his life. Adam brought Gialli to the outside of the classroom, found a piece of clean grass and sat down. John's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Adam took out a large lunch box from his backpack, opened the lunch box, and there was plenty of food in it. Carrie, what do you think of my proposal yesterday? Adam was placing food while talking to Carrie. He did not see Carrie's eyes looking at him. Gialli stared at Adam with a look close to faith, and the thoughts in her heart became firmer and firmer. I listened to you. The timid and weak Gialli even proactively stretched out her hand and grabbed Adam's right hand. Adam felt that his hand was being held by someone, and turned to look at Gialli, with a gentle smile on her face. Gialli was seen by Adam's gaze, and immediately blushed and withdrew her hand. Adam smiled and stroked Carrie's head, and said, Then I will take John to your house tomorrow morning to solve this problem. Sending your mother there early will be good for her condition. Gialli nodded obediently, like a cute little white rabbit. Next, the two enjoyed a delicious lunch in the warm sunshine. After having lunch, the two returned to the classroom. As a student, of course, the chief job is to attend the class. A somewhat flattened middle-aged man, wearing an old shirt, walked onto the podium. Adam glanced casually, and lay down on the desk as he always did. The middle-aged man began to tidy up the podium, and the students returned to the classroom one after another. Compared with the noisy scenes in other classrooms, this classroom is relatively quiet, because no one dared to disturb Adam in sleep. Adam came to this school half a month ago. At that time, the students were not familiar with him. There were a few naughty boys who wanted to let the new Adam learn the rules. Adam, who was awakened, let people know what anger is, and now those naughty little guys are still living in the hospital. Everyone thought that Adam was lack of sleep and was so irritable after being awakened. Only Gialli knew that was not the case. Gialli clearly remembered that Adam had told herself that he was a summoner and he was actually meditating in class every day. This is really a funny joke, but Carrie believed it. Gialli believed every word Adam said, just as her mother believed the story in the Bible. Carrie still remembers that on the third day after Adam transferred to school, Chris habitually bullied herself, and she was accompanied by her strong boyfriend Billy. White, are you eating cow feed? With undisguised disgust and ridicule on his face, Chris walked up to Carrie and sneered fiercely. Oh, baby, haven't you ever raised a cow in your family? Billy held Chris with his arms and taunted. The cow doesn't eat such disgusting things. Gialli lowered her head, tears rolling in her eyes. Yes, Gialli's lunch is really ugly, and it doesn't taste good. But what can the little girl do? Her mother would only give her this kind of thing. Look, our little white girl is about to cry again. Chris's voice was aroused, and his face was full of smiles, as if a victor was training his captive. This is the joy of life for Chris and her boyfriend. Hey, I said, do you know who took the picture of her? Adam, who had just returned to the classroom after lunch, stood in front of Gialli like a hero. Are you the new kid? I heard you are good at hitting, right? Billy pulled his girlfriend Chris behind him and looked at Adam defiantly. Adam's response was a strong straight punch, plus a perfectly postured side kick. The powerful right foot traversed a perfect arc and stamped it on Billy's waist. Billy was kicked out and hit 3 desks, lying on the ground, unable to stand up, and retching there. Adam ignored the frightened Chris, walked to Billy lying on the ground, and said softly in his ear, "It doesn't matter whether I can beat or not, the important thing is that you have to remember one thing. Things, if you and your idiot girlfriend bully Gialli again, I will let you know what pain is." Billy raised his head and stared at Adam fiercely. He didn't take Adam's words to heart. "Just kidding, this is a free country, and this is a law." Well, Adam knew it would be like this. His right hand pinched Billy's neck tightly, and Adam kept counting silently in his heart. When Billy was pinched, he stared at Adam fiercely, but as time went on, his breathing became more and more strenuous, his breathing became more and more difficult, and Billy, who felt that death was approaching, was finally terrified and looked at Adam again. His eyes were full of pleading. "It's almost there. If it takes a little longer, this kid might really be dead." Adam let go of his right hand, and Billy breathed like a fish just ashore, his mouth opened and closed wide. "You should believe it now." Adam patted Billy on the cheek. "Remember what I said to you and the feeling of suffocation, it is good for you." Since that day, no one has bullied Gialli again, and every day at noon, Adam would pull Gialli to have lunch with him. Thinking about it, a sweet smile appeared on the little girl's face. In addition to gratitude and admiration, there was a deep, close worship in the eyes of Adam. Adam lay on the table and entered meditation, calling his system in his heart. Yes, Adam has a system. The name of the system is called Summoner's Assistant. Adam gave it a better name, Luo Luo. The origin of the name is because before Adam had passed through, the system fell from the sky and fell on Adam's head, smashing him through. UU reading www.uucananshu.cm. Obviously, it doesn't sound good to fall off. Luo Luo, open my properties. Good host. Summoner, Adam Odinson, to goodbye. Sex, male. Age, 15. Race, Asgard Protoss. Energy, divine power. Skills, Kyunkin Rod, Asgard's thoughts, summoning. Summoning position, 1, empty. 2 empty. 3 it is not turned on. Item, Crazy Dragon Staff, the weapon of the legendary Crazy Mage, not only can amplify magic, but also is invincible. After injecting mana, it is particularly pleasant to hit people. Summoning energy, 97. Luo Luo, as a summoner, I will be able to use summoning soon. I am so happy. Adam's voice was a little excited. Luo Luo, yes, Master, when the summoning energy is up to 100, you can draw the first summoning illustration book. As a summoner, Adam Kong now has a summoning technique, but he cannot use it. Adam's summoning ability is given by the system, so according to system regulations, Adam must have a summoning illustration book if he wants to use the summoning technique. For every 100 points of summoning energy, a reward can be drawn randomly. The summoning illustration is one of the rewards. The name of the system is called Summoner Assistant, which shows that it is not the main system, but a subsystem, so it does not have the ability to issue tasks. Adam wanted to obtain the summoning energy, only to find a way on his own. 3 years ago, 12-year-old Adam was watching the news. The news introduced that the chairman of the Stark Group was Howard Stark, and he finally knew the time point in the world he was in. Excited, Adam ran out of the orphanage that night and met a woman named Sarah Connor. Chapter 2, How to Obtain Summon Energy. After leaving the orphanage, Adam, with his strong physique of the Protoss, borrowed a lot of money. Adam is located in Los Angeles, the place he is going to is Norway. Adam escaped from the orphanage. He didn't have any identity documents. Obviously, it was impossible to fly by plane. Adam now has 2 options. Either get an identity certificate and fly to Norway, or find another way. In a tavern, Adam is eating a burger while studying with a map of the world. Adam, who was studying the map, suddenly felt that something was attracting him. He raised his head and saw a woman in a leather coat walk in hurriedly. After this woman walked into the tavern, she sat at the table next to Adam. The master's summon energy has increased a bit. Luo, analyze the reason. Is it related to the woman next to you? After analysis, there is a 97% probability that the woman next to her has brought the increase in summoning energy. Adam was full of doubts and curiosity. Who is this woman? Why are you staring at me? Do you know me? Before Adam came forward to ask, the woman came to Adam. She sat next to Adam, her eyes fixed on Adam, her expression filled alert. Sister, my name is Adam, what's your name? Adam blinked and showed an innocent smile. The woman looked at Adam carefully. Adam has black hair and a delicate face. He is a cute child. My name is Sarah Connor. The woman dropped her vigilance towards Adam, but she was still a little curious. Why are you staring at me? Adam tilted his head and said cutely, because sister, you look good. Sarah listened to Adam's words and showed a beautiful smile, and said, you can't stare at girls like this anymore, you know. Why? Adam pretended to be curious and confused. Because. Sarah was about to explain to Adam, when suddenly the corner of her eye fell to a figure outside the window. Damn it, Adam, there's still something to do with my sister, let's go now. After Sarah finished speaking, she stood up and rushed out of the tavern to see her as if she was being chased. Luo, is there any change? The master's current summoning energy is 3 points, which can be 100% sure. The increase in the summoning energy is because of that woman. I don't know the principle. I seem to understand something. Adam finished the burger in his hand in 2 bites, stood up, and followed Sarah's figure. Adam rushed out of the tavern, just in time to see Sarah on the corner turning and disappearing into his sight. Next, a sturdy policeman wearing sunglasses, please follow Sarah and disappear into Adam's sight. Sarah Connor, will it be you? The Savior's mother. Adam rushed towards the corner with an excited smile. Sarah is a college student. She was living a carefree life every day, but suddenly one day, a man named Lays appeared in front of him. This man talked a lot to Sarah, something Sarah couldn't understand. Roughly speaking, there are robots who want to hunt down Sarah Connor, because Sarah Connor is John Connor's mother and John Connor is the savior of mankind, the leader of the resistance army, and Lays is John Connor's subordinate, from the future will travel through the space-time machine to protect Sarah. Before Sarah could figure out what Race was talking about, the man named Race was taken away by a stranger man. The man who took Lays was very strong, and his skill was particularly good. His left arm was a mechanical arm. He knocked Lays out with a few punches and carried him away. Sarah experienced this inexplicable scene, always felt that something would happen, and sure enough, her premonition was not wrong. A guy who calls himself the Terminator found Sarah. This guy called the Terminator didn't say anything to Sarah, so he just started to kill Sarah. Fortunately, Salad, who had experienced the inexplicable things before, was prepared and escaped the attack of the Terminator. After Sarah fled, she hid in the safe house that had been prepared for a long time, and went to the police station to call the police early the next morning. What Ling Sala did not expect was that at the entrance of the police station, she saw the self-proclaimed Terminator again, wearing a police uniform, and walking towards her with a fierce look. Was taken aback, Salad ran away and ran to a tavern next to the police station. Sarah, who just relaxed a little, suddenly saw the guy from the tavern window. Salad is not only scared, but also angry. Why did these strange things find themselves? Sarah ran across the corner, turned her head to see, no one was chasing after her, she was finally relieved. Target Sarah Connor, the end. A low voice rang behind Sarah. Sarah remembered that the voice was the neuropathy called the Terminator. Turned his head again, and saw the Terminator wearing a police uniform, aiming at him with a pistol in his hand. Sarah's pupils searching for speed, the expression on her face was very scared. Salad could see that this self-proclaimed Terminator is really going to kill himself. No, you found the wrong person, I am not Sarah Connor. Sarah Connor, the end, the end. The Terminator was not moved by Salad's words, and slowly opened the pistol insurance. Oh, my goodness, who can help me? Sarah was so frightened that she couldn't even escape, and she sat down on the ground. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Adam turned the corner and saw a tall man in a police uniform holding a pistol and pointing at Sarah Connor, who was kneeling on the ground. Lol. Summon 17 energy points. Adam's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. He is now sure. Although he doesn't know the principle, as long as he touches the characters and plots in the movie, the summoning energy will increase. Then if you change the plot in the movie, or kill the characters in the movie, will you get more summoning energy? Adam decided to give it a try. Sarah, who was sitting on her knees, saw Adam behind the Terminator and shouted, "Adam, run, get out of here." Adam gave Sarah a gentle smile, his eyes locked on the Terminator, and he muttered, "The goal has been determined." The Terminator was not affected by everything that happened around him. The pistol's insurance had been opened, and the Terminator's fingers were slowly pulled to the trigger. Adam stomped the ground fiercely, rushed to the Terminator, clenched his right fist, and punched the Terminator in the head. Boom! Adam slammed a punch on the Terminator's head, and the Terminator flew out sideways and hit the wall next to him. Sarah sat on the ground, looking at the big hole in the wall and the Terminator, who fell on the ground. The Terminator fell to the ground, his head was bloody, and he was screaming with electric sparks. Adam walked up to the Terminator and looked down. The Terminator was twitching on the ground, sparks on his head burst forth, and he had lost his ability to move. Lol. Summon 53 energy points, Master, your guess is basically correct. With an excited smile, Adam slowly stretched his hand to the Terminator's thigh. Chapter 3, Mother. Sarah Connor sat in the police station with horror and narrated what happened before. In the interrogation room of the police station, Sarah Connor is talking with a female police officer. The police officer: "Believe me, there are really robots chasing me. Miss Connor, I seriously suspect you are taking drugs. It's true, if a Superman hadn't saved me, I would have killed the robot. We didn't find any robots or Supermen. The Superman is a little boy named Adam, who is very cute. After he defeated the robot, he carried the robot and left. Then there was a knock on the door. Miss Connor, please wait a moment." The policewoman politely nodded to Sarah, walked to the door, and opened the door. At the door was a male policeman. He handed a file to the policewoman and said to the policewoman, "Sarah Connor is a college student at school. We have no criminal record. We have notified the psychologist." "Thank you, Bieber. Are there any other findings at the scene?" The policewoman took the file and looked through it. Nothing else was found at the scene, except that the big hole on the wall is a bit weird. The male policeman had a weird expression and gestured with his hands and said, "How did you get such a big hole?" Sarah watched the communication between the two policemen, a little impatient, and shouted at the policewoman, "Police officer, if you can't help me, I will leave here first." The policewoman winked at the policeman, closed the door, returned to the opposite side of Sarah, and sat down. "Miss Sarah Connor, there is a shooting murder case, and I need your assistance in the investigation." The policeman's expression was serious. "According to what you just described, a robot named Terminator was chasing you, and a Superman named Adam saved you, right? What murder?" Sarah's expression was very ugly. "What does it matter to me? I'm here to report the crime, and you can't help me." The policewoman put the file in her hand in front of Salad and said, "You can take a look at yourself, your roommate Jennifer was shot and killed. According to the information provided by your other roommate, Jenny was shot and killed. Folks should be looking for you. Sarah looked at the file in her hand. She knew she was in trouble. In an abandoned factory building, Adam put the Terminator down. Luo, can you still use this stuff? Master, you can use the 10-point summoning energy to transform its system. What are you waiting for? Let's start. Master, please put your right hand on it. The Terminator kept twisting on the ground, and it made electronic sounds. Goal, end. Goal, end. Sarah Connor. Adam stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the Terminator's head. The electronic sparks kept hitting Adam's skin, but Adam didn't even frown. This level of attack couldn't make Adam's powerful Protoss physique produce a slight sensation. Master, the transformation has been completed, you can take your hands away. Adam retracted his right hand, and the skin on the Terminator's head healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and returned to his original appearance. Luo, is there no light like that? If you need light and shadow effects, Master, you need to add a little more summoning energy. Forget it, keep a low profile, it's good. Master, Terminator T-800 reports to you. The Terminator got up from the ground, knelt in front of Adam on one knee, and lowered his head. Adam rubbed his chin and looked at the robot that was kneeling on one knee in front of him. Let me give you a name. From today on, your name will be John Connor. There was a playful smile on Adam's face. You are my guardian in name. Observe the Master. The Terminator was expressionless, half kneeling in front of Adam, motionless. Your name for me needs to be changed. If there are outsiders present in the future, you can call me Adam. Adam circled the Terminator, looked at it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. Can you hack into the police system? Yes, Master, as long as it is connected to the internet, I can invade. Now go get identification for the two of us, and then get some money without breaking the law. Observe the Master. The Terminator stood up and left the abandoned factory straight step by step. Adam jumped onto the beam of this abandoned factory building. Adam sat on the beam, swinging his feet, and imagined meeting his mother. Adam's full name is Adam Oddingson. Adam's mother is Hela, the goddess of death. He does not have a father. He was born by Hela with his own divine power combined with a mysterious substance. In fact, Adam has never seen his mother, Hela, the goddess of death. When Adam just crossed over, he couldn't see anything. There was nothingness and darkness around him, and only a voice whispered in his ear. Baby, Mom loves you very much and wants to be by your side, but Mom can't do it now. Baby, your name is Adam Oddingson, you will be the future king of Asgard. Baby, for you, I am actually willing to give up everything. Baby, I really want to give up everything now, I just want to be by your side. Baby, you have to grow up happily. Mom will find a way to get rid of this seal and find you. Just like that, as the days passed, Adam could hear this murmur every day. Adam could only listen to the cordial murmur, but could not respond, but he still felt the deep love his mother had for him. About a month later, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Adam suddenly felt the surrounding darkness oscillating, and an old and powerful male voice came. My daughter, you actually gave birth to a child. Father, let me go out. I am willing to give up the throne and I am willing to give up the army. I may not even return to Asgard. No way, my daughter, I know you, your ambition is too big, if you let you go out, I can't seal you again, I can't take that big risk. Odin, I just want to accompany my children to grow up, swear I will not return to Asgard, I will only take him in Midgard. Hela was interrupted mercilessly by Odin before he could finish her words. No, this kid, I will put him in the orphanage in Midgard, and let him grow up as a Midgard. But he is my child after all. He is different from Midgard, he has supernatural power. Then wait until his divine power awakens. Father. Odin. No. With this conversation and Hela's last scream, Adam's consciousness disappeared for a while, and when he regained consciousness, he had already appeared in the orphanage. Adam was an orphan in his previous life. In this life, he can obviously have maternal love. Mom, I will find a way to save you, I swear. Adam clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slowly turned golden, and milky white flames continued to rise from his body. Master, I'm back. John the Terminator walked back with a bag. Adam came to his senses and realized that several hours had passed. John, book 2 tickets to Norway, the sooner the better. Chapter 4, Odin and Hela. At the airport in Norway, Adam walked alone with his suitcase. Adam came to Norway alone. Because the Terminator John couldn't pass the security check, Adam asked the Terminator to find a place to wait for himself in Los Angeles. The Terminator obeyed Adam's order, bought a house in Los Angeles, and started to learn to cook Chinese food at home. Mom, I feel you. Adam stood at the airport, looking into the distance. Baby. In a dark and lonely, independent space, a woman exuding death and despair opened her eyes. Adam walked out of the airport and got in a taxi. The driver looked at Adam and asked, "Young man, do you just come out and play by yourself? Where are you going?" Adam said, "I don't know the name of the place I am going. I say you drive, and I ask you to stop and stop." "No problem." The taxi started slowly, and the driver said, "Is there any landmark buildings where you are going? Maybe I know." Adam thought for a while and said, "A beautiful place, by the sea, should have a hillside with grass on it." Adam has no impression of the place where Odin sealed Hela, and can only rely on the description of the picture seen in the movie. Adam didn't know if it would still be like that in this real world, but he had to guess. Haha. The driver smiled, with a hint of pride, and said to Adam, "Young man, in our beautiful city, there are so beautiful places everywhere." Okay. Adam rolled his eyes. "Go straight ahead and turn at the intersection. You should listen to me." The taxi was walking through the streets and alleys. The driver had been trying to chat with Adam, but Adam had no desire to chat. Adam's perception became stronger and stronger, and a smile appeared on his face. "Well, you can stop here." The car drove to the side of the road, and there was no way to move on. Adam paid the money and got out of the car with his luggage. There is a green hillside in front of him, and Adam walked to the top of the hill step by step. After standing on the top of the mountain, Adam saw the endless sea and the beautiful scenery of the sea and the sky. It was really fascinating. This is the place Adam felt. Adam had a strong perception. His mother was around him, but he couldn't touch it. "Luo, is there any way?" Adam had no clue, so he turned to the system for help. "Master, I can't help you much. I suggest you wait until you wake up your divine power attribute." The system can only help Adam analyze it. Odin's seal is really too powerful. If you want to crack this seal, you need at least tens of thousands of summoning energy. Asgard Protoss, although everyone has their own divine power, they cannot be used until they are awakened. They need to rely on divine tools to exert their power. Adam does not have his own artifact, so his divine power cannot be used at all. Adam is not only unable to use divine power, but also the summoner abilities given to him by the system. The biggest difference between him and ordinary people is his powerful body. Adam can only feel the mother's existence sadly, but can't do anything. In the dark and empty space, the shameless, ragged death goddess exudes her supernatural power madly. "Odin! I hate you!" "What?" The huge divine power burst out from the body of the death goddess, far surpassing her peak state before being sealed. The dark and void space was distorted by the mighty power of death, and a series of pitch-black space cracks appeared, and the turbulence of the space radiated to the surroundings. In the majestic temple of Asgard, Odin is sitting on the throne listening to Thor's report. Father, the ice giants are getting more and more dishonest. I suggest that I lead the soldiers and teach them a tough lesson. Thor, I have told you many times that a qualified king will not provoke a war, we should. Odin hadn't finished speaking, suddenly his expression changed, and his complex eyes looked at the distant earth. Father! Thor stood up, holding his Thor's hammer tightly in his hands, his face full of warfare and pride. Enough! Odin interrupted what Thor wanted to say next. You go down first. Father! Thor looked at Odin stubbornly. They have forgotten the power of Asgard, we need to make them remember again. Odin said angrily, Thor, my son, I said, let you go down first. Thor still stared at Odin stubbornly, and did not move his footsteps, arguing loudly, they will be able to make progress, you will regret it one day. Go down. Odin stared at Thor coldly, as if seeing the shadow of his eldest daughter from him. Right now. Thor looked at Odin's frosty face. After all, Thor compromised. He flicked his cloak fiercely and turned and walked out of the palace. I said, my father won't agree. At the gate of the palace, Rocky in a green robe, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com put his hands on his chest, and looked at Thor with a smile on his face. Our great hero was once again driven out of the palace by his great father and king. Loki, why did you say he didn't agree with us to play? Thor looked at his brother with a distressed expression on his face. Because Odin is a benevolent king. Rocky smiled mysteriously. He never took the initiative to provoke a war. The murals in the palace are painted like this. Odin in the palace turned into a golden flash, rushed to the sky and disappeared, and no one saw her leave Asgard. Earth Norway, in the dark void space, a golden light covered the entire space, all the space cracks were smoothed, and this small space on the verge of collapse finally stabilized. My daughter, you are stronger. Odin looked at Hela with a complicated face. Odin, let me out. Hela looked at Odin, her face full of madness. I will return to him now. Although Odin's face is full of entanglement and thinking, the firmness and coldness deep in his eyes has never changed. Hela restrained all the supernatural powers, staring at Odin, still holding a glimmer of hope for his father. Odin thought for a moment, then waved his hand gently. Odin raised his right hand gently, and a rich golden light rose from his hand, like a rising sun. The small sun burst fiercely, illuminating the entire space, then the small sun went out, and a person appeared in the original position. Adam stands on the hillside, looking at the blue sea, his brain is running fast, thinking about all the countermeasures. Suddenly, a golden sun appeared beside Adam, sucking Adam in. The sea breeze blew gently, and the hillside on the shore was empty. Chapter 5, Odin's Ruthlessness. When Adam opened his eyes again, he was in a warm embrace. Baby! Hela hugged Adam quietly, her eyes full of tenderness and guilt. Adam looked at the woman holding him, with familiar black hair, beautiful and strange face, and the gentleness of her body that made him feel at ease. Mom, I miss you very much. Adam gave a big smile. Hela gently stroked Adam's face, raised her head, and looked at Odin, who was standing opposite. Father, I am willing to give up everything, as long as I can be by his side. Odin's only remaining eye was filled with complex emotions, so his lips squirmed a few times, and he shook his head and said, Sorry, my daughter, I can't let you out. Odin. Hela's divine power rioted again, full of ominous death aura, and once again filled this small twisted space. Adam gently hugged Hela, stood up from Hela's arms, looked at the strange old man, and said, Since you don't want to let her out, why do you want her to see me? You don't know. Does this hurt her more? Adam's heart is full of anger towards Odin. Odin may be a qualified king, but he is definitely not a qualified father. He has a daughter and 2 sons. Hela and Loki hate him so much. It is not without reason. Even Thor, the of thunder who loves him most, has no complaints against him in their hearts. I know you sealed my mother here. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Please leave here now. Adam knew Odin's identity, but he wanted to pretend not to know. Adam, who is familiar with the plot, knows that the time when the gods arrive at dusk is the moment of Odin's death, and when the seal is broken, he is willing to stay here with his mother until that day. I'm sorry, my child, I can't let you stay here. Odin said this word by word. Odin's face was full of guilt. Before he looked at Hela in pain, he couldn't bear it, so he sent Adam in to meet Hela, but he did not expect that the consequences of doing so would make Hela and Adam suffer more. Big damage. The golden light of Odin Paki's right hand appeared again, Adam's face changed, and he hugged Hela tightly next to him. Since Adam just hugged Hela, Hela's attention has been focused on her beloved son. It was not until Adam hugged herself tightly that she discovered Odin's movements. No. Odin! Hela roared angrily. Of course Jongya was behind her, and the divine power on her body gushed out again, and a long black spike appeared in her hand and threw it towards Odin. I will never allow you to take my son away again. Hela's divine power has become stronger, and the turbulent divine power oppresses everything around him, making Odin a little frightened. If the seal is broken now, even if he is not Hela's opponent, Odin smiled bitterly in his heart and missed the flying spike. My daughter, please calm down. The golden light on Odin's hand became stronger and stronger. The little guy is different from you. He hasn't awakened to become a true god. He cannot survive here. Staying here will only harm him. Hela heard Odin's words and calmed down a bit. She didn't put down the weapon in her hand, and said coldly, no one can take him away from me again, even if it's you, Odin. My daughter, it's impossible for me to let you out, I have my problems. Odin's face was full of pain. As long as I live, you can't leave this seal. Hela's hand holding the weapon trembled slightly, looking at Adam behind her, her face was full of dismay. Hela did not want to leave her child, but leaving Adam here would kill him, which made Hela very painful. Hela finally compromised, she slowly put down her weapon, turned around and hugged Adam tightly. Baby, I'm sorry, it's mother's fault. Hela looked at Adam with pain in her eyes. You must live well and grow up healthy. One day, I will return to you. Hela pushed Adam towards Odin while talking. Adam was silent, but kept looking at his mother with his eyes. The golden light in Odin's hand enveloped Adam and himself, and Adam felt the pull of space on him. Mom, don't worry, I will be back, I will save you out. Only left a word in a hurry, and the figures of Adam and Odin disappeared into the dark emptiness. Ah! Odin! Hela roared frantically, her divine power getting stronger and stronger, even surpassing Odin at his peak. Norwegian Sea, on a beautiful hillside, two figures appeared here. These two figures, one old and one young, are Odin and Adam. Your name is Adam. Odin's one-eyed complex looked at the grandson in front of him. I will save her. Adam looked at Odin in front of him with a faint smile. Absolutely. Sorry kid. Odin's expression was a bit painful. I really can't let her out. Because she threatened you, isn't it? Adam looked at the old man with pain in front of his face. There was no wave in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Adam thinks Odin is acting in front of him. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Does Odin want to subdue himself by suffering? Deserves to be the king of Asgard, and his acting skills are really top-notch. Odin looked at Adam's mouth with disdain, and said blankly, Hela is my daughter, I sealed her here. Adam looked at Odin in front of him quietly, without speaking, he was thinking about how to save his mother. Odin continued, because she is my daughter, I know how strong she is. I know how terrifying her potential is, so I sealed her with my life in the first place. This seal is laid by my life, so as long as I live, this seal cannot be unlocked. The only way to unlock this seal is to kill me. After Odin finished speaking, he continued to look at Adam blankly. Do you want me to kill you? Adam tilted his head and looked at Odin. Or you are so confident, I can't kill you. Child, do it for yourself. Odin had no worries about what Adam said. I have put a new prohibition on this seal. As long as you get close here again, you will be exiled by the power of space, and your divine body will be sealed. After Odin finished speaking, he turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of Adam. Adam hasn't realized what Odin meant. The space in front of him suddenly distorted, the sky and the earth revolved, and Adam disappeared in this beautiful landscape. On the beautiful deserted hillside, suddenly there were many dark space cracks, and a cold female voice came out from the cracks. Odin, although I can't break your seal after breaking through, but when you reappear in Midgard, it will be the day you die. Chapter 6, 3 years. Adam opened his eyes, looked at the blue sky, and was lost for a while. Can I go back? Adam sat up and began to remember what had happened before. The inexplicable spatial fluctuations should be the exile mentioned by Odin. There is no special feeling in the body, and it should not have been sealed by Odin. Adam appeared on this beautiful island after being exiled by Odin in Norway. This small island is very beautiful, the sky is blue, there are many trees, and countless towering trees shocked Adam. Adam began to look for a way out on the small island. After a month of searching, he was 10,000% sure that this was a place that had not been set foot by humans. This small island has dense vegetation, but there are no creatures. Adam has lived here for a month and he has never seen insects. Sitting on the branches of a giant tree, eating strange-shaped fruits in his mouth, Adam's heart involuntarily rose with anger. Odin, is this what you call exile? Facing the immediate predicament, Adam had nothing to do. Looking at the endless sea on the edge of the island, Adam did not have the courage to go out to sea. Just like that, time passed, another month passed. On the edge of the small island, Adam pushed a homemade wooden boat toward the depths of the sea. The wooden boat was filled with weird fruits picked by Adam. Odin, I won't admit defeat. Adam went out to sea, and rowed his own boat made from the huge trees on the island, swimming vigorously towards the middle of the sea. A huge wave came, the boat disintegrated, the fruit that Adam prepared was flying all over the sky, and Adam himself was shot back to the island by the huge wave. Ahem! Adam spit out the sea, the anger in his eyes seemed to burn everything. Adam finally understood that this is not a simple exile. There are also traps set by Odin in the sea, and he cannot leave this island. Odin, you are dying. I hate you. 3 years later. In mid-air above a beautiful hillside by the Norwegian Sea, a series of pitch-black space cracks are full of the sky. The space oscillates and emits waves to the surroundings, and the space oscillates violently winds and waves, and puts everything around in a state of imminent destruction. A circular hole appeared not far from the crack in the space, and a cold blizzard erupted from the hole. A bald woman in a yellow robe stepped out. The bald woman is very feminine, and there is a strange pattern on her forehead. The bald woman came to the crack in the dark space and whispered into it, Hela, you should calm down. There was also an icy female voice in the cracks in the space. Odin not only brought me pain, but also brought me endless anger. The anger made my divine power strong and not calm. I don't want to participate in your housework, but if you continue to explode in this way, it will bring danger to the earth. The expression of the bald woman did not change at all. Hee hee. Hela sneered, so what? The great supreme mage wants to come in and fight me. The bald woman known as the supreme mage shook her head and said, Odin really miscalculated. Your powerful divine power now far surpasses me and Odin. I am not your opponent. Guyi, what exactly do you want to do? Hela, who is worried about her child, has no interest in communicating with the Supreme Master. It is my responsibility to maintain the stability of the earth. I can't let this space crack continue to expand, or Norway will be over. 2 golden magic light wheels appeared in the hands of the Supreme Mage. Either you take the initiative to stop the explosion of divine power, or I will add another seal to Odin's seal. Earth? Is it your own name given by the Midgards? It's really ugly. Hela calmed down suddenly, and no longer continued to explode his divine power. The spatial cracks in midair no longer emit fluctuations, but slowly shrink. Master Mage, let's make a deal. Hela said softly, it has been 3 years, and my child has not come again. Odin must lock him up. If you help me find him, I won't continue. Explosion of supernatural power. The Supreme Mage thought for a while, and said, I have observed that Odin locked him in a small plane next to the earth. I can take her back to the earth, but you must promise me 2 conditions. Say. Hela didn't bargain, because it involved her favorite atom. First, you promise not to explode again before the seal is broken. It is good. Second, after the seal is broken, you cannot wage war on the earth. Hela was silent. You really have an idea about the earth. The in the hands of the Supreme Mage became even brighter. I also agreed. For the current goddess of death, compared to Adam, the pleasure of war is actually not important. Okay. The Supreme Mage put away the magic light wheel in his hand. The contract is established, I will bring that little guy back to Earth now. Wait. Hela stopped the Supreme Mage and said, if Odin seals his memory of me, then don't worry about it. If not, please put a seal on him. Supreme Master agreed, and was a little confused. Is the power of maternal love really so powerful? Can make a change so radically? The goddess of death Hela was a selfish and brutal existence before, and the entire 9 realms knew it. According to the observation of the Supreme Mage, the current goddess of death has changed a lot. Maternal love not only brought her kindness, reading www.yuyugonshu.com also gave her unlimited strength. After a while, the dark cracks in the midair of Norway disappeared without a trace. A bald woman in a yellow robe stretched out her right hand and drew a circle, disappearing into the circle she had drawn. Above the branches of a towering giant tree, a savage stood there and roared to the sky. Except for the savage's waist, which is surrounded by a straw skirt woven with leaves, all other skins are exposed in the air. If you listen carefully, the savage roaring words turned out to be the universal lingua franca, Huaxia. Odin. The savage shouted Odin over and over, his tone was full of hatred and anger. Could this guy named Odin owe a lot of money to the wild man? Adam. Savage's body froze, because a familiar name was called out behind him. Savage slowly turned around. Who are you, who? Looking at some familiar bald women in front of him, Adam spit out these words jerky. My name is Guyi, and I am the Supreme Mage on Earth. Looking at the boy in front of him, there was no wave in the eyes of the Supreme Mage. I'm here to take you back to Earth. In fact, the Supreme Master still has a certain amount of pity for this boy. After all, a 12-year-old child was thrown on an isolated island and lived for 3 years. Think about it, it's kind of interesting. A brilliant brilliance burst into Adam's eyes. Can he finally leave here? My child, your mother doesn't want you to grow up with hatred, so I'm sorry. Adam's last memory is that this bald woman used a golden finger to point on her forehead. MMP, wait for Lao Tzu to become stronger. Chapter 7, Analysis and Planning. Adam slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, looking at the strange room a little confused. Master, you are awake. Who? Adam turned his head and saw Terminator John standing by the bed with a glass of water in his hand. Master, a bald woman asked you to send it back. I have been waiting for you for 3 years, please give me the next task. Adam rubbed his somewhat swollen temples, took the water glass from the Terminator's hand, and drank it in one gulp. You go out first. Terminator John turned and walked out of the room. 3 years, Odin, I remember you. Adam stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself with long hair reaching his waist. He finally understood why Odin was so disliked by his family. Odin is too overbearing. He takes control of other people's destiny aloft, but just for your good looks, which is really disgusting and angry. Luo, what did Gu do to me? Adam frowned, feeling his body. I don't feel the slightest strangeness. Could it be that she did something secretly to me? The master put a seal on you deliberately, and this seal is for your memory. The best behaved system in history replied, because of the existence of the system, this seal is completely invalid and has no effect on you. That's it. Guyi doesn't care about her. Her purpose is to protect the earth. My purpose is to save my mother. I have no direct conflict with her. Adam analyzed the situation while making future plans. Odin's seal is a bit difficult. This time just banished me, and didn't seal my divine body, otherwise I have had a worse life in the past 3 years. If I go to see my mother again, not only will I be exiled, but I will also be sealed. It seems that my life is not guaranteed. If you don't get close to the seal, how can you find a way to break it? It's impossible to kill Odin. The old guy stayed in Asgard's realm with the destroyer armor beside him. It is estimated that Thanos will have to kneel and leave. Adam has understood the true meaning of Odin's exile, not to exile himself to a certain corner of the earth, but to a different space. The island where he has lived for 3 years should have been specially prepared for him by Odin, but if he is exiled next time, he may not be so friendly to him anymore. Adam has only seen Odin once, but he firmly believes in his instincts. Odin has no affection for him at all. This shows that Odin will not care about Adam's life and death. If Adam was sealed by Odin's divine body and exiled to a dangerous space, he might really die. Luo, will the summoning ability granted to me by the system be sealed by Odin? Master, although it has not been tested, according to the strength of Odin's seal of your mother, it does not threaten the existence of the system. Does the system have a way to break Odin's seal on my mother? 2 methods, one is that the master obtains enough summoning energy, and the other is that the master summons a strong enough to break the seal. Understood. A trace of firmness flashed in Adam's eyes. The most important thing for him now is to gather 100 summoning energy and be able to truly use the summoning technique. Luo, open my properties. Summoner, Adam Odinson, to goodbye. Sex, male. Age, 15. Race, Asgard Protoss. Energy, divine power. Skills, Kjunken Rod, Asgard's thoughts, summoning. Summoning position, 1, empty. 2 empty. 3 it is not turned on. Item, Crazy Dragon Staff, the weapon of the legendary Crazy Mage, not only can amplify magic, but also is invincible. After injecting mana, it is particularly pleasant to hit people. Summoning energy, 85. Adam has 3 skills. Summoning is granted by the system and cannot be used now. Asgardemon's thoughts belong to Hela's memory of inheritance. He has been practicing, which can increase his mental power and soul strength. As for the universe rod method, I need to introduce it. Kjunken stick method was originally not called this name. Adam got it when he got the system. Its original name was only Kjunken. Kjunken is a magical technique that he can use in any form, whether it is fist, leg, sword, or even spear or magic. Adam can only barely use the first type of Tianbeng, and the power of Tianbeng is too great. Adam cannot bear its power with his body, so he can only use utensils instead of his body. And the only thing that Adam can withstand its power is the Crazy Dragon Staff. When Adam used the Crazy Dragon Staff for the first time to use the universe first form. When the heaven collapsed, the system automatically recorded it as the universe rod method. Adam also had speculations about this magical technique, and the 2 words Kjunken represented heaven and earth and yin and yang. The name of the first form is Tianbeng, which naturally represents Qian, that is, Tian Yang. This style is just reaching the sun, as if the entire sky has collapsed and hit the enemy. The next development should be Kun, that is, earth and yin. Adam hates the name Kyunkan stick technique very much. Perhaps by practicing this magical technique to turn from yang to yin, Adam can change the system's naming of it. Let's fall. How did the 85 energy increase? After the master encountered the Terminator and knocked him down, the summoning energy was 52 points. It took 10 points to conquer him, leaving 42 points. After the master met Guyi, after a short conversation, the energy increased to 85 points. My mother won't say anything. Didn't I meet Odin without increasing the summoning energy? Master, according to system analysis, it should be due to blood relationship. It shouldn't be. Could it be that summoning energy is not the luck that I guessed? Master, please don't doubt yourself. According to system analysis, the increase in summoning energy should be due to luck. My existence will definitely change the fate of Odin and Asgard, won't it affect luck? Master, your mother is Odin's eldest daughter, Asgard's first heir, and has extremely powerful power. And you are your mother's only heir, so, the luck with Asgard is connected. Is it accurate? The current capabilities of the system can only be analyzed to this point. If there is nothing that the system cannot explore, this should be accurate. Luo, can the system help me find someone with luck? Sorry master, the system does not have this ability. I suggest you find someone with luck based on the movie information of your previous life. Adam stretched out and walked out of the room. The Terminator was standing at the door of Adam's room. Adam ignored him, but walked out of the room and stood on the street, looking into the distance. Adam suddenly stretched out his right finger to the direction he was looking at, and asked the Terminator, John, where is the position about 10 kilometers in that direction? The Terminator with a cold face walked up to Adam, looked in the direction of Adam's fingers, shook his head and said, I don't know. Adam put his hand back and looked at the Terminator. The Terminator also looked at Adam calmly. Why are you looking at me? Check it out. Adam looked at the dumb guy in front of him with a gloomy look. Yes. The Terminator nodded blankly and walked back into the room. Why are you going back to the house? Adam looked at the Terminator curiously and walked to another room. The Terminator walked to the door of a room, opened the door, pointed to the computer placed on the desk inside, and said to Adam, Go online, check. Adam smiled awkwardly. Well, check, you check. P.S. Odin is really strong in the destroyer armor. It is estimated that Thanos with infinite gloves and 6 gems is worthy of being singled out. Chapter 8, Small Town Girl. A dilapidated house on Carlin Street in Chamberlain Town has welcomed its new owner. John, I will report to school later, before I come back, I hope you can handle everything here. In the dilapidated house, a large area of debris was piled chaotically on the floor, giving Adam a headache. Not only that, but also the strange patterns painted with paint on the walls. Master, I promise that before you come back, this house will have a new look, with a new big bed, bedding, and all household appliances. Of course, there is a delicious lunch on the table. Terminator's cold face turned soft. And his words are even polite. Adam turned around and left the dilapidated house, and said in his heart that there is no white flour at 20 o'clock. Because of the embarrassing things that happened before, Adam felt it necessary to improve his intelligence for the Terminator. The omnipotent system, after charging Adam's 20 summoning energy, it took 0.3 seconds to upgrade the Terminator into a robot with artificial intelligence. The place Adam asked the Terminator to check before was this quiet and beautiful town, Chamberlain. At that time, Adam was standing at the door of his old home, and the perception of the Asgard Protoss told him that there was something or people 10 miles away that would threaten him. So Adam came to Chamberlain town. He believed that things or people that could pose a threat to him would surely be lucky. For Adam, who is in desperate need of summoning energy, a little threat is acceptable, especially after 3 years of life on an island. Standing at the door of the only middle school in the town, Adam's perception clearly felt that the person who threatened him was taking class here. Yes, Adam determined that it was a man who threatened him, or a cute girl, a charming girl with blonde hair. Terminator John has used some artificial intelligence methods to help Adam create transfer procedures. The moment Adam walked into the classroom, he found that this blonde girl was not only a threat to him, but also attractive, very strong. Adam sat next to the girl. There was a row of words carved on the girl's table. Carrie White was eating shit. Adam believed that this was not carved by the little girl herself. Adam was sitting here for less than 10 minutes. A bloated teenager led a few small attendants to Adam. New here, my name is Robert, I'm the football captain here. The bloated boy stretched out his fat right hand to Adam. If you are willing to call me Boss Robert, you will be honored to be a member of the football team. Adam's figure of 1.8 meters is extremely strong for a 15-year-old. With such a good body in the United States, it would be a waste if he didn't join the Olives. Of course, even if our captain Robert wants Adam to join the football team, he must first let Adam know who the boss of the football team is. Adam, who has just returned from an alien island, is still in a period of unstable mentality. Even a middle school kid's provocation against him will make him as angry as Banner, who has a fat green man. Adam, who claimed to be the future prince of Asgard, suppressed his anger and replied, "Get off." Captain Robert's eyes widened. Does anyone in this middle school dare to talk to himself like this? Captain Robert asked a little uncertainly, "What did you just say?" Adam did not even raise his eyelids, and gave the same reply, adding 2 more words. "Go away, fat man." Captain Robert's eyes widened. This kid is challenging his authority. Does he also want to be the captain of the football team? Looking at Adam's sturdy figure and handsome face, Robert confirmed his thoughts. "Boy, do you know who you are talking to? It seems necessary for you to learn the rules first. This is not the city center." Before the great Captain Robert could show his eloquence, he was hit in the face with a hard fist and lay unconscious on the ground. Adam couldn't accept it at all. A fat pig in the shape of an upright, pointed his nose with a thick finger, and kept spitting and spitting. "Now, get out." Adam's calm eyes swept across Robert's little attendants. A few little guys were taken aback. There are no ruthless people in Chamberlain Town who do not agree with each other, which makes them a little at a loss. Should we avenge the boss? Or leave with the boss? After thinking for a moment, several little guys took the Robert fatty on the floor and left the classroom. Even the strongest boss has been punched KO, let the newcomer understand the rules, or postpone the discussion. Adam's violent beating of Robert incident has allowed Adam to avoid a lot of interruptions and can quietly meditate on the table. It was spread in middle school. The new transfer student was extremely powerful. One person defeated a dozen people led by Robert. He also fought against Robert for hundreds of rounds. Finally, he used a mysterious move to KO Robert. For these rumors, Adam was too lazy to explain. Robert naturally did not want to admit that he was knocked down by a punch, so he left it alone. Captain Robert selectively forgot about this incident because he didn't want revenge. Captain Robert has a secret that has been hidden for many years. He has loved Chinese Kung Fu since he was a child. He has been practicing Iron Head skills for 10 years. When he fights, his most powerful move is the hammer. Now he is punched. At his strongest point, he fainted on his head and naturally did not dare to retaliate. On the 3rd day of Adam's transfer, the peaceful days were broken by a few who bullied Jiali. In fact, Adam is still quite excited, but sitting next to Jiali has brought him a little bit of summoning energy every day. If he can become friends with Jiali, perhaps he can gain more. It's just that Adam is not good at engaging in conversations. Coupled with Carrie's mimosa-like personality, this makes Adam do not know where to start. These who bullied the little girl gave Adam a good excuse. When Adam gave a severe lesson to Billy, the strongest, who bullied Carrie, and said that Carrie was photographed by him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The little girl's admiring eyes and the increased summoning energy made Adam understand that his choice was quite correct. From that day on, the two became friends, and Adam took Jiali to lunch with him. The progress of John the Terminator in Chinese food is almost the same every day, which makes Adam sigh that artificial intelligence is really a convenient thing. I chatted with the little girl every day and meditated on the table during class. Adam spent half a month of peaceful life like this. Until Adam felt that his relationship with the little girl was almost over, he offered a very presumptuous suggestion. Carrie, I think your mother should be suffering from a very serious mental illness. We should send her to a mental hospital as soon as possible. This is also good for his condition. Adam, she is my mother, I can't. But I can, in my eyes, she is just a crazy woman who bullies my little cute family. Adam, can you make me think about it, please? Adam shrugged and said nothing, but he believed that there should be no problem with this matter. Adam used a crazy woman to describe the mother who was dependent on Carrie. Carrie was not only lifeless, but also asked Adam to give him some time to think about it. This has fully explained that in Jiali's heart, Adam's weight has surpassed his mother. Moreover, it has surpassed a lot. Is a mentally ill mother who abuses and punishes herself every day. The other is a handsome boy who gives him a sense of warmth and security. Moreover, he is the only person in the world who has made himself feel warm and safe since Jiali was born. Jiali silently said sorry to her mother. Chapter 9, Lottery, Golden Soldier, continued from first. Carrie, what time is it? Adam, who had finished the meditation, stretched out a big lazy waist refreshingly. It's been 25 minutes since school. While Adam was meditating, the well-behaved Carrie sat quietly next to her, looking at the mail in her heart. It's time to go home after school. Adam looked at Carrie, who had packed her school bag a long time ago, picked up his bag from the seat, took Carrie, and walked out of school. Tomorrow is Sunday. Prepare yourself. I will take John and the doctor to your house early in the morning and send your mother away. Carrie lowered her head and followed behind Adam, letting Adam hold her hand and determine her future. Good. Adam liked this obedient and cute girl more and more, and Adam believed that his mother would also like her. After all, Hella has crazy maternal love for Adam. As long as Adam likes her, she will like it, and Adam hates her will be destroyed. Adam. Carrie's lips squirmed, and she gently called Adam's name, but she stopped talking. What's wrong with Carrie? Adam stopped and looked back at the little girl who was like a mimosa. Are you worried about your mother's life in a mental hospital? Don't worry, I will send her to the best mental hospital. No one will abuse her. Adam paused, and then said, and you told me that she often self-harms at home, and someone takes care of her in a mental hospital. It is a good thing for his mental or physical condition. Don't think about it. That's too much. No. Carrie raised her head, looked at Adam with big watery eyes, and said softly, Mom is my guardian and my only relative. I see, you are worried about these things. Adam interrupted Jiali. John has arranged everything. After sending his mother to the mental hospital, he will become your new guardian. You will live with me in the future, and I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Really? Jiali's beautiful big eyes released a bright brilliance, and happiness filled her fragile heart that had long been scarred. Yet, Adam looked at the lovely and charming poor girl with some distress, and stretched out his right hand to gently stroke the top of her head. Jiali squinted her eyes with enjoyment. She felt that she was like the beloved Persian cat in the arms of the neighbor Mrs. Howard. Let's go. Adam retracted his hand stroking Carrie's head, and the two continued to walk on the road. You know, I can't let my mother see this. When she reached the end of a street, Carrie let go of Adam's hand. Yet. Adam nodded and said, hurry up and go back. You will endure one more night. Jiali walked towards her home, while thinking in her heart. Adam, what I want to endure is not my mother's abuse of me and the insanely endless sound of Bible recitations, but the absence of you. When Adam returned home, he was greeted by the aroma of the food and the softer smiling face of the Terminator John. John, how much money do we have now? Less than 10,000. I think we need more money, right? The master feels that I need more, so I will start making money tomorrow. How is the efficiency? Master, please don't doubt the speed at which an artificial intelligence can make money, especially in this age of internet. The mental hospital is absolutely fine, right? The doctor's ward has been arranged, and monitoring equipment is installed in the ward away from me. It is directly connected to my brain. I will keep an eye on it. The braised pork is a bit greasy. I will pay attention next time. The taste of Coke chicken wings is not very good, next time I will change to another brand of Coke. Good host. A wave that made Adam's heart palpitations swept across the town, and all the items in the room shook. Adam quickly put down the dishes and went to the window, searching for something in the night. Master, the summoning energy has reached 103 points. The system sounded in Adam's mind with excitement. Adam raised his eyebrows. Since the summoning energy has increased, it shows that his perception is not wrong. There is indeed something passing by the small town of Chamberlain at an extremely fast speed. Adam's mind kept imitating this figure. In Adam's mind, a huge monster fell from mid-air, hit the small town of Chamberlain, then jumped and disappeared in mid-air. John, check what happened nearby, especially about the military. Adam closed the window and walked back to the dinner table. I'm full, put the table away, and bring me a cup of tea. Luo, let's start the draw. Adam has long been looking forward to this moment, and when this moment does come, there is not much fluctuation in his heart. Probably because Adam was confident that he could definitely do it, so he didn't feel like winning. Adam didn't know how the system worked. Anyway, he didn't have any special feelings, nor did he see any projections. In short, suddenly a card appeared in front of Adam's eyes, quietly placed in front of him. On the table. The size of this card is as thick as a business card. There is a golden figure drawn on the front, which is blurry and can't be seen clearly, and the back is pitch black, without any special patterns or patterns. Adam gently touched the card with his index finger, and there was no message in his mind. He curled his lips and called to the system, Luo, come out and tell me what this card is. Master, see for yourself. Summoner, Adam Odinson, goodbye. Sex, male. Age, 15. Race, Asgard Protoss. Energy, divine power. Skills, Kjunkenrod, Asgard's thoughts, summoning. Summoning position, 1, empty. 2 empty. 3 it is not turned on. Items, 1 crazy dragon staff, the legendary weapon of the crazy mage, not only can increase magic, but also indestructible, it is particularly pleasant to hit people after injecting mana. 2 summoning illustration, golden soldier. Golden soldier is a reliable summoning creature, strength, body, agility, intelligence, and balanced development. Initially, it has a strong combat power, reaches a certain level, can use energy attacks, and grows up to a level, immortal. It perfectly executes the summoner's orders. He is a very loyal soldier because of the whole body. There was no obvious defect in fighting for the golden yellow, and he was named the Golden Soldier. Be usable. Summon energy, 3. Luo, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, use this illustration book. Adam is still very satisfied with the Golden Soldier who can grow into a god-level existence. Good host. Summoner, Adam Odinson, goodbye. Sex, male. Age, 15. Race, Asgard Protoss. Energy, divine power. Skills, Kjunkenrod, Asgard's thoughts, summoning. Summoning position, 1 golden soldier, permanently summons creatures, can grow, can recover the summoning space, up to 12 golden soldiers can be summoned at the same time. 2 empty. 3 it is not turned on. Item, Crazy Dragon Staff, omitted. Summon energy, 3. Low, this information is not very detailed. Adam was a little dissatisfied. How much divine power does the summoning require? How long does it take to cool down? Master, the rules are set like this, and I can't help it. The system replied, I can't quantify your divine power. Summoning a golden soldier requires you to use half of your current divine power, and the cooling time does not exist. Can I only summon 12? Can the number increase? At present, you can only summon 12. The number can be increased. The method of growth is unknown and you need to find out by yourself. According to system records, once a summoner used 300,000 god-level golden soldiers to win 137 universes. War. Hey! Adam breathed out a suffocating breath, and passively mobilized his divine power in conjunction with the summoning technique, and used the summoning technique. Adam has not yet awakened his divine power attribute. This is the first time he has used divine power, and it is also the first time he has used summoning. The white light was released from Adam, and the summoning technique was successfully used. Chapter 10, Anger. A 2-meter-tall, golden metal warrior appeared in front of Adam. Adam raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this thing was still metal. He thought it was a living thing. When the golden soldier appeared, Adam had his message in his mind and felt an inexplicable connection. The golden soldier in the initial state has not bad combat effectiveness, equivalent to 2/3 of Captain America. Marvel has combat effectiveness measurement units. Adam can use his consciousness to control him to attack or defend. Golden soldiers have only intelligence but no spirit. They have combat instincts to accumulate combat experience, but they cannot make innovations and breakthroughs. Golden soldiers with lack of intelligence cannot think independently and can only follow the orders of the summoner. Golden soldiers are adapted to fighting in any space environment. They have an independent internal circulatory system, do not need to breathe and are not afraid of toxins, and can fly freely after reaching a certain level. It may be because the Earth is not far from Asgard. Adam's divine power on the Earth recovers very quickly. It took half an hour to summon 12 golden soldiers. Golden soldiers are summons that can increase their combat effectiveness by themselves. In addition to Adam's divine power to slowly increase their combat effectiveness, they can also absorb free energy in the space to increase combat effectiveness. The combat power between the golden soldiers is shared. There will be no situation where one is too stronger than the other. They will automatically connect and share to achieve a common strong and balanced development. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a group of perfect combat tools. With Adam's powerful divine body and fast recovering nature, there is basically no need to rest. Adam was using his divine power to nurture soldiers this night. The early growth of the golden soldiers was very rapid. After Adam's efforts all night, the strength of every golden soldier was close to that of Captain America. After eating the breakfast prepared by Terminator John, and watching TV for another hour and a half, at about 9:30 in the morning, the mental hospital doctor that John contacted had arrived at Adam's door. John the Terminator communicated with the doctors in the mental hospital at the door, and Adam was lying on the sofa watching the introduction of Tony Stark on TV. Howard Stark, the former chairman of the Stark Group, died in a car accident 2 years ago. The Stark Group has not only not declined under the leadership of the invention genius Tony Stark in the past 2 years, but has grown stronger. Stark Group not only signed a large number of arms trading contracts with the military, but also has a large number of loyal fans around the world, becoming the world's #1 arms group. Funny guy. Adam looked at the cynical face of future Iron Man on TV, but he thought of the guy who passed by last night. Vaguely, Adam had the answer in his heart. Perhaps the guy who passed by yesterday was the fat green man. Adam, you should turn off the TV now, we should start. Terminator John put on a parental appearance and said to Adam, you should probably say hello to Dr. William, it might appear that you are more polite. Adam turned off the TV and walked to the door. He saw a thin man in his 40s who was wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. This guy was a little bit down. Hello, Dr. William, this is Adam. Adam stretched out his right hand to the middle-aged man who had died. Thank you for a run. This is my job, handsome guy. Dr. William had a gentle smile on his face. Originally, Adam was planning to send Carrie's mother, Ms. White, directly to the mental hospital, but the mental hospital had to send a doctor to identify Ms. White's condition. It was necessary to make sure that Ms. White was a real mental patient before agreeing to send her. Pick up. Adam looked at the gentle middle-aged psychiatrist in front of him. He always felt that there were some dark thoughts hidden under the gentle faces of these guys. Maybe it was because he saw too many horror movies. Dr. William did not come alone, he was accompanied by a beautiful female nurse or assistant. The house that Adam bought was not far from Gialli's house, so several people planned to walk there. Dr. William, didn't you come by car? Adam was a little puzzled. Isn't this my car? Dr. William pointed to a car beside the road and said humorously, although it's a little too small, you can't see it, right? I mean an ambulance, how are you going to take her away? While talking, several people had already arrived in front of Gialli's house. First of all, I want to confirm her condition. Dr. William said as he walked to the door and knocked. As long as I confirm the condition, I will notify the hospital to send a car. It will definitely arrive within an hour. Please don't worry about this. Adam shrugged and didn't continue to speak. It didn't matter, anyway, he must send her away today. Squeak. Who are you? Some old wooden doors were opened with a bad sound, and a middle-aged woman with a disheveled hair stretched out her head. Is like withered blonde hair, a face that can be seen to be beautiful when he was young, with 3 points of tension, 3 points of defense and 4 points of nervousness. As soon as the wooden door opened, Adam, who was sensitive to his senses, smelled a trace of blood, a very faint smell of blood. I am from, Dr. William was introducing himself, and he was pushed away by Adam before he said a few words. Adam walked to the door angrily, pushed open the door, and knocked Ms. White at the door somersault. What are you going to do? With a bit of madness and fear on Ms. White's face, she sat on the ground and glared at Adam. Mr. John, please stop him. Dr. William was pushed aside by Adam, feeling Adam's strong body, and hurriedly asked Terminator John to stop Adam. I can be sure that Ms. White has a mental problem. I hope you will let the child stop irritating her. Although I don't know how Dr. William can tell that Ms. White's mental problems are at a glance, how can the Terminator obey other people's orders to stop his master? Stand still in place. Adam rushed into the room and saw the small door of the storage room under the stairs at a glance. He walked 3 steps and 2 steps and went directly to the door of the storage room, asking worriedly, Carrie, are you in there? Are you okay? The smell of blood that Adam smelled came from this storage room. Adam? Did you come to save me? A soft, frightened voice came from the storage room. You hurt her. Adam glared fiercely at Ms. White, who was still sitting on the ground, and said in a soft tone to Carrie in the storage room, My dear, don't be afraid. Stay away from the door and I'll save him immediately. You come out. Okay. A big iron lock was hung on the small wooden door. Adam was not ready to ask Ms. White for the key, so he kicked the small door fiercely. Chapter 11, Devil Toby. The wooden door, which had long been decayed, became fragmented under Adam's wrathful feet. Poor Gialli curled up in the corner, with obvious scars on her bare arms, and blood was slowly oozing from several incisions on her thighs. She always treats you this way. Adam squatted beside Gialli and took Gialli into his arms, and asked in a trembling voice, "Why didn't you tell him earlier that it would hurt you?" "I'm afraid." Jiali lay in Adam's arms, tears all over her cheeks. "Don't be afraid, no one can hurt you in the future, I will protect you." Adam gently stroked Carrie's head, turned his head and said to John at the door, "Hurry up and send Ms. White away." Terminator John walked to the side of Ms. White, who was paralyzed on the ground, grabbed Ms. White's arm with both hands, and dragged it out. "Let me go! You heretics!" Ms. White kept struggling and roaring. "God won't forgive you sinners!" Adam hurriedly hugged Jiali in his arms tighter, completely preventing him from seeing what was happening outside. Feeling the girl in his arms trembled slightly, Adam quickly shouted, "John, don't let her make a noise. Carrie is good, it's okay." Adam stroked Carrie's back and kept soothing. The obedience of the Terminator is never doubted. Terminator John held Ms. White's arm with one hand, and hit Ms. White's neck with the other hand. Ms. White fainted without making a muffled snort. "How can you be so rude to her?" Dr. William whispered from the side, completely afraid to provoke the violent father and son. "Dr. William will take your car now and take her to your hospital." The Terminator dragged Ms. White out of the door, and said to Dr. William on the side, "Go and drive the car, and I'll take her to you." "Go with. This is unfair to Ms. White. We haven't tested her. How can we send her directly to the mental hospital like this?" Although Dr. William is cowardly, he still has professional ethics. "We should do a set of psychological tests for her first." Terminator John is an artificial intelligence robot that has undergone system upgrades. Zhang said, "You just saw that she committed domestic violence to an underage girl and caused multiple injuries to the girl. Compared to the police station, I think the mental hospital is already a good choice for her." Dr. William's lips squirmed a few times, but in the end he didn't speak. William agreed with the words of the Terminator in his heart, and he could not save face, so he fell silent. The scene fell silent like this. "William, it's the same to take Ms. White back to the hospital before undergoing a psychological test. After all, you have seen the scene." At this moment, the female assistant behind Dr. William, who had never been there, finally spoke. "Okay, Helen, you successfully convinced me." Dr. William had long agreed with the Terminator's idea, but there has been no step down. Hearing the assistant's words, he naturally went downhill. "You help Mr. John take care of Ms. White first. I will drive now and take Ms. White to the hospital as soon as possible." There is something wrong with Jiali in Adam's arms. It may be because of great sadness and joy. After experiencing the abuse of her mother and the rescue of her lover in her heart, she seems to have awakened some strange ability. Jiali felt a strange energy rushing in her body, making herself very uncomfortable, and she wanted to vent her crazy. Hanging on the wall in the storage room suddenly went silent, and a few cracks appeared on the wall. The entire storage room shook suddenly, and all the items floated in the air. "Adam!" Jiali knew that all of this had something to do with herself, and she hugged Adam, who could give her a sense of security. "It's okay." Adam didn't know why the family had such a powerful force, which did not prevent him from comforting the girl in his arms. This is a good thing. When you can control your own power, you can better protect yourself and protect me. The vibration became stronger and stronger, and the walls were full of cracks, as if they were about to collapse, but Adam acted calmly, as if nothing had happened. Jiali admired Adam so much, of course she would not doubt Adam, but she promised, "Adam, I will protect you." What a wonderful and powerful power, the harvest season has finally arrived. A figure appeared in front of Adam and Jiali out of thin air, and said to them, "The fruit of the combination of pure believers and fallen demons is really a wonderful existence." Adam looked at this guy carefully, looking like an elderly gentleman. Gorgeous clothes and grace, but it can't hide the aura of being cursed by fate. The meticulously managed silver hair and the golden walking stick in his hand can't conceal the darkness in his eyes. Adam stood up, blocked Jiali behind him, and faced the guy who appeared suddenly. At this time, Adam discovered that the only shortcoming of this gentleman might be his height. He was 2 heads lower than himself, and his height was about 1.5 meters. "Handsome boy, do you want to look down on the great Lord Toby?" The short gentleman held a cane in his hand and put one hand on his chest. He looked at Adam gracefully and said, "Noble and tolerant Lord Toby, allow you to kneel down and face I offer your soul." Lo, what is this dwarf?" Adam could perceive that the dwarf gentleman in front of him is not a huge strange power, full of darkness. "Master," after he appeared, the summoning energy increased by 5 points. "As for what kind of creature it is, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has not encountered it before, so the system cannot analyze it." There happened to be a small wooden table on which the Bible was placed beside Adam. When he picked up the Bible on the wooden table, he tentatively smashed the short gentleman in front of him. The short gentleman who called himself Toby caught the Bible and threw it to the ground in disgust. The Bible that fell on the ground ignited a black flame, and within a moment, it turned into a pile of grey powder. Toby raised his chin proudly, and mocked at Adam, "Poor lamb, do you still expect your shepherd to protect you?" Adam did not answer. Instead, he picked up the small wooden table and threw it at Toby with 30% of his strength. Adam didn't know how powerful he was, because he had never used all his power. At most, when he was bored on an isolated island, he threw a giant tree of dozens of tons into the sky with 50% of his power. The giant tree flew hundreds of meters high. The small wooden table was like a cannonball out of the chamber, carrying a huge force and crashing into Toby. A trace of panic flashed in Toby's eyes, which turned into a black smoke. The small wooden table passed through the black smoke and smashed through the wall behind Toby, not knowing where he was flying. "Who are you? The physical body alone has such a powerful force." The black smoke hovered in midair several times, once again turned into a short gentleman Toby, and fell in front of Adam. Toby looked at Adam solemnly, with 3 points of curiosity and 7 points of arrogance and said, "Make an official introduction, I am the demon noble of hell, Lord Toby." "Who are you?" "Interesting." Seeing Toby turning into black smoke, and hearing Toby's self-introduction, the corners of Adam's mouth were slightly aroused. "This gadget is quite unique." Jiali was still sitting in the corner behind Adam, closing her eyes, trying to control the huge unknown energy in her body. Chapter 12, Mephitis Lie. "Who are you? I seem to have seen you, so familiar." Carrie opened her eyes, stood up, walked to Adam's side and gently took Adam's arm. Facing the opposite demon, Toby asked, "Did I meet you?" Toby immediately made a look of surprise, and said to Carrie with a gentle face, "Oh, baby, do you remember Dad?" "What?" Carrie's eyes widened, and she said incredulously, "Are you my father?" "Yes, kid." A trace of sadness flashed in Toby's eyes, and he lowered his head and stated, "I was a demon noble until I met your mother, the holy and gentle girl." "Enough!" Adam interrupted Toby's performance. "The lie guy, what do you want?" "Hee, sure enough, no one believes that the devil will have love." Toby lowered his head, his young body trembled slightly, and his voice seemed so helpless. Then Toby raised his head, his red eyes filled with tears, and roared, "But I really fell in love with her. Although I am in the dark, I yearn for the light even more." Jiali shivered slightly, clutching Adam's clothes corners with both hands. "Well, love Saint Toby, now tell me your real name and your purpose." Adam lightly patted Carrie next to him, looked at the actor in front of him blankly and said, "The energy of Carrie's body, there is not the slightest smell of devil, and your dressing makes me familiar. Young man, why don't you trust me?" Toby made a heartbroken expression. "Love is great, it can cross races, and the beautiful girl next to you is the crystallization of my love." "Well, since you don't want to say it, let me do it." Adam dragged Carrie beside him and blocked it tightly. Although I don't know why you happened to appear here, I guess you were attracted by the powerful energy of Jiali because you happened to be nearby. My perception tells me that you are very powerful, but the energy in you is indeed very weak. You should be someone's clone or projection. Your dress looks like a demon leader I've heard, cunning, despicable, shameless, and mean Mephitis. The more Adam said, the calmer Toby's expression became. When Adam finished speaking, Toby even clapped his hands. The clever little guy in Asgard, hasn't anyone taught you that you should respect your predecessors? A gentle smile appeared on Toby's calm face. You have huge potential in your body. If it weren't for worrying about Odin, I really want to make you my knight. You hypocritical fellow admits so frankly that he is afraid of Odin. It seems that you were beaten by him, Mephitis. Adam's face also had a calm and gentle smile. I think you, who are active on the earth, should have been beaten by Guyi more often, right? Adam. Jiali gently tugged at the corner of Adam's clothes, with a worried expression on her face. Adam touched the top of Jiali's head and said softly, "It's okay, I will protect you." Your name is Adam, isn't it? A treacherous light flashed in Murphytoja's eyes. I heard that you are Hela's son. I think I have a good relationship with Hela. Do you know my mother? Adam raised his eyebrows, and said disdainfully, with my mother's character, you are kneeling when you talk in front of her, right? You are the son of the goddess of death. Your temper is really like your mother. Mephitis didn't have the slightest irritation on his face. Instead, he looked at Adam with satisfaction and said, as confident and proud as your mother, plus the huge potential that I have never seen before, I seem to have seen how you will be on the throne of Asgard in the future. Mephitis is the of lies, a god-level liar, a very good liar. Always maintained a cordial face, and countless words of praise were spoken in Mephitis' mouth, as if Adam was the most perfect person in the world. The future king of Asgard, please allow the humble Mephitis to make a deal with you. Mephitis bowed to Adam and said sincerely, if you are willing to give me that little girl, I would like to lead Hel to kneel at your feet and become your loyal subordinate. Although the army of Hel may not be placed in the eyes of the great you, this is a region that even Odin has never stepped on. It will become your tribute a heavy stroke. Adam can swear to God that Mephitis is the best liar he has ever seen. But this doesn't change Adam's dislike of him. It is unforgivable that he dares to use his favorite girl as a bargaining chip. Adam turned his head to comfort the little girl who was about to tear her clothes, but found that the little girl was bowing her head and didn't dare to look at herself at all. Jiali clenched Adam's wrinkled clothes tightly with her hands, and her eyes were full of panic when she lowered her head, for fear that the look in Adam's eyes was not as gentle as before. Just as Jiali was worried about her fear, she heard a voice that was as warm as the sun again. Silly girl, you don't believe me so. Jiali raised her head and found that Adam's gaze was as gentle as before, even a little bit more than before. Jiali thought about it, maybe this extra thing, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is called, love. Jiali is finally determined, not only does she love Adam, but Adam also loves herself, which makes Jiali full of power. Just as Mephitis said just now, the power of love is great. At this moment, Carrie touched the secret in her mind. Jiali only felt that her eyes were dark, and the scene in front of her had changed. She stood alone in the universe, and there was a great existence in front of her who couldn't see her figure clearly. Child, you are still awakened. You are. I am your grandfather, your mother's father. Shouldn't that be grandpa? No, I gave birth to your mother. Your mother has only a father but no mother. Your mother gave birth to you. You have only a mother, not a father. So, I am your grandfather. My mother. No, child, the humble worm in your mind is not your mother, she is just a carrier for you. Where is my mother, then? Let me tell you a story first. About my mother. There is a lovely girl who lives on the earth. Her name is Ganada, and her nickname is Jiali. Ganada is like her father. She has a very strong appetite because she usually lives on the earth and is very good to the earth. With a good feeling, he made the decision to not eat the earth and the native creatures on the earth. Usually, Ganada often helps the earth resist external attacks, so Ganada's food source is some alien invasive species on the earth. But as time goes by, her appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Jiali opened her confused eyes. Eating so much, can it be explained by a large appetite? Chapter 13, Tasty. Next, the planet devourer told Jiali the story of Ganada, the daughter of the planet devourer. Did she die because of my dystocia? Jiali blinked and said, you continue. It's not the same, she condensed all her energy to give birth to you, and at the expense of life, she used the ultimate eraser to erase your appetite, so that you no longer bear the pain of me and her. She's so great. There were tears on Jiali's face. Is this maternal love? Child, you and I do not belong to the same universe, nor at the same time. Let's just end our exchanges this time. Maybe we won't have any exchanges in the future. She asked me to put you in a place without her. The parallel universes I've ever used may just not want you to be exposed to all this, but I still hope you can know her and remember her. Grandpa. Carrie called. Will we see you again? Perhaps you will see me in other universes, or me at other times. Good luck, child. The universe in front of Carrie slowly shattered, and the picture returned to her dilapidated home. Mephitis stood in the distance and looked at herself strangely, and his beloved Adam gently stroked the top of his head. Time seemed to have no flow, just happened. Everything seems to be untrue. The huge and docile power in the body told Jiali that all of this was true. She knew her true life experience and possessed unmatched power and a recipe for no taboos. Your Majesty Adam, please consider my proposal carefully. Mephitis, the demon lord of hell, fell on one knee before Adam. Perhaps your humble subordinate can give you a little help in breaking Odin's seal on your mother's goddess of death. Mephitis is worthy of being a legendary demon. In order to achieve his own goals, he can actually lay down his face and dignity. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Adam watched Jiali calm down, comforted him, and then turned around, looking at Mephitis who was kneeling on the ground. Jiali looked at the demon king who was kneeling on the ground, and a few pictures flashed in her mind, and finally understood why she knew him well. 12 years ago, when Jiali was 3 years old. At that time, Ms. White was still a devout believer. She was not crazy, but tenderly loved her daughter. A handsome gentleman appeared in front of Ms. White. Relying on his handsome face, solid net worth, elegant demeanor, coupled with rhetoric, Ms. White fell madly in love with him. The gentleman said that as the heir to an ancient noble family, he could not marry a woman with a child and asked Ms. White to send Jiali to an orphanage. After countless struggles in her heart, Ms. White finally chose her own daughter. The gentleman was moved by Ms. White's maternal love and expressed that he was willing to abandon the inheritance of the family, and instead take care of this lovely girl with Ms. White. The innocent Carrie liked this gentleman very much, but for some reason, this gentleman always abused Carrie and insulted the poor little girl when Ms. White was away. Of course, the little Jiali cried and complained to her mother, but Ms. White did not believe that gentleman would abuse the beauties. She only thought that little Jiali did not want to accept this stepfather to make trouble. The gentleman and Ms. White are happy and joyful every day, but the poor little Carrie spends every day in tears. One day, the gentleman was injured inexplicably and claimed that it was Xiao Jiali who did it, and that Xiao Jiali possessed the power of a demon. Ms. White quarreled with a gentleman for the first time, for her beloved daughter. The gentleman fell silent and endured all this silently. Day by day passed, the gentleman still abused Jiali every day, but he was hurting more and more, but Jiali did not suffer any injuries. Xiao Jiali complained to her mother as always. She hoped that her mother would protect herself and keep herself away from the terrible gentleman. Looking at the bruises on the gentleman's body and Carrie's flawless body, Ms. White began to wonder if her daughter was really different from others. One day, the gentleman cursed Ms. White's daughter in the most vicious language, claiming that she was a curse brought by the devil, and then killed himself in front of Ms. White, making Ms. White believe that he was killed by Carrie. From this day on, Ms. White changed. She became crazy, but she did not abandon her daughter, but forced her to copy the Bible every day and pray to God. Jiali, who remembered these memories, stood there with tears on her face, and the energy in her body began to boil. Adam didn't know what happened to the girl behind him. He looked at Mephitis, who was kneeling on the ground, and mocked, "It seems that your clone doesn't carry much strength. You can have what you are today by kneeling down for others." Status. Mephitos, everything is because of you. Carrie walked to Mephitos step by step. Is your purpose to torture me? What good is it for you? Adam felt the power in Jiali's body that frightened him, and did not stop him, but watched the incident. The mad dragon staff appeared in Adam's hand, and Adam was always ready to attack. You murdered my mother like that, and kept me in a dire life, why? Carrie stared at Mephitis with full of anger. Remember. Mephitos stood up from the ground, the expression on his face returned to calm and gentleness. I once came to the world to find my own knight, and fate made me meet you, a little girl with great power in my body. You.ukansha.com. Mephitos tidied up his clothes and talked freely. I started to approach you, testing your strength, and I found that whenever you are scared and afraid, the strength in your body will grow wildly. So I designed everything and used my perfect acting skills to achieve my goal, which is my favorite thing to do. Mephitis glanced at the expressionless Carrie and said, Look, I am also for your own good. You are so strong now, isn't it because? Before Mephitis finished speaking, he found the girl in front of her opened her mouth. There seemed to be a black hole in her mouth. Mephitis' eyes widened, he didn't even have time to speak, he only felt an incomparable powerful energy covering himself. Adam stood aside dumbfounded. In Adam's vision, Mephitis was talking in front of the house, and suddenly disappeared. Then, Carrie hiccuped. Guy with a mouth full of lies. Carrie squinted her eyes, and there was an expression of enjoyment on her face. It tastes good. How do you know he is lying? Adam put away the mad dragon staff and walked forward, gently hugging Jiali. Adam said he was full of lies, that is, full of lies. Carrie leaned comfortably in Adam's arms. So, I don't believe a word of what he said. In fact, what he said to you just now is true. He really wants to make you stronger. Adam wanted to understand everything, and he knew Mephitis' purpose. Why? Jiali leaned against Adam with a happy face, enjoying every moment of being with Adam. She didn't care about Mephitis. Carrie, the granddaughter of the planet devourer. Chapter 14, Target, Norway. Just eat it like this. Adam looked at Jiali. Will you have diarrhea? No, it's delicious. Jiali said with enjoyment, the belly is warm and comfortable. It's fine if you have no problem, but you have to be careful in the future. Mephitis is not a person who gives up lightly. Adam took Jiali and prepared to leave the tattered storage room. Adam explained to Jiali while pulling Jiali out. Mephitis is the Lord of Hell. He should want to turn you into his ghost rider, so he will leave a clone by your side and keep watching you until the moment you awaken. The strength of the evil spirit knight will not increase much, so he did not rush to do it after he discovered you, but tried various ways to torture you and let your abilities be more developed. You will protect me, right? Jiali just looked forward to Adam's answer. Jiali, who has awakened her true identity, naturally knows how powerful she is. Carrie told her instinctively that she could eat Adam with just one bite, but she wouldn't do that. Of course I will protect you. Adam smiled softly and didn't speak anymore. Adam took Jiali back to his house. Let's live here in the future. Okay. John came back more than an hour later. He told Carrie that Ms. White had been well arranged in a mental hospital, and John had paid for 10 years. Jiali didn't say anything, she was only Adam in her heart, especially after she knew she was not Ms. White's biological daughter. Adam was wondering whether he should meet his mother or not, because meeting his mother meant that he was sealed and exiled. If there is no Jiali, of course there is no need to think about it. But now with Jiali, Adam feels that he should be by Jiali's side more. He shouldn't just leave Jiali alone to see her mother. After dinner, Adam looked at the sky in a daze. After all, the reason Adam has been working hard to obtain summoning is to see his mother again. The more Odin prevents the mother and son from seeing each other, Adam just wants to meet. Jiali clearly saw that Adam had something on his mind. She sat next to Adam and patted Adam gently and asked, "What are you thinking?" "It's nothing." Adam smiled at Carrie, and didn't show anything. This kind of thing doesn't need to be shared by others. "Is it the thing that Murphytoj said before?" Carrie asked cautiously, for fear of making Adam unhappy. Adam didn't want to tell Carrie, so he pretended to be stupid and said, "What's the matter?" "About your life experience." Jiali pursed her lips. "The goddess of death sealed by Odin, your mother." "Yes." Adam said with a helpless wry smile, "You have become stronger and smarter." "Humph, I have always been smart." Carrie raised her chin slightly. "If you have any concerns, just tell me, and I can help you figure out a solution." In fact, what Jiali was thinking at this time was whether to eat Odin secretly so that Adam would not be so upset. "My mother was sealed in Norway by Odin. I visited once 3 years ago and met my mother and Odin." Adam took 10 minutes to tell her story to Jiali, letting Jiali understand her current situation. "I can take care of myself, and there is John, right?" Carrie knew Adam's worries and also knew that John was actually a robot. "But the last time I was exiled, I spent 3 years in an alien plane. This time I don't know how long it will take." The entanglement on Adam's face was very obvious. "I don't want to leave you, not for a day. Let's go to Norway first. Maybe I have a way to solve the seal." Carrie summoned up the courage and lightly pecked Adam's face, blushing and said, "In fact, my true identity is a universe. Life, my lifespan is the same as you, it has no end. We should not worry about time." "Oh, let me think about it again." Adam sighed. "It's late, you go to bed first. I have asked John to clean up your room." "Okay." Jiali nodded obediently and ran upstairs. When she ran to the top of the stairs, Jiali suddenly stopped and said to Adam, "No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Good night." "Good night." Adam smiled, and his entanglement finally calmed down. Looking at Adam's smiling face, which was as warm as the sun, Carrie blushed and ran to her room, and she lay down on the bed. "Where is Odin? How can I find him?" Jiali has decided, and quietly eats Odin, so that Adam will not be so embarrassed. As the king of Asgard, Odin must be better than Murphytoj, right? But, you must eat quietly, after all, Odin is Adam's grandfather anyway. Jiali fell into her own fantasy. Odin was eaten by herself, Adam's mother organized her wedding with Adam, and the two entered the palace of a happy marriage. "Lolo, you said before that my summoning energy has accumulated enough for 100 points. When Mephitis appeared before, the system told Adam that the summoning energy began to grow. At the moment when Mephitis was eaten by Carrie, the system told Adam that the summoning energy exceeded 100 points again and the lottery could be opened. The Master's current summoning energy is 132 points. The demon is projected to die, creating a wealth of 80 summoning energy for you. It is recommended to find a powerful existence to kill for experimentation. Lolo, I only have 2 summon bars open now, and 1 more summoner is full. Tell me how to continue to open the summon bars." "Master, you think too much. Only in the first lottery will you draw 100% of the summoning book. In your subsequent lottery, there is only a 1/10 chance that you will get the summoning book again. So the question of the position of the summoning is temporarily, don't worry. UU reading www.uugonsshu.com. Listening to your explanation, I know it, but you don't know it either. Yes, Master, I don't know much, I suggest you explore it slowly. Well, let's draw a prize first. The sound of mechanical gears rotating in Adam's mind. After another, a small light spot appeared in front of Adam. Adam relied on instinct to lift his right hand and gently touched this light spot, and then a skill knowledge appeared in his mind. In this lottery, Adam won a skill called contract summoning. Can forcibly sign a contract with an entity whose strength is less than twice that of him, making it his summoned object, or if the other party trusts him 100%, he can sign a contract without restricting his strength and become his summoned object. The contract must be living creatures, including plant life and metal life, and even undead creatures. As long as he can think independently, he can be his calling. This skill is upgraded by time, and the current Adam can only sign a contract once. But as Adam has acquired this skill for longer and longer, the number of times he can sign contracts will naturally increase. Liolu, why is there a sound of gears turning? I remember not the last time. Master, I have already said that the first summoning must be the summoning illustration book. This is arranged, and naturally there will be no sound of the summoning. Adam nodded, his mind was full of this newly acquired skill, contract summoning. If I sign a contract with my mother, can I directly summon her from Odin's seal? Adam whispered, making a decision in his heart. Go to Norway and leave tomorrow. Chapter 15, Daily. The sun is shining, and the morning air is full of the fragrance of flowers and plants. Adam is sitting on the doorstep with a copy of the New York Times in his hand. A dilapidated second-hand pickup truck stopped in front of Adam, and Terminator John got out of the car with a plane ticket in his hand. Master, the ticket to Norway has been fixed today. With a more and more humane smile on his face, John handed the ticket to Adam. Adam took the ticket and checked the time, and found that the departure time was the evening of the same day. He couldn't help but frowned. Adam, who was eager to experiment with new abilities, naturally hoped that the sooner the better. John stood in front of Adam, smiling, and did not speak. That's it. Adam put the ticket in his pocket and put the New York Times aside. When I'm away, you have to take care of Giali. Although she has powerful strength, her heart is still too weak. Don't let people stimulate her and cause unpredictable consequences. If someone wants to hurt her, you remember to start in advance, and would rather kill the mistake than let it go. Master, Miss Carey will go to Norway with you. John took out another ticket from his pocket, which was the seat next to Adam. This is Miss Carey's ticket. Who allowed you to make your own claim? Give me an explanation. Adam's face turned black, and he looked at the Terminator in front of him with uncertain eyes. Adam is not afraid of nuclear war, nor is he afraid of Skynet, but this does not mean that Adam likes it. Adam suspects that the Terminator in front of him has evolved to a terrifying point through the catalysis of the system, even reaching the level of Skynet, able to think independently and learn from human emotions. Before I went to buy a plane ticket this morning, Miss Carey stopped me. John still had a smile on his face, and slowly explained, Miss Carey knows that you are going to Norway and is not planning to bring her news. She said that if you can't go with you, you will eat me and go by yourself. After a systematic analysis, I chose the most advantageous way to deal with it. Is that why you make your own claim? Adam understands it, but doesn't accept it. For the sake of life violated the Terminator's code. As the master of the Terminator, Adam believes that his own interests should be higher than the life of the Terminator, and the Terminator must execute his own orders without reservation, rather than making his own way to save his life. My first task is to buy a flight ticket to Norway for my master. Completing the master's order is the criterion for being a Terminator. John smiled unchanged and placed the right hand holding the flight ticket in front of Adam. After completing the master's order, I will explain Miss Carey's matter to the master clearly, and analyze the pros and cons for you. The decision of the matter is still in the hands of the master. Adam took the ticket in the Terminator's hand, feeling a bit hot, temporarily putting the Terminator matter aside. The most important thing at the moment is Jiali's emotions. Returned to the house with the ticket in his hand, Adam saw the beautiful girl sitting by the window bathing in the sun at a glance. Jiali was sitting at the table by the window drawing. Jiali liked painting very much, but because of her mother, she hardly had time to practice. Like now, basking in the lazy sunshine, doing what you like to do, and seeing your beloved as soon as you look up, this is a dreamy happy life for Jiali. Adam watched the little girl stop painting, raised his head and looked at himself with admiration, his heart numb. Adam knew what he would face after arriving in Norway. He would face the seal and exile of Odin, the king of Asgard. He didn't want the little girl to see this cruel scene. After Adam was banished, I don't know how long it will take to return. Think about it, what will Carey feel like watching Adam disappear in front of her, and there has been no news for a long time? But what Adam knew better was that when Jiali looked at herself with that pathetic and helpless look that contained admiration, she could never refuse any request from her, even if she went to Norway with herself. Let's talk. Adam sat opposite Carey and saw Carey's apple. I want to go with you. Jiali took the red crayons to color the apple. Adam put the ticket in his hand on the table and looked at Jiali and said seriously, it's not this, it's about Odin and the exile. You said. Jiali put down the pen in her hand. Next, Adam spent 30 minutes telling a family ethics drama of the Asgard Protoss. So, after going to Norway this time, you might have been away from me for a long time. Jiali was expressionless. Do I have to go? Adam could not see the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy from Jiali's face, but he nodded firmly and said, I have a method now that there is a high possibility that I can rescue my mother. I have to try it. I'll go with you, let me try, maybe you don't need to be banished, I can unlock the seal. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Jiali herself doesn't know how powerful she is, and she still didn't have the confidence to crack Odin's seal. Adam nodded and said, yes, but you have to promise me one thing. He. Jiali smiled and said, I will listen to what you say, and I will do what you ask. Our lifespan is unlimited, so if I get banished, I hope you won't be too sad. Adam touched the top of Jiali's head across the table. You have to go to school and live like a normal person, and wait for me to come back. Okay. Carey squinted her eyes while enjoying Adam's touch, and agreed to Adam's request without hesitation. Da-da-da. A series of gunfire sounded, Adam stood up, and the gunfire was at their door. Jiali stood up, walked to Adam's side and took his hand, and said, let's go and take a look. Guns can't hurt me. As soon as Adam was about to refuse, he saw Jiali looking at herself expectantly. Even if Adam knew that with Jiali's current physical strength, the bullet might not be able to hurt her, he didn't want Jiali to experiment. Well, remember to stand behind me. Adam agreed, he was confident to block every bullet that flew towards Jiali. Adam took Jiali out of the house and found two groups of people fighting at his door. A one-eyed black man is standing in the distance, holding an automatic rifle and shooting in the direction of his door. A man and a woman are hiding behind John's pickup truck at their door. The man is still holding two pistols in his hand and is fighting back. Adam looked surprised at the woman behind the car. He met this woman 3 years ago, and he got his Terminator John from her. Chapter 16, Skynet John. Sarah Connor, I believe you, I am in love with you, and I am willing to help you, but you want to get rid of me for a fugitive. The one-eyed black man yelled angrily as he shot. Sorry Nick, you are a member of the government after all, I can't let the government get it. Sarah Connor hid behind the pickup truck and responded loudly. The black man named Nick put down his gun and shouted, I work for the government, but we have been together for 2 years, don't you believe in the relationship between me and you at all?" Sarah Connor hadn't spoken. The man next to her said, "Ms. Connor, I'm pretty sure the leader has no black ancestry. You and him will break up sooner or later. Please don't care too much." "Lise, what did you do? Why did Nick say that you are a fugitive?" Sarah Connor asked the man next to him. "Who on earth were you arrested by?" "Sarah, trust me." Negro Nick continued to yell, "I really help you. The guy next to you is a Hydra. He is the Winter Soldier's subordinate." Sarah Connor remembers clearly that Race was taken away by a man with a metal arm. Could that guy be the Winter Soldier whom Nick called him, a member of the terrorist organization? Sarah Connor was caught in a mental hospital. Everyone didn't believe her, so she had feelings for the only Nick who believed in him. But when the future warrior Race, a subordinate who claimed to be his son, appeared, she completely abandoned her feelings for Nick, and instead trusted the self-proclaimed Race from the future. "No matter what it is not right for you to fight at my door. For this kind of thing that can harvest summoning energy, Adam naturally has to participate. Now I ask you to put down your weapons and explain things to me clearly." "Sir, I advise you to return to your house immediately and lock the door." The gun in the hand of the future soldier Lays pointed at Adam. "Put down your gun, you fugitive." The one-eyed black Nick immediately raised his rifle and aimed at Lays. Sarah Connor watched Adam fall into confusion. Although it had been 3 years since she had disappeared, she recognized the extraordinary, more handsome and charming Adam at a glance. Boom! The gun in Leith's hand rang, and a yellow-orange bullet hit Adam's forehead. Adam was taken aback for a moment, then fell into a rage, and was reborn in this world for 15 years. This is the first time someone has attacked him. Although with Adam's powerful Protoss physique, this bullet is not painful to him, but this can't change the fact that Lays wants to kill Adam. If Adam was just an ordinary person, maybe his head has blossomed now. Adam turned into an afterimage, and instantly came to the back of the pickup truck from his door, knocking Lays to the ground with a punch. Adam didn't use his full strength. He didn't want to kill Lays, because he still had a lot of curious things to figure out. "Adam." Sarah Connor looked at Adam, who appeared in front of her, and spoke hesitantly. "Are you Adam?" Sarah Connor was very impressed with the Superman who saved her 3 years ago. She was the one who knocked the Terminator off the wall with one punch. "Beautiful lady, after 3 years, we met again." Adam is still very gentleman-facing Sarah Connor. "Now, I think you 3 should sit in front of me and make things clear." Immediately afterwards, Adam shouted at the black Nick standing in the distance, "Mr. Nick, please put down your weapons and come over." Nick has fallen into a sluggishness. He didn't expect someone to catch a bullet with his head. Hearing Adam's words, the clever Nick put down the rifle in his hand and walked towards Adam's position. Adam's home. Jiali was next to Adam, curiously looking at the 3 people across the table. The beautiful Sarah Connor was holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, and she was fidgeting and watching the surroundings. Next to her was a one-eyed black man. Black Nick watched Adam's expression nervously, for fear that he would rush to kill him if he didn't pay attention to Adam. His instinct told him that Adam didn't like him very much. Next to the 2 of them is the future warrior Race tied to a chair. Race, who was punched in the head by Adam, is still in a lethargic state. "Your name is Nick, right?" Adam looked at the black man with only one eye and asked, "Are you a member of the government?" "Which department?" "My name is Nick Fury. I belong to the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I am an agent," Nick said while floating towards Sarah Connor. Adam raised his eyebrows, and unexpectedly met a big fish, the future director of SHIELD. "Adam, where is the robot you took away?" Sarah Connor's eyes lit up, as if she suddenly remembered something. "We can hand it over to the government." "What's wrong with the robot?" Adam turned his head and looked at Sarah Connor. "That is my trophy, I won't give it to anyone. Adam, listen to me. Sarah Connor heard that Adam was unwilling to hand over the Terminator, and said anxiously, that robot is under Skynet. One day in the future, Skynet will launch a nuclear war to destroy. In this beautiful world, everyone is unwilling to believe me. We handed over this robot to the government to prove the existence of Skynet, so that everyone can believe me. Adam was too late to speak. Sarah Connor continued, Nick is a candidate for the next director of the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics of the Homeland. He will hand over the Terminator to the government, and the government will definitely do it. Trust us, we can save the world. What do you think, Nick? Nick Fury sat motionless, as if he hadn't heard Sarah Connor at all. Gialli listened to Sarah Connor with a look of excitement, and found this thing really exciting. Nuclear war, the future, it is interesting to think about it. No one will give my spoils. Adam refused. Don't even think about it. I need to refute what Ms. Connor said. John walked out of the kitchen in his apron. Skynet is a network tool that I created to assist me. I am not prepared to launch a nuclear war to destroy the world. Although I have this ability, I use Skynet to make money in the stock market and finance. At most, I look for Chinese food online. It's the best way to make it. Sarah Connor stared blankly at the Terminator wearing an apron, completely lost. Sarah, who on earth told you about Skynet? Nick Fury stared at Sarah Connor with one eye with a serious face. I used the authority to investigate the internet company you mentioned. They declared bankruptcy and sold the company a year ago. The network engineer who made Skynet you mentioned is now an employee of Stark Industries, responsible for power engineering. How could this happen? Sarah Connor was completely mad, swaying Lays, who was in a lethargic state, crazily. Tell them quickly, what I said is true. Adam looked at Sarah Connor with some pity. In this world of superheroes, it is not your son's turn to save the world. Tony Stark directly brought the creator of Skynet to his company as a power engineer. The future Iron Man inadvertently saved the world. Chapter 17, Clear Task. Let go of me. I'm here to save you. Future Soldier Race woke up. Adam's gaze turned to him as Lays shouted. For this guy who dared to shoot himself, Adam hadn't figured out what to do. Adam, this guy who shot you has been included in my recipe. The well-behaved Gialli showed a fierce expression for the first time, but she was still cute in Adam's eyes. You like it? Adam stroked Carrie's head, smiling gently. What are you talking about? Sarah Connor's pupils dilated a little, but she still heard the exchange between Adam and Carrie. Nick Fury didn't know because of what was always very quiet. Adam didn't ask him, he would not speak at all. Then let's talk about your problem now. Adam's gaze turned to Lays, who had just woke up. You who have been clamoring to come back to save us, why did you shoot me directly as soon as we met? Lays glanced around and found that you were under control, but his enemy, the one-eyed black man, was sitting aside. He pursed his mouth and decided to remain silent. Adam saw Lays not talking, smiled, and said, Hee, there is nothing to say, then I will judge you guilty. Adam, Race is not that kind of person. Sarah Connor hurriedly came out to brush her presence. Back then, he just didn't want to hurt that metal arm weird, so he was knocked out by that weird and caught. The weird man with the metal arm? The hand or the right hand? Nick Fury spoke suddenly. Left hand. Sarah Connor was a little uncertain. What does it look like? Nick Fury looked a little excited. If it is really him, then I know why Race became like this. He is very strong, with a metal arm in his left hand, yellow-brown hair, and sky-blue eyes. Sarah Connor remembered carefully. You two stop first. Adam interrupted the two impatiently. He shot at me and he is going to be judged. I don't care what kind of person he was before and why he became like this. And Nick Fury, are you sure he was a good person before? I'm not sure what kind of person he was before, but the guy with the metal arm that Sarah just mentioned may be someone I know. Nick Fury's expression was serious. That guy is called the Winter Soldier, and it's an important fighting power for Hydra. So, it's my ass. Adam rolled his eyes and said to Nick, I hate one-eyed guys, so you should be quiet, just as before. Nick closed his mouth immediately, and didn't say anything again. Nick trusts his feelings very much. When he first sees Adam, Adam gives him a very dangerous feeling. It makes Nick's hair stand up, so Nick has always been so quiet. Adam, Race is really a good person. Sarah Connor put on a pleading expression. You let him go, okay? Adam frowned. He was quite sure that Sarah Connor and Leigh were not familiar with each other, but why did Sarah care about Leigh so much? Could it be that they were really destined to be a couple? Master, there is a heavenly mission. The excited voice of the system sounded in Adam's mind. Master, you have 10 seconds to consider whether you want to accept this task. Lolo, if I can complete the task, I will continue, no matter what the task. Adam reacted quickly. After accepting the task, tell me about the heavenly task, and then, don't you have no task function? Master, the task has been accepted, you can check it by yourself. The mission of the heaven is the mission issued by the heaven of the world, and it can be regarded as conforming to the destiny. The system replied, the system does not have the function of publishing tasks, the system has the function of accepting tasks. Check the task later, you tell me there is a way of heaven in this world. Adam was surprised. What is the heaven of this world? Is it OAA? Systematic explanation, Master, the way of heaven is just a general term. It can also be called alaya consciousness or the collective consciousness, collective subconscious complex. I understand. Adam nodded and began to check the mission. Task, clear the garbage left over by evolution. Mission description, this world is a developing single universe, and it often swallows other single universes in order to evolve. The Terminator universe that was swallowed before, left some residual matter after being swallowed. Most of the remnants have been well attributed, such as Adam's home Terminator John or Stark Group's electrical engineers, but there are always some remnants unwilling to be ordinary, such as Sarah Connor who has been looking for the Terminator and joining Rice, the future fighter of Hydra. These leftover substances that are unwilling to disrupt the process of the universe are destined to be eliminated. Task requirements, deal with Sarah Connor and Warrior Race, and there is no limit to the handling method. Task reward, 100 points of basic energy. Lolo, you should know what I want to know. Master, the easiest way is to kill them directly or erase their memories. The more complicated thing is to imprison them or bring them under your command, just like your Terminator John, no longer looking for traces of the world. You reading www.yunsha.com. Carry on. Basic energy, which is the basic energy that composes the world. The exchange with the summoner's energy is 1:1. Lolo, you really have my heart. Thank you for your praise. Adam also read novels before. He felt that his summoner system was unprecedentedly intimate, and he must have filled up money before crossing. Adam raised his head and found Sarah Connor looking at him nervously. Race was expressionless, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. The most peculiar thing is Nick Fury. That guy is really expressionless, and there is no emotional fluctuation in the only one left. To be honest, since Nick Fury sat here, he basically didn't have any expressions. When Sarah Connor mentioned the metal arm, Nick Fury pretended to be nervous. When Adam said he hated Cyclops, Nick Fury also pretended to be scared. With the powerful perception of the Protoss, Adam discovered that when Nick Fury pretended to be nervous or afraid, his heartbeat did not fluctuate, did not become faster or slower, indicating that he was not really afraid, but his acting skills were very good. Nick Fury, you can leave here now. Adam was not in a hurry to decide how the task should be completed. Instead, he said to Nick Fury first, I hope you forget everything that happened today, and never try to find me again. Okay. Nick Fury nodded and stood up, turned and walked outside the door. Nick Fury walked to the door and opened the door. He walked out without stopping. He walked to the front of a car, pried open the door with a skillful technique, and drove the car away. Carrie, you can have dinner. Adam pointed his finger at the man and woman across the table, and said to Carrie beside him, but, are you really sure you want to eat? Chapter 18, Hero Card. I just talk about it casually. Carrie shook her head. My recipe doesn't want to add humans for the time being. Well, I'll take care of it. Adam shrugged and said indifferently, it won't be difficult. What do you want to do? Sarah Connor looked horrified. After all, Adam just let Carrie eat her. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. After all, you, a woman, didn't do anything that hurts the world and reason. I can't do anything to you. Adam smiled and calmed Sarah Connor. What will my ending be? Sarah Connor was still wondering. Adam smiled and said, Miss Sister, don't think too much. As long as you promise me, in the future, you will no longer think about what Terminator Skynet nuclear war will destroy the world, and you can safely leave here and live a normal life. I promise. Sarah Connor nodded firmly. Can I go now? Please wait a moment. Adam smiled and nodded to Sarah Connor, and then said to Terminator John, take that future soldier down and deal with it. Wait, you are going to kill him. Sarah Connor stopped. You can let me go, but you can't let him go, right? Yes, he is different from you. Adam nodded without denying. You were just innocent and got involved, and he was not. And he joined the terrorist organization Hydra. Nick Fury called him a fugitive. Obviously he did bad things. The most important thing is that he is a man. Well, you persuaded me. Sarah Connor interrupted Adam. She was not persuaded, but she wanted to understand that if she provokes Adam, she might have to die with lays. The corners of Adam's mouth twitched. He didn't finish his words. He originally had a man who had to bear his own fault, but was interrupted by Sarah Connor. In this way, it seemed that he was because race was a man. Refused to let it go. John was not disturbed by the conversation between the two. When Sarah Connor spoke, he had dragged Lays into the kitchen. John, what are you doing? Adam yelled at the kitchen dissatisfiedly, there is a basement at home, why are you dragging him to the kitchen? Sorry master. John dragged Lays out of the kitchen again and toward the basement. Throughout the process, John's mouth was covered by John's hand and he couldn't speak, but his round eyes revealed resentment and fear. Master, the reward has been paid. After John dragged Lays into the basement for a minute, the system sent a message to Adam that the mission was completed. Miss Sister, you can go now. Adam gave Sarah Connor a gentle smile again. I hope we haven't met for the third time. Me too. Sarah Connor walked out the door quickly, as if Adam would regret it if he was one step late. Wait. Adam stopped Sarah Connor, who walked to the door. Unexpectedly, Sarah Connor directly knelt on the ground and cried out. No use so many things, but I really won't say it. Looking at Sarah Connor, who kept sobbing, Adam couldn't help but touch his nose, wondering if he was doing too much. Sister, don't cry, since I promised to let you go, naturally it won't hurt you. Holding the key of the pickup truck outside the door in his hand, Adam walked to Sarah Connor, who was kneeling on the ground. I just think you may not have the skills to steal a car from Nick Fury, so I want to give this car to you. Really? Sarah Connor sat on her knees and stopped crying temporarily. She raised her head and looked at Adam with big tearful eyes, as if she would continue to cry as long as Adam said no. Of course. Adam assured, patting his chest. he is not a man who makes girls cry, oh no, boy. Sarah Connor took the car key from Adam's hand carefully, and tentatively said, I can really go? Yeah. Adam nodded and asked, do you have any money? Should I get you some cash? No need. With Adam's consent, Sarah Connor rushed out of Adam's house in a windy manner, and swayed away from the small town of Chamberlain in the pickup truck. Ha ha ha, you scared her. Carrie lay on the table and laughed. I actually didn't mean to scare her, nor did I want to scare her. Adam shook his head helplessly. Is it really okay to let that Nick Fury go? Carrie stopped laughing and asked, do you really believe that he will forget what happened today? Of course I don't believe him, how could I believe in an agent, and the king of agents in the future? Adam spread his hands and said, but he didn't mess with me. I can't kill people for no reason. Just be happy if you are happy, who makes you a god? Jiali said nonchalantly, my god, what are we going to do next? You and I will go to the airport after dinner for a while, and I will take you to meet my mother. I will let John move to New York. Anyway, you and I can find him anyway. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Adam walked over to Jiali and sat down, stretched out his hands and hugged Jiali. You just said that I am a god, then what is my position? Carrie's protector. Carrie lay in Adam's arms, leaning her head on Adam's shoulder, her face full of happiness and sweetness. Master, can you complete a lottery while loving? Luo, are you jealous? No, the item obtained in the lottery is unknown. I hope that the owner will get the item as soon as possible, and then become familiar with it. Luo, you are jealous. No, your summoning energy has reached 203, you can draw twice, I suggest you use it at the same time. Luo, you are jealous. The system was silent for a moment. What if the concubine is not jealous? Sure enough, you love me. Don't tell your concubine that those are useless, do you draw a lottery? Pump. The lottery has been completed, but I will see for myself. Adam held Jiali and smiled happily. Adam had long suspected that the system is a gentle female voice, who is obedient to oneself, must be, falling in love with oneself. Adam used his mind to check the items he had drawn, and found that there were 2 cards named hero cards. It seems that because of the 2 draws at the same time, the items obtained are the same. Hero card, a one-time item that can summon a hero unit to fight for the summoner, and the time is a battle. The division of a battle is defined by the system. A hero? Adam is a little curious about the meaning of this hero, but now is obviously not a good time for the angry system to explain, he should talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 19, Contract Formation. The sun is shining and the breeze is coming. Standing on the Norwegian coast again, Adam was deeply moved. We met once and it took 3 years. Carrie, this time we may have to be apart for a long time, or maybe not too long. Adam looked at the cute girl next to him, and suddenly gave birth to great resentment. There are some things to do, right? Li Qiao smiled. I want to be part of your emotions, not to control your emotions. Good. Adam walked up the hillside with his signature gentle smile. Wait a minute. Carrie stopped Adam. Want me to try first? Adam thought to himself, this seal is for the mother Hela, and it shouldn't hurt Jiali. If she wants to try it, let her go. It is good. Jiali crossed Adam and ran to the hillside, looked back at Adam who was looking at her, smiled, and focused her attention on the seal in front of her. After carefully observing the seal, Jiali was a little bit troubled. This seal is integrated, as if it is connected to the entire universe. If Jiali swallows it directly, it will eat the goddess of death in the seal together. Whether Jiali can do it and leave it alone, even if she can't eat her future mother-in-law in her belly. Adam looked at the little girl carefully studying the appearance, and involuntarily showed a warm smile. Luo, are you in a better mood? The concubine has always been in a good mood. The great Luoluo can tell me the specific information of the hero card. Just like the introduction of the system, summon an existence that can be called a hero. Very powerful. Adam nodded, as if he understood something but didn't understand anything. Let's continue to observe Jiali. After some research, Jiali found that she couldn't break the seal from the outside, so she decided to go inside. No matter how perfect the seal is, it will have its flaws. Jiali found the weak point of the seal and bit on it fiercely. The space in the air seemed to have been bitten off by someone, and a black hole appeared, emitting an unknown aura. Jiali's eyes lit up, and her legs jumped into the black hole as soon as she tried, and the black hole in the space had disappeared. Carry! Adam roared and rushed up the hillside. But it was too late, Jiali had disappeared in front of Adam. Adam had never thought that Jiali would be such a fool, and she took the initiative to enter the seal. Didn't she think that she would not be able to come out? Who are you? Hela looked at the little girl who appeared in front of her curiously. Adam's presence softened the temper of the goddess of death, especially for children of the same age as Adam. Auntie, I am Adam's girlfriend. Jiali blushed, and she firmly stated her identity. Naughty! With a roar, Adam also entered this dark space. Baby! Seeing Adam, Hela turned all of her attention to her son. Mom! Adam only had time to spit out 2 words, and he was held in his arms by Hela. You shouldn't have come. Hela hugged Adam, her eyes full of affection. A ray of golden light emerged from the dark space, entwining towards Adam. Odin! Hela yelled, black and red supernatural power erupted from her body, blocking the golden light 3 meters away from Adam. Although the golden light was blocked by divine power, it still moved firmly towards Adam, at a speed of a few millimeters per second. Hela's mind fell into a moment of sluggishness. She was afraid that her child would be exiled after being sealed by Odin, and her life would be in danger. Mom, you don't have to worry too much, I can guarantee your safety. Adam saw Hela's worry and quickly explained, and I also got some special abilities. I came here to try to be able to can't save you. Baby, in fact, you don't have to do so much. You just have to wait patiently. I will go out sooner or later. Hela looked at Adam with an unprecedented gentle tone. You are only 15 years old, so you are looking for a girlfriend. Carrie, come here. Adam beckoned to Carrie and introduced to Hela, Mom, this is Carrie, a lovely and gentle girl. Little girl, I am Adam's mother. Hela carefully observed Jiali and discovered Jiali's mysterious and powerful power. It seems that Adam likes you very much. I agree to the matter between the two of you. Starting today, you will be the future princess of Asgard. Ah! Jiali was a little embarrassed. After all, she was only a 15-year-old girl. Adam watched the golden light around him getting closer and closer, and he couldn't wait to say to Hela, Mom, time is running out. The ability I have acquired allows me to renew my contract with others, and then call the contractor when I need it. Come to my side, let's sign a contract first, and after I go out, try to summon you out. Good baby. Hela smiled and nodded. Although she didn't believe that there was any contract that could ignore Odin's seal, as long as Adam was happy, it would be fine. Adam released the contract summoning technique in accordance with the guidance of the system skills. The invisible power extended from Adam's body and connected to Hela's body. The contract was easily reached. The golden light with the breath of Odin was less than 1 meter away from Adam. Adam knew that there was not much time left for him, and immediately explained to Carrie, Carrie, after you go out, go to New York to find John to settle down first. Wait me back. Well. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Jiali nodded obediently. After she came in, she found that her current ability was not enough to eat the seal. The layout of this seal is very magical, connecting countless unknown existences with huge energy, including the goddess of death Hela in the seal. Jiali's ability is not enough to break the seal. If it is forcibly destroyed, it may harm the death goddess Hela, so Jiali dare not do anything to the seal. Jiali, who knows that she has made a mistake, is naturally very clever. Adam didn't know Jiali's true identity at all, and didn't know how much power was in Jiali's body. He directly regarded Jiali's behavior as a naive farce. The death goddess saw that Jiali had a huge power, but she didn't believe that Jiali could destroy the huge seal of Odin's life linking the world tree and the 9 realms. And Jiali didn't dare to tell Adam at all. In fact, she couldn't get out, and she became a part of the seal. "Mom, I will try to summon you, if not, I will find other ways to save you out." Adam looked at Hela and said seriously, "Trust me. Baby, you must ensure your safety first." Hela gently kissed Adam's forehead. "We have a lot of time, don't worry. Mom is very happy to be able to see you." The golden light finally broke through Hela's supernatural power and wrapped around Adam. Adam instantly felt that he became extremely weak, and he might not even be able to lift a car. "Mom, Carrie, wait for me to come back." The golden light surrounding Adam became stronger and stronger, flashing crazily, and then accompanied by Adam's last words, "Only 2 women were left in the dark space." Is wrong, it is a girl and a woman. Chapter 20, New Universe. There was heavy snow in the sky, and Adam was in a good mood. Adam walked in a wilderness, and the traces of wheels under his feet proved that this world is different from the previous island world. There are humans or other creatures, and the level of technology is not low. Compared to 3 years of life on an isolated island, some coldness is nothing to Adam. Although Adam's divine body was sealed, his physical fitness was still much stronger than that of a mortal, at least 1/3 of Captain America's combat effectiveness. Adam has tried to use contract summoning to summon the goddess of death, but it was unsuccessful. The system tells Adam that Odin's seal is indeed very powerful. If you want to successfully activate the contract summoning technique, you must add another 100 points of summoning energy. The most important thing for Adam now is to quickly earn 100 summoning energy, try a contract summoning, and see if the summoning technique is temporary or can be left by his mother forever. Adam didn't know that Jiali, the silly girl, had pitted herself into the seal and could not get out. She was partnering with the goddess of death. If he knew, he might not be so anxious to summon the goddess of death. "Carrie, no mercy when fighting." "Yes. Hold the sword in your hand." "What?" In the sealed space of Odin, the goddess of death holds a black long sword in her hand, guiding Jiali to fight. Jiali has a serious face holding the long sword condensed by the goddess of death, and follows the goddess of death to learn how to fight. "Report." "Say." "My queen, I'm hungry." "Carrie, play another 100 rounds, and I will give you supernatural power." Jiali, because of her special physique, basically contains all the known substances in her recipes. In this isolated sealed space, the only source of food is the power of the goddess of death. Adam has been walking in the wind and snow for more than an hour, and there is a vast expanse of white everywhere. Fortunately, the marks of the wheels under his feet have not been buried by the wind and snow. Adam discovered from these marks that there should not be many, but not too few, vehicles, and they should all be trucks. The marks on these wheels are very wide and deep. It seems that a lot of things have been pulled on the truck. Looking at the signs of felling of the surrounding trees, there should be a logging yard ahead. Of course, it is also possible that Adam has gone in the wrong direction, and there is a logging yard behind him. Adam dragged his tired body and continued to walk forward. He felt hungry. After another half an hour, Adam's eyes lit up and he noticed that there was smoke in the air in front of him. Maybe it was cooking smoke or fire. There should be people in front of him. Adam's spirit was lifted, and he felt strength emerging from his body, and he ran all the way to the place where the smoke was rising. Since the ignition is on, there must be something to eat, right? Under the urging of hunger, Adam arrived at the smoking place in only 10 minutes. Adam's guess was correct. In front of him, a modern logging yard appeared. Several strong workers wielded huge axes to chop down trees on the ground. The lumber yard is fenced up. There are a few wooden houses in it, and the vague smoke is coming out of the chimney on the wooden house and drifting into the air. Adam touched the gold necklace on his neck and the gold bracelet on his hand, and sighed secretly that he was really prescient. Adam walked into the lumber yard and waved to the lumberjack who was working and shouted, "Hi, hello, I am a lost traveler. Can I change something to eat here?" The workers stopped their work, looked at Adam and did not speak. Looking at the ferocious expressions of these workers, Adam's mouth twitched a few times. It seemed that things were not good. "I said, although I don't have any money with me, I have gold." Adam took off his gold bracelet and waved it. "I mean to use it to exchange some food with you, or you are willing to send me a piece to the nearest city." The workers still looked at Adam from a distance. They neither agreed nor refused, but watched him quietly without speaking. Adam looked at the strong bodies of these workers and secretly estimated that it should be okay to fight these people with his current combat power, right? "It's really impossible, I can only summon the yellow turban soldiers." Thinking of this, Adam again began to sigh that he had foresight. He had a golden soldier before going to see his mother. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he was sealed. "Don't yell," the boy. "Although the main language of Canada is English, you happen to run into a bunch of French-speaking guys." An old man with a white beard walked out of the log cabin in the lumber yard and said loudly to Adam from a distance, "It's time for dinner, you can eat with us, and talk about other things after you have eaten." The old man with white beard finished speaking, and then whispered a lot to the loggers in French. Only then did a few workers smiled, waved at Adam, and said hello. Adam walked into the logging yard and came to the old man with white beard. He asked politely, "Hello, dear elder, my name is Adam, Adam White. How can I call you?" Adam wanted to say that he was Adam Oddingson, but after thinking about the surname Oddingson was too public, he chose Giali's surname. Anyway, Adam has no respect for Odin in his heart, and Giali is his girlfriend again. "My name is Luke Connors, www.readaloud.com, you can call me Old Connor." The old man with white beard was very enthusiastic, patted Adam on the shoulder and said, "Don't blame these guys for treating you so much indifferent. Some time ago our most capable good boy was taken away and never returned. They may have regarded you as that group of people." "Caught away?" Adam asked suspiciously. "No, a bunch of Yankees didn't know what they said to Logan. They died with his wife within a few days." Old Connor's expression was a bit ugly. "Then the gang of Yankees came again, and Logan went with them. He hasn't come back yet." Adam thought carefully. He was a little familiar with what the old man said, especially Logan in the Canadian logging farm. His wife died, but it was different from what he remembered. Adam and Old Connor talked while walking. At this time, they had walked into the wooden house and sat on the dining table. Adam asked, "The name Logan is familiar to me. Do you know his wife's name?" Old Connor thought for a while and said, "It seems to be called Kayla, or Kate." "Oh." Adam nodded silently, already knowing which world he had reached. Silver Fox Kayla, Wolverine's favorite woman, is also the only woman in the movie who married him and lived a happy life. Adam was chewing rough bread in his mouth, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. There are no mutants in the universe where Adam lives, and there are no X-Men. Adam thought he would never see his favorite Xiaojianhui in his life. Although the little bit of the mutant universe has become bald, it has also become stronger. But his mouth was sewn on, and there was basically no plot in the subsequent movies. At that time, Adam had bad reviews in his heart when he watched the movie. Now he can finally change all of this. Chapter 21, Hunter Gang. Adam enjoyed a not-so-delicious lunch in the cabin of the lumber yard, and then followed the lumber yard's timber transport vehicle to the nearest city. After bidding farewell to the workers at the lumber yard, Adam strolled aimlessly on the street. He could not remember the plot of the movie well, and he did not know how to find Wolverine. Adam decides to exchange gold bracelets for some money, and then ask the local gang for news about the mutants. As long as you find one mutant, you will naturally find more mutants. After looking around the street for more than 10 minutes, Adam found that there seems to be no gold shop in this Canadian city. There was an explosion in the distance, and the sound of people running and calling for help, and Adam walked over, driven by curiosity. 3 criminals wearing silk stockings were holding the bank that was robbed with long guns and short cannons. The surrounding people shouted and screamed, wanting to escape from this dangerous place, but driven by curiosity, they did not get too far away. Far away, watching with a probe. Adam stood in the distance and curled his lips. These people are not like our fellows at all, and even the onlookers are so bad. Following the sound of the police siren, a dozen police cars drove to the scene and surrounded the bank group. Listen, the guy inside, you are already surrounded, please stop the crime immediately and release the hostages immediately. A policeman with a big belly hid behind the police car, shouting with a loudspeaker in his hand. Adam frowned when he heard the greasy voice. Sure enough, the policemen in Moomin World were wasteful, and they couldn't fight well with soy sauce. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The criminal's reply was that a shuttle bullet hit the fat policeman's car and frightened the fat policeman to the ground. Adam stood in the distance and nodded satisfactorily. The criminals were as strong as ever. Neither the police nor the gangster dared to act rashly. Although the gangster's firepower was strong, he could not beat the hundreds of police officers. Although the police were crowded and powerful, they were afraid of hurting the hostages, so they did not dare to charge. The 2 parties fell into a dramatic confrontation. Seeing the anxious look of these gangsters, the next step should be to hurt the hostages. While observing the development of the situation, Adam quietly looked at the surrounding high-rise buildings. He always felt that this moment was the time for a superhero to appear. The police outside are listening to me. Immediately prepare a car for me, and then you will step back 100 meters for me, or I will start killing hostages now, killing one in a minute. A heavily armed covering his whole body, the strong-skinned man roared loudly, listening to the madness in his hoarse voice. No one doubted the authenticity of these words. Quick! Evacuate the crowd. The fat policeman was not too rash. Immediately prepare a car for them according to their request. Sir. The little policeman beside the fat policeman looked at his chief hesitantly. We can ambush them in other places, but we must not kill too many hostages. The fat policeman opened his eyes wide with bloodshot eyes. Anyway, he was planted this time. The fat policeman is the chief of the police station in this city. He has been the chief of the police for 7 years. In these 7 years, there has never been a major case of bank robbery. The 7 years of pampering him not only helped him develop a fat body, but also a cowardly heart. How can you be perverted without tights? Adam shook his head with a look of dissatisfaction. Parked the police bulletproof car slowly in front of the bank. These stupid policemen were really thoughtful. The gangsters were shocked by the police's IQ. Brother, you are interesting. Brothers can't be too shameful, so we will take a hostage away. The heavily armed gangster arched his hands at the fat policeman. As long as you don't hurt the hostages, I will try my best to satisfy you with all requirements. The fat policeman barely squeezed a smile. The current state of the fat policeman is that he is smiling on the surface, and his mother is selling criticism in his heart. He has made up his mind. When this incident is over, he must fire the guy who came from the train. Not only to expel, but also to beat him first. 3 robbers of roughly the same size took a fat-eared guy and walked towards the bulletproof car. The fat-eared guy was wearing a suit and his identity was marked on his breastplate. He was the manager of this bank. Please wait a moment, everyone. Adam emerged from the crowd and came to the robber. Stand there and don't move. Who are you? What do you want to do? The leading robber, heavily armed, pointed the gun at Adam's forehead. Adam was taken aback, a little coolness rose in his heart, and now he felt that he was a little bit bigger. After all, he didn't know whether his head could stop the bullet now. Originally, Adam was going to pretend to be awe-inspiring and use himself to replace the hapless hostage, but now in this situation. Big brother, since I was a kid, I saw such an exciting scene of robbery for the first time, and it really made me feel excited, especially when you look at hundreds of police officers as nothing, you are simply looking at the world. Adam never thought. I am a person who wants a face. Big brother, little brother, I admire you very much. Can you let me join your camp? Seeing that I take refuge in you under this much anticipated situation, you can never suspect that I have bad intentions, right? That's not what a hero does. Adam's impassioned speech, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com put the whole scene into silence. The police and the gangster looked at the young man in disbelief. Are you serious? The leader of the gangster looked at Adam with some doubts. Do you really want to be a badass? What is a badass? An angry expression appeared on Adam's face. Compared to the disgusting politicians who the flesh and blood of the people but are full of benevolence and morality, people like you should be called heroes. The gangster's leader was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, Little brother, get in the car. Good. Adam grinned and followed a few culprits into the bulletproof car. After waiting for everyone to sit firmly, the leader of the gangster drove the bulletproof car and rushed violently on the road, knocking over 2 police cars along the way and leaving the police circle. The bulletproof car was speeding on the highway, followed by dozens of police cars, but the gangsters were not worried at all. Boy, you are the most discerning and promising person I have ever seen. In addition to the gangster leader, the other 2 gangsters have taken off their headgear. The 2 round-faced and blonde gangsters seem to be twins. One sat next to Adam and said to Adam, Joining our hunter gang is the most important and correct decision you have made in your life. Believe him, the hunter gang has that potential. The other gangster of the twins, who was sitting across from Adam, patted Adam on the shoulder. What you said was really good. The fat man who was a bank manager slumped on the ground and shivered, closing his eyes tightly as if he dared not look at the faces of a few gangsters. Since Adam got on this car, his summoning energy has increased by 7 points. He is quite sure that there must be mutants in this car. Chapter 22, similar to the 7th generation. The bulletproof car drove quickly and came to a bridge. There was a large truck on the opposite side of the bridge. It was driving slowly, and the bulletproof car rushed up on the head. The truck turns to the left, the bulletproof car turns to the right, and the 2 vehicles cross each other. When the 2 cars were passing by, Adam saw the truck driver's face and was shocked in his heart. This guy looked exactly like the twin robber next to him. Could it be? Adam touched his chin, a trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. Yes, that's it. There is only one truth. They are triplets. Adam was sitting in the car, looking at the 2 robbers and brothers beside him, thinking in his heart, what kind of family can make the child like this? After the bulletproof car crossed the bridge, the robber brother number 3 who drove the truck directly crossed the truck on the bridge, got off the car and jumped off the bridge, and went to the middle of the deep sea. The bulletproof car broke away from the police without any surprises and drove to the abandoned factory in the wilderness. Adam feels a little distressed for foreign bosses. Whether it is a movie or a real world, there will always be countless abandoned factories abroad, which are used by criminals as temporary huts. The bulletproof car drove directly into the abandoned factory building and stopped. The robbers also took the money and got out of the car under the pressure of the bank manager. Adam did not speak, but followed several people obediently. Walking to the depths of the factory building, Adam saw cigarette butts and wine bottles all over the floor. It seems that they are robbers for a reason. Life is not easy. At this time, the leader of the robber took off his headgear. Seeing the face of the leader of the robber, Adam couldn't help but feel shocked. Is this Nima a quadruplet? A face that I have seen for the fourth time today appeared in front of Adam. The leader of the robber looked at the shock on Adam's face, and he couldn't help but smile. He walked to Adam, stretched out his right hand, and introduced himself, "I am a hunter." The sound of footsteps coming from outside the factory, 4 guys who look exactly like hunters walked in and said in unison, "We are all hunters, the creators of the hunter gang." These 4 guys were carrying worn and dirty cloth bags in their hands. Through the gaps in the bags, Adam could clearly see the colorful bills inside. Who to lie to? Adam rolled his eyes, looking clear. "Do you think I can't recognize you if I shave my beard?" Looking at the hunter's round face, golden hair, and sky blue eyes, Adam couldn't help but yelled, "Don't hide it anymore, I already recognize you, 7th generation May." "Who?" But the hunter in front of Adam looked puzzled, while the other hunters stood still and didn't speak. "Naruto Uzumaki, even if you shave off your beard, I can recognize you." Adam held his head high and looked proud. "Your technique of multiple shadow clones has exposed you." 7 guys who looked exactly the same came together, and instantly merged into one person. "Have you ever seen other people have this ability?" The hunter stepped on the clothes left on the ground and said to Adam with a smile, "I have never seen such a talented guy like you. I just fell in love with you. Starting today, you will be the deputy head of the hunter gang." "I am the deputy leader." Adam's eyes widened. "I just joined for a day, no, it's a long time." 5 more exactly the same hunters walked in from outside the factory, holding guns and money bags in their hands, and they knew that they had returned from the robbery without asking. These 5 guys threw money and guns on the ground, and one of them said to Adam, "Congratulations on becoming the deputy leader of a big gang that robbed 17 banks at the same time." 6-7 generations who claimed to be hunters came together and merged into one person. They smiled and said to Adam, "Although this gang is now only you and me. It's so interesting." Adam's eyes lit up. "Is this your ability as a mutant?" "Yes, I guess you are also a mutant, right?" The hunter looked at Adam and said, "Since everything is clear, then you can talk about what you want to do." "Of course I joined you." I joined you. It's not right, anyway, I just admire you, big brother." Adam smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be a mutant at the beginning. But I had long thought of you as a mutant." The hunter took out a revolver from his arms and pointed it at Adam's head, and said confidently, "My ability is not only a clone, but also a super perception. You think you will I bring you back with just a few words of compliment? I feel the huge breath of life in you. What are you going to do for 7 generations?" Adam put away his laughter, he didn't come to join the gang. "Speak out and listen and see if our purpose is the same." When Adam saw the gangsters in front of the bank, his summoning energy increased. Adam guessed that these gangsters are either mutants or have something to do with mutants. Of course, they have to follow up to find out. "Tell me about your abilities." The hunter pointed his gun at Adam's head with an arrogant expression. "If you are useful, I don't mind actually accepting you as a kid. By the way, you look like you are holding the winning ticket." Adam slowly inserted his hands into his pockets. "It's really annoying." The hunter had a solemn expression, moved his finger to the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. "I really don't know how many clones you have outside, or whether the one in front of you is the main body." A golden figure appeared in front of Adam, and Adam's voice was heard from behind the figure. "Come out." "Who?" The gun in the hunter's hand was pointed at the head of the golden soldier. "So there are helpers. Are you teleporting ability and metal physique? Do whatever you feel like. www.readaloud.com." Adam hides behind the golden soldier and observes nervously, for fear that a hunter will show up for himself somewhere. "So, Naruto-san, please draw your sword." "Ha ha ha ha." The hunter looked up to the sky and smiled. Adam is wondering, when the hunter has any hole cards. Bang dang. "Big brother, I was wrong. The hunter threw the gun in his hand to the ground and knelt on his knees. Hey! Adam secretly glanced at the hunter from behind the golden soldier, and said unbelievably, you just admit defeat. The hunter knelt on the ground respectfully and said honestly, I can't beat it whether it's teleportation or metallization. Adam asked with some doubts, what about your shadow clone technique? Even if the clone is dead, nothing will happen to your body, right? It's my own cleverness. I perceive that your life energy is several times stronger than ordinary people. I think you are not too powerful, so the fool kneeling in front of you is my body. The hunter knelt on the ground, very honest. I am willing to join your subordinates, please accept me. The hunter behaves like a weak animal, exposing his belly in front of a powerful animal, exposing his weakness to the opponent to prove his loyalty. Adam is still thinking, he is not sure to control the other party. The image of the golden soldier is too conspicuous. When Adam appeared in front of the crowd, it was impossible for the golden soldier to follow him. But there is no golden soldier staring at the guy in front of him, maybe he will drop the clone from his own body. When Adam was embarrassed, the system spoke. Master! I have two options for you to choose. Chapter 23, What kind of man does the summoner want? Luo, tell me which two methods are first. Adam hid behind the golden soldier, keeping alert at all times. The first method is that you spend 10 points to summon energy, and I will help you set a mark on its body, so that you can detect the position of his body at any time. Adam thought for a while and said, what is the second method? Could it be possible to use the summoning energy to control him? No, the second way is to kill him. Why? Adam asked puzzledly, Luo, when did you become so cruel? Could it be a sequelae from the last time I teased you? The concubine body is not cruel. Although this universe is called the mutant universe, most intelligent creatures hope that mutants disappear, including more than half of the mutants. So, Adam's eyes were gleaming, as if he understood something. So there is a long-term mission in this world, which is to eliminate mutants. Reward. Adam's words are concise and concise. The first level mutant rewards 5 basic energy points, the second level mutant rewards 20 basic energy points, the third level mutant rewards 100 basic energy points, and the fourth level mutant rewards 1000 basic energy points. Adam thought about it carefully, then asked, how much is the reward for the 5th level mutant? 5 level mutants do not exist in theory. Phoenix possessing the power of the phoenix cannot be considered a mutant, but what about the Apocalypse? Apocalypse has the blood of a god, and his reincarnation fusion ability is brought to him by the blood. From the root, Apocalypse is not a 5th level mutant. In that case, those abnormal level mutants in the comics do not exist in this world at all. Master, this is just a single universe. Naturally, there will be no two powerful individuals. Adam nodded and asked, what is the level of the guy who can multi-shadow avatar in front of me? 100 o'clock. Understood. Adam couldn't help sighing in his heart. It's a pity that the mutant version of Naruto 7 generations. Brother Hunter, do you know any other mutants? Adam walked to the hunter with a smile, and helped the hunter who was kneeling on the ground up. I've seen a few, but I haven't left any contact information. The hunter laughed mockingly. Hehe, you also know how sensitive our mutants are. Tell you the truth. Adam rolled his eyes, pretending to be compassionate. My dream is to build a country of mutants, but mutants are really too difficult to find. It took me a long time to find only you and this one next to me. While talking, Adam patted the arm of the golden soldier. Under the control of Adam's mind, the golden soldier also patted Adam on the shoulder to express comfort. What's the name of this mutant with multiple abilities? The hunter looked at the golden soldier enviously. He himself was a mutant with multiple abilities, but his perception ability was not very effective. The hunter made a flattering expression at the golden soldier and said, really, you are the most powerful mutant I have ever seen. Because the metallization is out of control, he has become permanent metallization, and has lost the ability to speak. In Adam's heart, he despised the hunter's ambiguity, but on the surface he pretended to be passionate. His name is... I think about it. It's been a long time since I called his name, I can't remember it. Adam pretended to think, but he was making up in his heart. It's... Harry. Harry Potter. Yes, it's Harry Potter. Adam's ability to name is not mentioned. Are you really a mutant who can't be contacted? Adam looked at the hunter with a smile, and Chun Chun Shan seduced. If you think about it, you rob and step on the street every day, you will always see something different from ordinary people. Guy? Don't you have the ability to perceive? Really? The hunter slapped his head and said excitedly, when I passed by a boxing gym yesterday, I heard a loud noise inside, and then I felt it. There are several breaths in it that are different from ordinary people. Where is that boxing gym? What's its name? Adam's eyes lit up, and he felt a big gain. Seeing Adam's joy, the hunter said as if he was inviting credit, it seems to be called the Geely Boxing Gym, on the 3rd Street. The whole street is the boxing gym, which is very easy to find, even if you don't need me to lead the way. You can find it anywhere. Isn't it useless for you to say that? Adam heard this, tilted his head and glanced at the hunter, muttering softly in his mouth. I really don't know whether to say that the hunter has a low desire to survive, or that he has a low IQ. Knowing that Adam was thirsty for news about mutants, he even said such important news casually. What? What's the matter? Looking at Adam's strange posture, the hunter couldn't help feeling a little cold in his heart. Adam did not answer, but asked, is there only such a mutant information? The hunter nodded and said, only this is what I felt yesterday. They should still be there. After all, our mutants always have no fixed place and whereabouts are erratic. Actually, I really hate you for saying the word us. It makes me ashamed to put you on the same level as me. Adam adjusted his hairstyle and walked outside the factory. As a 7th generation without 9 llamas, your ending is doomed. Sayona. What do you mean? The hunter looked at the back of Adam leaving in a panic. Adam left without pause, it seems that the hunter has no answer. Looking at the golden soldier walking towards him slowly, the hunter couldn't help but think of Adam tilting his head and looking at him, speaking in a low voice. Click! The golden soldier broke the hunter's neck easily, just as easily as a bear broke a cornstalk. The hunter's sight fell into the darkness, and he heard vaguely in the vagueness, so you are useless, are you useless, you are useless. The hunter lying on the ground felt that he was getting colder and colder, and his breathing gradually weakened. So, you said this. Adam saw several cars and a motorcycle in front of the abandoned factory. He was tinkering with that motorcycle. Ya has no money to get a driver's license in this life. When he left the orphanage, he was thrown on the island by Odin. In fact, motorcycles are also quite good. Look at the movie, which protagonist is not a motorcycle? A motorcycle is much more handsome to ride than a car. Adam was tinkering with the motorcycle while comforting himself. It is worth mentioning that Adam's electric bike can be ridden fast, and it may be similar to a motorcycle. Chapter 24, Let's Learn to Meow. A motorcycle is now on the edge of the city, driving towards the center of the city. A perfect corner, another beautiful drift slapped on the wall. Boom! I photographed the wall at such a fast speed, the motorcycle disintegrated directly, and the metal parts flew around. Adam got up from the ground with lingering fear and rubbed his sore knee. A small squatting on the street just saw this scene, threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, walked to Adam and asked, Dude, is it exciting? Adam replied in a serious manner, the excitement is quite exciting, but it's too dangerous. You can't ride so fast next time. The gangster looked at Adam, and Adam also looked at the gangster, the two fell into each other's eyes. Why are you looking at me? Adam was a little impatient looking at the coxcomb head of the gangster. "Would you like to join our speeding party?" The young gangster took a cigarette out of his pocket and put a cigarette on it. "Not to mention technology, you are qualified to join us with your guts." The gangster has comb-like hair and is wearing a leather jacket with studs. There is a red racing motorcycle not far behind him. "Do you know where the number 3 street is?" Adam stared at the motorcycle behind the gangster, and asked, "I heard that there is a Geely boxing gym, have you heard of it?" "Turn left at the intersection ahead is number 3 street. There is indeed a boxing gym, but I don't know its name." The smoked. "How about brother, do you want to join our speeding car party?" "Our speeding party?" Snapped. Before he finished speaking, Adam slapped Adam on the head and fainted instantly. "If you don't learn well at a young age, what kind of car you fly?" Adam crouched down and turned around on the punks, ran for several pockets, and took out a key. Riding the gangster's red motorcycle, Adam happily rushed to the boxing gym on 3rd Avenue. Looking at the big auspicious word on the signboard of the boxing gym, Adam threw the motorcycle aside and walked inside. The more he walked into the boxing gym, the more serious Adam's expression became. There were cracks on the wall of the hallway of the boxing gym. Through the cracks, you could see the white-gray behind the wall of the hallway. These cracks looked like beasts scratched out with their claws. Although Wolverine would come here, I knew it was not a masterpiece of Wolverine at first glance, because although these cracks are very messy, it can be seen that there are 5 claws scratching, while Wolverine has only 3 claws. According to the plot of the movie that Adam recalled, the beast in it now can't speak well, so it's better to be careful. 4 figures appeared in the front, back, left and right of Adam. The golden humanoid creatures more than 2 meters tall looked very strong and powerful, which gave Adam a sense of security. Under the protection of 4 golden soldiers, Adam finally entered the inside of the boxing gym. There is a collapsed ring in the center of the boxing gym. There are only 2 people and 2 men on the ring. A big fat man with a height of 2 meters was lying in the corner of the ring. This fat man was the fattest man Adam had ever seen. He seemed to weigh at least 500 or 600 jin. There was a person squatting next to him. The squatting man exudes the breath of a beast. He is nearly 2 meters tall, has messy brown hair, and his vicissitudes of life are full of violent and bloodthirsty faces. "It's so great that you were willing to give your life to help my brother keep secrets." The beast-like man threatened the big fat man on the ground with a ferocious smile. "Are you sure you want to die for a man, not for the beautiful girls with tattoos on your arms? Victor, why do you want to help him kill his clan?" The big fat man showed fear, his eyes full of struggle, and said in an imploring tone, "We are comrades in arms." The beast named Victor grabbed Fatty's head with his right hand. Victor is a mutant. It can be seen from his hands that the nails on his hands are black, very sharp, 5 or 6 centimeters long. It seems that the beast caught the crack in the outer corridor. 5 black nails pierced the top of the fat man's head. Adam thought it might have been pierced into his skull, and he got a lot of goosebumps all over his body. I said. The fat man yelled, he was really scared, he knew Victor would really kill him. The Crown nightclub in the East End, a guy named Remy, whose nickname is the King of Cards, Logan went to look for him. Victor's face was full of smiles, but his hands didn't stop, instead he pressed harder on the fat man's head. "What you want to know, I have already told you, let me go, because we are comrades in arms." The fat man pleaded bitterly, afraid that Victor's nails would pierce his brain membrane in the next second. "Stop it!" Adam hurriedly shouted, "This fat guy is a 3rd-level mutant. The head is mine. The milky little guy, you scared me." Victor raised his head, looking at Adam with bloodthirsty eyes, and the corners of his mouth evoked a dangerous arc. "Victor, right." Adam touched the bridge of his nose lightly, and 2 golden soldiers appeared again behind Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. There were already 6 golden soldiers in the field. I heard your nickname is Saber-Tooth Cat, Big Cat. Kid with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Victor showed a bloodthirsty expression, 2 fangs leaked out of his lips, it seemed that he was angry. Although I don't know what these yellow dolls are, I will prove that they are useless at all, and I will tear you apart bit by bit. Cut, beat him, I want him to cat meow. Adam sneered at Victor's words, pointed his finger at Victor and gave orders. 2 golden soldiers stayed beside Adam to protect his safety. The remaining golden soldiers rushed towards Victor from 4 directions, very agile. The current golden soldiers have cleared Adam's long-term warmth, plus the energy they absorbed from the air, all of them have the combat effectiveness of a Captain America. The golden soldier rushed to Victor's head and hit Victor's head with a fierce punch. Victor was like a sensitive big cat. With force on his waist, a backflip evaded the attack. Before Victor used his claws to launch a counterattack, the other 3 golden soldiers attacked. 4 golden soldiers punched and kicked around Victor. Victor was able to endure countless attacks with Superman's physique, but it was all right. Instead, he showed his claws and began to counterattack, leaving many scars on several golden soldiers. Adam's brows frowned, and the attacking power of the golden soldier had caused a fatal injury to Victor, and he couldn't even make him vomit blood. Didn't the introduction say that there is fighting wisdom? Why are they all stupid? The angry Adam decided to personally direct the battle. Chapter 25, 1 Meow 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 Meow. Victor's attack was in full swing, and he became more and more crazy, completely ignoring the attack on him by the golden soldier. Adam was anxious in his eyes and didn't know what to do. He wanted to direct the battle, but before he opened his mouth, the scene of the battle changed several times. This level of battle cannot be commanded by words, at most it is just tactics. The IQ of the golden soldiers improves with the improvement of their strength. The current golden soldiers are stupid one by one, only knowing that one punch is hard to change. Luo, how should I use my mind to command the golden soldiers to fight? I can't connect their minds at all. What you want them to do, they will do what they will naturally do, you just have to think about it, and they will perceive your thinking. Adam began to imagine the fighting style of the golden soldiers in his mind. Victor jumped into the air and directly pressed a yellow turban soldier under him, waving his claws, frantically making scars on the golden soldier. Another golden soldier kicked Victor down, and the rest of the golden soldiers swarmed up and pushed Victor to the ground. Victor twisted a few times in a strange posture underground, then got out of the golden soldiers' suppression and began to counterattack. The scars on the bodies of several golden soldiers are getting more and more, and Victor is still alive and well as always. The rhythm of the battle has gradually fallen into Victor's hands. It is indeed a strong saber-toothed tiger who has experienced countless battles. Victor jumped into the air again and rushed towards a golden soldier, but he did not expect to make a miscalculation this time. The golden soldier, who was targeted by Victor, knelt directly to the ground. Victor never thought that the silly guy in front of him would have such many ways. Victor, who jumped high, didn't touch the golden soldier at all, but flew over the golden soldier's head. The golden soldier who knelt on the ground turned around and hugged Victor's legs in mid-air. Victor's body was unbalanced and fell directly to the ground. The other 2 golden soldiers rushed forward, one of them hugged Victor's hands and twisted them vigorously. Crunchy. Accompanied by a harsh bone-twisting sound, Victor's hands were twisted. Then the 4 golden soldiers twisted Victor's legs again, and grabbed her limbs, twisting and twisting, for fear that he would heal. Big Cat, how do you feel? Adam stepped forward a little, but still didn't dare to get within 3 meters of Victor. Before Adam's seal was lifted, he refused to approach any dangerous people or objects. Comfortable? Victor growled with red eyes. Go on. I will definitely kill you, I will tear you up little by little, and you will remember it for me, I am a saber-toothed tiger. Oh, Big Cat. Adam chuckles, give me a cat. Ah. Victor twisted his body frantically on the ground. Because all his limbs were controlled by the yellow turbaned soldiers, only his head shook very greatly. Adam turned his gaze to the ring not far away. The fat man on the ring was limp and motionless on the ground. It seemed that Victor had been seriously injured. Adam did not speak, nor did he make any movements. The two golden soldiers who had been protecting Adam by his side separated one and walked towards the ring. It seems that Adam has perfect control of how to control the golden soldier. Boom! The golden soldier walked to the fat man on the ring with a mechanical step, and slammed his fist on the fat man's head, making a loud noise. The fat man's head was smashed into the ring by this huge force, but it seemed that his breathing was still very smooth, there was nothing serious about it. Boom! Boom! The golden soldier hit the fat man's head with one punch, waving his fists mechanically. Until the golden soldier hit 27 punches, the system finally reminded Adam that 100 points of summoning energy were received. Adam was very happy. On the first day he came to this world, he killed 2 third-level mutants and got 200 summon energy points. When Adam's summoning energy exceeds 100 points, the system tells Adam that the goddess of death summoned by contract summoning can only exist in this world for a period of time before returning to the original world. Adam had anticipated this, and was not too disappointed. Now Adam has 200 points of summoning energy, leaving 100 points as his trump card to summon the goddess of death, and the remaining 100 points can open a lottery. Adam looked at Victor, who was still twisting on the ground again. This guy is also a lucky draw. Lolo, is this stuff easy to kill? Cut off his head and throw him into the steel furnace if he is not dead. How difficult can it be to kill a mutant who has been caught? Let's draw a prize first. He hasn't learned how to cat me, so I won't kill it for now. Good luck, see for yourself. A syringe-like object appeared on Adam's hand, and it was slightly glowing green. Item: Super Power Converter. Introduction: you can the ability of a possessor with extraordinary abilities into the converter, and use the converter to give this ability to others. Remarks: the upper limit is level 3 mutants or other people with extraordinary abilities of the same level. Falling: is there a uniform division of strength levels in the universe? No, every world has its own unit of measurement. www.readaloud.com, such as the level setting of the mutant universe, or the setting of the Captain America combat power calculation method in your original universe. Adam took the superpower converter in his hand, looked at Victor with a smile, and said, "Now I give you 2 choices. One is that you can learn how to mow me, and the other is that I hold a flashlight to shine on you." Victor just stubbornly twisted his body without speaking. As a tough guy who has experienced countless battles, Victor has never seen anything. He was shot and killed for several hours without fear. "I want to give you a reminder that you will die after being illuminated by this flashlight." Adam winked at Victor. "You can cooperate with me, I sing, we learn to sing meow together, you sing, meow 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 together." Ho ho! Victor panted heavily, his red eyes twisted, his bones crunched, and the pain from his limbs would only make his mind clearer, the anger in his heart stronger, and the desire to kill Adam more violent. "Get ready, I'm going to start." Adam raised his voice and sang in a very cute voice, "Let's learn to cat meow together. Let's learn to meow together. Big cat, this is the first time I have given others the right to choose their own destiny. Don't you want to cherish it?" Adam was in a very happy mood. Compared to the last time he lived alone on the island for 3 years in exile, this time exile is simply a benefit. Traveling in a different world, you can earn summoning energy, and you can tease cats, so happy. Okay. Adam shrugged indifferently. "Maybe I will meet other you in other universes, maybe the other one will meow me, goodbye big cat." Chapter 26, Aurora. Victor lay on the ground and looked up at Adam. He didn't have a trace of fear. He insisted that Adam could not kill him. Adam stabbed something similar to a flashlight in his hand. Victor's forehead, after thinking about it, took a step back, and handed the flashlight in his hand to the golden soldier beside him. Who knows what happens when this energy converter is used? What if Victor hurts himself with a burst of potential? Adam thought in his heart, commanding the golden soldier with his mind to press the energy converter on Victor's forehead and activate the switch. OM. Accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, a green light flashed on the energy converter. Adam knew that this meant that the ability had been extracted. Adam is very satisfied with the efficiency of the work. Sure enough, the system produced must be a boutique. Aren't you going to kill me? Is this done? Victor gave a mocking smile. You don't know how much I long for death. Cut. Adam rolled his eyes and turned and walked out. The fate of this big cat was destined to change when he met Adam. When Adam appeared outside the boxing gym, the golden soldiers around him disappeared, and he took back the summoning space. Luo, how much summon energy do I have now? 237. Use 100 points of summoning energy to give me a lottery draw. After being sealed, I always feel insecure. Okay, it seems a bit tasteless. Item, Summon Creature Conversion Card. Introduction, you can convert a creature with a combat power of no more than 5 points into your own summoning object. The converted summons can be collected into the summoning space and can be transformed and upgraded. Luo, what the is fighting power? Didn't it mean that there is no division? Don't care about these details, the combat power on this card should be the form of division of the universe it was born into. Then do you know the 5-point combat power converted into the division of this world, what level of mutants is it? It has nothing to do with mutants. An adult without training has a combat effectiveness of 7 points. Adam was silent for a while, not entangled in the gains and losses of this lottery, and he helped the motorcycle on the ground to ride into the distance. He needed help. Adam stopped beside a woman with a basket in her hand. Hello, how can I get to the East District? Do not know. This is already the 13th person Adam asked. Adam now suspects that the so-called Eastern District is not in this city at all. I know where the East Side is. Adam, listening to the crisp childish voice, turned his head and saw a little girl sitting in a corner of a small alley with her knees hugging. Adam put the motorcycle away, walked to the girl's side, took out a handful of money from his pocket and said, "If you tell your brother where the East District is, the money will be yours." The little girl raised her head, her white face was dirty with dirt, and her emerald green eyes were very beautiful. Is just a pair of pure eyes like lake water. Adam is sure that this girl will be very cute after being cleaned. I don't want money, I hope you can take me in. The little girl looked at Adam seriously, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Adam shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Little guy, you don't understand my situation. I can't be in this world. Hey. Anyway, I can't take you in." If it's his own world, Adam wouldn't mind taking in a cute little guy, but Adam doesn't know how long he can stay in this world, let alone take care of a little guy. Although the little girl was sitting on the ground, Adam could see that even if she stood up, she would not exceed 1.2 meters. Listening to her crisp childish voice, she should not be over 10 years old, and she might be a boy. Well, how about I send you to the orphanage? I will leave a large sum of money for the orphanage so that they can take good care of you. Adam thought for a while and said, "I can know why you are here." Adam suddenly had some doubts, such a small child, and so cute, looking at his dirty look, should not have been wandering for a day or two. How did she survive? My parents were killed, and I was being hunted down. A few tears shed in the little girl's beautiful eyes. Because our whole family are mutants. Master, this is a good opportunity. Even the first level mutant has a combat power of more than 10 points, but the combat power of the little girl in front of him is only 3 points, which is incredibly low. Luo, is that because she is still young? Let me first ask her what her abilities are. No, even if you turn yourself into a mutant ability of Tuoxiang, you will increase your combat effectiveness by 5 points. In other words, as long as you are a mutant, you can't have combat effectiveness less than 5. So, the little girl in front of me is actually not a mutant. The concubine is not sure, the master can check it yourself. If she is a mutant, even if her ability is useless, the master will turn it into your summoning object. Compared to ordinary people, the mutant can accept the transformation. There are so many upgrades. What's your name? Adam showed a gentle smile. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com's smile was as warm as the first time I saw Jiali. My name is Adam, you can call me Adam, or Adam brother. Aurora. The little girl looked at Adam expectantly. Brother, my name is Aurora. Adam gently rubbed the top of the little girl's head and asked, what's the last name? No. The little girl enjoyed Adam's touch and narrowed her eyes, just like a cute animal. Mum and Dad never said it. Then I will take you temporarily. Adam picked up the little girl and walked to the place where the motorcycle was placed. I have something urgent to go to the Eastern District. I will decide how to settle you after I finish the work. Oh. The little girl is very cute. Help me show the way, Aurora. Adam put the motorcycle and sat behind the little girl. Following Aurora's directions, Adam quickly left the city on a motorcycle and came to a wilderness. My goddess of dawn, are you sure we are on the right path? Don't worry, brother, I just wandered over there. The two have been driving on the road for more than an hour. They have been chatting and talking. And they are very familiar with each other. Adam's hidden attribute may be to attract little Loli. Because Aurora is the name of the goddess of dawn in Norse mythology, Adam laughed and said that the little girl was his goddess of dawn, and showed him the way when he needed it most. Adam did not inquire about Aurora's ability, he has not yet decided whether to turn Aurora into his own summon. After all, there are actually not many directions he can choose. Moreover, he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain when Aurora was summoned in front of Carrie. Chapter 27, Missing Wolverine. Under the moonlight. Adam walked through the wilderness step by step with Aurora on his back. Just before, when the two were having a good chat, the motorcycle went on strike. Check carefully because there was no gasoline. Don't look at Aurora's young age, only 11 years old, but she is very sensible and obedient. Adam likes this little girl more and more. Aurora, what are your abilities? Adam walked in the wilderness with Aurora on his back, and asked seemingly inadvertently. Persuade others. Aurora put his arms around Adam's neck on Adam's back, and replied, persuasion is mandatory. Adam thought for a while, this should be a mind control skill, and asked, how much can I persuade? Can a person die? Yes, as long as he is persuaded by me, he will obey all my orders. Aurora whispered in Adam's ear, the stronger the person, the slower the persuasion. Just like your brother, I was the first to meet you. To the unconvincing existence. Can you perceive whether a person can persuade? Adam was a little curious. Have you met other mutants? I don't know why, I just can feel how long it takes for a person to persuade. Aurora's voice was a little sleepy, and she was still yawning. Hey, I can't see who is a mutant, and who is not a mutant. There was a trace of sweat on Adam's forehead. He had been walking with Aurora on his back for a long time, and he was already a bit tired for the sealed divine body. How far is it? It's not far, look at the lights in front. Adam raised his head, and he saw the stars in the darkness ahead. Aurora is done, I want to speed up. What are you catching? Ah! Adam started to run, and Aurora, who was at a loss, could only grab Adam by the hair. In the rush of wind, Adam has come to the city with Aurora on his back. Hoo! Adam placed Aurora on his back gently on the ground, panting with his hands on his knees. It's here. Aurora raised her small hand, pointed to a small bar on Adam's left, and said, this is the Crown nightclub. So low-key. Adam reached out and took Aurora into the bar with the word crown written on the number plate. Passing through a dimly lit corridor, as if walking into a different world. The lights in the hall flickered along with the music, the girls danced irritatingly, and everyone was drinking while playing cards. Welcome to the crown, it is not a wise decision to bring children here. A young man dressed as a waiter came to Adam. Are you here to find someone? As soon as Adam entered the nightclub, he looked around. Everyone could guess his purpose. I'm looking for someone, his name is Remy, his nickname is the King of Poker, have you heard of him? Adam remembers that in the movie, the King of Poker is quite famous here, and everyone knows him. Unfortunately, someone came to him before you. This guy looks very fierce. I guess Remy must owe him a lot of money. The waiter shrugged and said, that fellow Remy ran through the back door. The guy who asked for the money also chased it out. Thank you. Adam stuffed a handful of banknotes into the waiter's hand. Take me to the back door. Come with me. The waiter took the money and led the way with a smile on his face. I think you might be disappointed. They have been away for more than 3 hours. Adam frowned and felt something was wrong. Could it be that he was already late? Adam led Aurora out of the back door of the nightclub, and found that this was a remote alley. The surroundings were very messy, it seemed that a battle had taken place. The trash was flying everywhere, and the external staircase on the wall was also cut off. There was no blood on the ground, and it seemed that no one was injured. This is embarrassing, it seems that the Card King and Wolverine have already left here, maybe they have reached an agreement. Has the person that brother is looking for has left? Aurora took Adam's hand and raised her head to comfort him. It's okay, we can look elsewhere. Yet. Adam looked at the cute girl with a smile on his face. Aurora, would you like to follow me forever? The little girl pursed her lips, nodded and said firmly, I do. Haha. Adam rubbed the top of Aurora's head and said with a smile, then, the contract is established. A card appeared in Adam's hand. The card suddenly shattered and turned into countless light spots flying towards Aurora. The little girl was shocked and closed her eyes. When Aurora opened his eyes again, there was only Adam's smiling face in front of him, and he didn't feel any discomfort, as if nothing had happened. Wait, there seems to be a little message in Aurora's mind. Summoner, summoned object, Adam, Aurora, always together, follow orders. I see. When Aurora looked at Adam again, there was a trace of firmness. I will try my best to be an excellent summoner. www.readaloud.com Master Summoner. It's okay to call him brother. Adam scratched his head, looking at the little girl who looked like a different person in front of him with some embarrassment. Master Summoner, please order me. Aurora remained unmoved, as if preparing to go through fire and water. Don't be in a hurry, I'll give you a present first. Adam looked at Aurora, not ready to persuade him, and took out a flashlight from his arms. Aurora looked at Adam seriously and said, Master Summoner, Aurora has grown up and doesn't need toys. It'll be fine in a while. It's the first time I use it. I don't know if it hurts or not. Adam ignored Aurora, but directly stuck an object similar to a flashlight in his hand on Aurora's head. If it hurts, just bear it. Aurora just wanted to ask Adam what he was doing. Suddenly her eyes widened, and she felt a gentle and powerful energy from the flashlight above her head enter her body. The green light on the energy converter in Adam's hand became darker and darker until it went out, and then the energy converter disappeared into the air. How do you feel? Adam looked at Aurora, squinting his eyes, enjoying himself, and asked curiously, do you feel that you have become different? Very comfortable, I feel full of power, as if I have grown up. Aurora looked at Adam with admiration. My persuasive ability has become stronger, and I have one more self-healing ability. That's good, we should set off. Adam is very satisfied with his new summon, and doesn't know how it is in terms of ability, but it's cute. Where to go? America, Go find a great bald guy. Why? It's valuable and easy to calculate. Chapter 28, Experiment. Adam took Aurora to find a hotel in the city that does not require identification. He stayed in for the time being, and decided to take a good rest, and then find a way to go to the United States after dawn. Adam only opened one room, and Aurora slept beside Adam. After getting up in the morning, Adam asked Aurora to wash himself, went downstairs to the shop next to him, and bought Aurora a small ocean skirt. After was washed and cleaned, Aurora in new clothes became a cute doll, with blonde hair, green eyes and a cute face. She was no longer the dirty little girl. After eating breakfast with the brand new Aurora, Adam is going to find some scum from the bottom of society to test Aurora's ability. In a dark corner full of garbage, evil is sprouting. A veiled man was holding a middle-aged woman with her knife in his hand on the woman's neck, and said viciously, "Get all your money. Please don't hurt me." The woman opened the bag in her hand and took out all the belongings inside. "All the money will be given to you. Let me go. I won't call the police. There are children in my house waiting for me to go back." Although the figure of the middle-aged woman is out of shape, she can still see the beauty of her youth. The eyes of the masked gangster flashed with evil, and the flame of desire in his heart kept burning. "Undress." The masked gangster's knife was still on the woman's neck, and he said viciously, "You'd better be obedient, otherwise I don't guarantee that the knife in my hand will stick into your neck." So, the law and order abroad is really terrible. A man holding a little girl walked into the alley. "Go away, don't be troublesome. Or I will kill you." The masked gangster threatened viciously, hoping that the man would leave here immediately. Hearing someone talking, the eyes of the woman with the knife on her neck lit up, but when she looked over, she realized that it was not an adult man, but a tall boy with a little immature face. A boy who let his sister out to play is not a woman's savior. The woman only hopes that the boy will quickly leave with his sister and call the police by the way. She doesn't think the boy has the ability and courage to help herself. "I don't know if there are superheroes in this world, like Spider-Man." Adam looked at the gangsters and victims in front of him, and curiously asked, "Have you heard of superheroes? Get out now. Otherwise, I will kill her." The masked gangster didn't know what irritation he had received. The knife in his hand pulled a scar on the woman's neck, and blood flowed down the woman's neck into the clothes. "Please, don't." The woman did not dare to move, feeling the horrible feeling of her own blood flowing on her body. "My little Pietro, oh my goodness." Boom. After a muffled sound, the culprit fell to the ground. The injured woman clutched her neck and turned to look back. A metal humanoid creature with a height of more than 2 meters and covered in gold was standing there. "Oh my God! What is this?" The woman's eyes widened in surprise, but she still "Thank you very much for saving my life, this." The woman cracked her shell, because she didn't know how to call the creature in front of her. "Is it a husband or a lady?" "Madam, I think the most important thing for you now is to go to the hospital to see your injury first, and then go home and quickly find your cute little Pietro, hold him in your arms and kiss him fiercely." Aurora let go. He took Adam's hand and came to the woman's side. "You think what I said is right, so you have to do what I tell you right away." "Oh, yes, I'm going to the hospital now." The woman looked in a daze, picked up the bag and cash that fell on the ground, turned and left here. "Aurora, is this your ability?" Adam rubbed his chin, feeling as if some stubble had grown out. "It looks pretty good." "Master Summoner, Aurora's ability is more than that." Aurora looked at Adam seriously. "I can convince anyone, or any existence, as long as there is enough time. Are you sure they will listen to you?" Adam squeezed Aurora's serious face, feeling a little awkward in his heart. Ming Ming is a soft and cute little loli, how did she become so serious now? Could it be that the system brainwashed her? "Master Summoner, I am not positioning myself as a combatant, but as a logistician. Aurora strained his serious face and said solemnly, I can let Master Summoner catch the enemy. Obediently become a subordinate of Master Summoner. What do I want as a summoner? Adam picked up Aurora and rubbed her little face. Just ask for information for me. Master Summoner, please show respect to the logistics staff. Aurora struggled fiercely, her face flushed red. Aurora is no longer a child, but the right-hand man of Master Summoner. Please don't treat Aurora like this. Okay, my goddess of dawn. Adam let go of Aurora with a smile, and walked to the side of the culprit who had fainted to the ground. Goddess, how long can you persuade this guy to commit suicide? If there is no external force, it will take at least 3 days to persuade him. Aurora carried her little hand on her back, and Yu reading www.yunsha.com resumed her seriousness. Give me 3 days, I can persuade him to change his beliefs. External force. Adam was a little puzzled. Yes, if Master Summoner can point a gun to his head when I persuade him, this time will be shortened to a few minutes. Aurora held his head high, with a confident look. He resisted my persuasion and completely accepted my persuasion, they are completely two concepts. Adam kicked the culprit's knife aside, slapped him severely, and the culprit woke up. The golden soldier grabbed the culprit's hands and pressed his back with his knees, making him unable to move on the ground. You, what are you doing? Although the culprit was still a little dizzy, it was obviously not as if he was going to be handed over to the police. What are you going to do to me? Now, listen to her obediently, listen to her every word. Adam pointed to Aurora who was standing in front of the culprit. Otherwise, I'll let the guy behind you blow your head. Before the culprit could react, Aurora squatted in front of the culprit, staring into his eyes and asked, What is your name? Arthur. How old are you this year? After 10 minutes of communication, the bandit was completely persuaded by Aurora and stood there quietly, like a loyal soldier. Is it reliable? Will he turn back? Adam didn't put away the golden soldier, he was a little worried about this guy. Master Summoner, don't you believe Aurora? The little girl pursed her lips and was very angry, and ordered to the culprit, Arthur, now hit the wall with your head and use all your strength. Arthur lowered his head very obediently, bent over and hit the wall with his whole body strength. Chapter 29, Good Guys, Bad Guys. The human body is very fragile, and even the hardest skull cannot break the wall. Adam looked at the bloodied corpse on the ground and finally recognized Aurora's ability. Okay, we should go to our business now. Adam took Aurora's hand and walked out of the alley. Master Summoner, do we have business matters? Aurora took Adam's hand and asked suspiciously, Did you not say that you have nothing to do before going to bed yesterday? Do you want to go to America to find a bald guy? But we need an ID card to fly. Adam stood by the roadside, looking at the pedestrians passing by. I don't know who to look for now. It's always right to find the chief of the police station if you don't go there. As the saying goes, you can ask the police uncle for help if you have something to do. Aurora asked curiously, Master Summoner knows people from the police station. Adam saw a man in a police uniform, and while walking towards the policeman, he replied, I don't know him. Aurora took Adam's hand, while following Adam, while continuing to ask, Then why does he help us? If he is unwilling to help, you persuade him. Adam beckoned to the police and said, Hello police officer, I want to report the crime. Aurora fell into silence as she listened to Adam's words. She wrinkled her little face for unknown reasons. My child, what can I do to help you? The policeman, as a law enforcement officer, saw at a glance that Adam was not an adult, and Adam's expression was not anxious. There should be nothing serious. He asked gently, Your guardian where? If you have lost something and want to report it, you should ask your parents to go to the police station. Mr. Officer, nothing was lost. Adam pointed to the alley not far behind and said, I just saw a corpse in that alley. Do you want to go see it? Child, are you sure it's a corpse and not a drunkard? The policeman's expression became serious. If someone really died in his jurisdiction, it would not be a trivial matter, at least not a trivial matter for him. I'm not sure, but I dare not go forward and check, so I'm here to tell you. Adam's face showed a trace of impatientness. He hoped that the policeman would go to the alley to check the situation immediately. Okay boy, stand here and don't move, I'll go see what happened. The police patted Adam on the shoulder and walked towards the alley. The policeman walked into the alley. Adam took Aurora and walked towards the alley. As he walked, he said to Aurora, "You first persuade the police officer, and then use him to convince anyone who can help us." Master Summoner, Aurora does not want to convince the police because they are good people. Aurora's expression was reluctant, but she reluctantly said, "Unless Master Summoner orders Aurora, otherwise Aurora I won't do anything like that." "Baby, listen to me, I don't want to hurt these good people, we just ask them to help us in another way, don't we?" Adam hugged Aurora in his arms and explained softly, "We are, so it is actually not harmful to them." "Really?" Aurora looked up at Adam. Aurora's father used to be a policeman, and they are all good people. Aurora was still young, and Adam felt that she should establish a correct outlook on life. Most policemen are good people, and I have no objection, but not all policemen are good people. Adam hugged Aurora and said solemnly, "You have to remember that from now on, it is good people who help us. The enemy is the bad guy. Is that so?" Aurora's small face was a little tangled. "But the uncle neighbor is a hero. He is a firefighter and saved many people. But he leaked the news that our family is a mutant. Do you think he is a good person or a bad person?" "Bad guy." Adam kissed Aurora lightly on the forehead. "Baby, remember, everyone who wants to hurt us is a bad person. Even indirect harm." Aurora nodded firmly. Aurora remembered. Anyone who wants to harm Summoner and Aurora are bad guys. We have to convince the bad guys. Good. Adam kissed Aurora's forehead again. Adam hugged Aurora and returned to this dim alley again. The police were squatting on the ground to examine the corpse. "Why did you come in?" After the police found Adam had come in, they quickly stood up and blocked the body. "You leave here first, there is nothing major here, so don't worry. You are a good policeman, and a very gentle person." Adam looked at the policeman in front of him, and suddenly felt a little unbearable. "Don't worry, it won't affect your future life, well, it shouldn't." "Boy, what are you talking about?" The policeman was a little puzzled. He looked at Adam cautiously and took a step back. "I need your help from the police officer, but I guess you won't be willing, so you have to adopt some special methods." Adam looked at the golden figure that appeared behind the policeman with a gentle smile on his face. "I can swear that I will never let you do bad things. Child, stand still on the spot now, when the little girl in your arms is on the ground." The policeman's right hand slowly touched the pistol on his waist. "You better do what I say." "Ah! What is this?" The golden soldier grabbed the police's hands from behind. You reading www.youcanshu.cm. Mutants? What are you going to do? The police were controlled by the yellow turban soldiers and were completely unable to move. Hiss! His hands were caught, causing some pain. The police didn't dare to move. He didn't have the strong nerves of Victor, so he was not afraid of pain. Adam walked to the police, placed Aurora gently on the ground, and said to Aurora, "What kind of external help is needed?" "No need, give me 10 minutes. Aurora looked at the policeman in front of him with a serious face. "Hello sir, my name is Aurora, and my father used to be a policeman, so please believe me, I will not hurt you, I just want to have a conversation with you." Although the police were full of fear in their hearts, they still thought Aurora was very cute and said, "My dear, I am not biased towards mutants. If you need help, I will try my best to help you, but I hope you don't take such extremes. Method. Mr. Police, I am very grateful to you for having no prejudice against our mutants. But you know, not everyone is like you, so we can only have one conversation with you in this way. What can I help you? I'm just a little policeman. Following Aurora's words, the police became more and more relaxed, and even a faint smile appeared on his face. So, who do you think can help us get a proof of identity? Aurora, I know there are two people who can help you, one is the chief of our police department, and the other is the ambassador to Canada of the American Embassy. Adam stood by and watched Aurora's performance with a smile on his face. He really picked up a treasure. Chapter 30, What a coincidence, could it be? Aurora persuaded only a small policeman, he had no status, and he couldn't see the chief or the consul of the embassy at all. So he can only be used as a springboard to get in touch with higher levels little by little. A police car drove to a mansion. The policeman who drove the police car turned around and said to Adam and Aurora in the back seat, "This is my last home." He is the deputy chief of the police station. Whether you want to find the chief or if you want to find an ambassador, he can take you there, maybe he can help you solve this problem. Aurora glanced at Adam and said to the policeman who was driving, "After you leave here, you will return to your original life. Forget all this, as if you have never seen us." "Okay." The policeman nodded, nothing unusual, as if it were a normal thing. Knocked on the door and entered. The deputy chief was curious why the little policeman would bring people to his home, and then the golden soldier came out. The deputy chief honestly chatted with Aurora for an hour. "You said your name is Justin." Adam looked at the fat-eared deputy chief of the police station in front of him. "Don't tell me your last name is Bieber." "My name is Doc." Justin took out the best wine in the house to entertain Adam. "Consul Buren and I have a good relationship. I will lead you two to visit him soon. I will call him first." Taking advantage of Justin's time to call, Adam asked Aurora, "What is the principle of your persuasive ability?" "He trusts us very much from his appearance, but he does not act like he is obedient, like he is treating a friend." Aurora shook his head and said, "I don't know what the principle is. My ability has changed their subconscious and instinct. It is not control. It is more like they are born to listen to me. After persuading the guy named Buren, let him quickly arrange for us to go to America." Adam touched his chest. "I feel that the seal is about to be broken. I have a hunch that when the seal is broken, it will be time for us to leave this world." The system has transferred all things about Adam into Aurora's memory in a special way, so Aurora fully understands what Adam meant. "You said it was a coincidence." Bren said that there happened to be a U.S. colonel who was going back to the United States and asked the embassy to send a plane. You could just go back with him. Justin walked back with his belly and sat down on the sofa. "I'll drive you there personally in a while. This is a trivial matter." Bren still saves me face. "I promise you can go back to the United States. Then I will trouble you." Adam picked up the goblet on the table and raised his hand to signal to Justin. "Cheers." "Cheers." After a glass of wine, Justin drove his Ford and took Adam and Aurora directly to the airport. "He just drank a glass of wine, is it okay to drive?" Aurora, who was sitting in the back seat, asked Adam beside him. "Does Canadian law allow drunk driving?" Adam scratched his head and replied, "I don't know too much, but he is a policeman and a deputy chief. Shouldn't it be a problem?" The Ford off-road vehicle was speeding on the highway and soon arrived at the airport that Justin said. "Actually, this is not an airport, it's just an empty wilderness. There is no runway or maintenance personnel, only a helicopter parked there alone." "Justin, these two guys are your friend's kids." A blond man of about 40 years old came over. He had a mustache and a gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He looked gentle. "Haha, Bren, you and I have been in friendship for so many years, will you not help me?" Justin laughed loudly, went up to give the blonde man a hug, and whispered in his ear, "The two little guys are both of you Americans. I don't dare to say about your identity and background. Don't worry, I will carry it if something goes wrong." Actually, Justin didn't know the identity and background of Adam and Aurora at all, and he didn't even know the surnames of the two. But Justin just lied so involuntarily, he didn't even realize why he did it. I have to say that Aurora's ability is quite terrifying in some respects. I can't imagine what will happen after she talks with the President of the United States for an hour. "Hello handsome boy, my name is Buren." Buren stretched out his right hand to Adam, with a friendly smile on his face, and said, "Is the cute little princess next to you your sister? Although I am handsome, I still hope you call me Adam. This is Aurora, my lovely sister. However, I have always raised him as a daughter." Adam bared his teeth and smiled. Lorne shook hands and asked, "Isn't there another military colonel? Where is he? As a companion on this journey, I think we need to get to know each other." "Are you talking about Colonel Stryker?" Brun let go of Adam's hand and said half-jokingly, "He is already waiting for you in the helicopter. I guess he is already asleep." At this time, a young man dressed in a suit and leather shoes ran over www.readaloud.com and said something softly in Brun's ear. His voice was very small, even if Adam's extraordinary hearing couldn't understand what he said, he could only vaguely hear the word "madam." "Sorry Adam, there is something urgent in my family to deal with. There is no way to introduce you to Colonel Stryker. You can go to the helicopter and chat with him. I have already told the Colonel about you and your sister. The Colonel has no objection." After speaking, Bran immediately turned around and left here. It seemed that he really had something urgent. Adam is a little strange. Based on the introduction of a deputy chief of a foreign police station, is he so relieved to arrange two people back to his country? And he is still traveling with a military colonel. Isn't he afraid of something wrong? Adam looked at Justin, who was standing in a daze. Maybe this guy has any identity he doesn't know? Another young guy ran over from the helicopter, but this time he was wearing military uniform. "Who is going to fly back to China? Please come here quickly, the Colonel is very anxious." "It's me." Adam took Aurora to the boy in uniform, turned around and said to Justin, "Thank you for your help this time. We are destined to see you again." "Adam, don't be so polite." Justin stood up and hugged Adam, and whispered in Adam's ear, "Be careful on the road and pay more attention to the military guys. I heard that he is here. It's not a good thing to do human research." "Thank you." Adam nodded and led Aurora and the guy in uniform to the helicopter. Adam looked forward to a change in his thoughts about going to the United States. He suddenly remembered who this so-called military colonel was. His name is Stryker, and he is engaged in human research, and he is anxious to return to China. Chapter 32, Abandoned Underground Research Institute. The helicopter came to an island. This small island is bare, there is nothing but rocks, let alone trees, not even a small grass. The helicopter hovered for a while and landed in the middle of the island. It was obvious that there should be a large building in the middle, but now they are all in ruins. "Aurora, you first persuade the pilot, I will take a turn around this island." Adam confessed and walked towards the ruins. "Hello, this is Aurora, what is your name?" "James." "Where are you from? Canada or the United States?" "I grew up in Canada, but I am now an American citizen." Aurora chatted with the pilot looked a little scared, and answered Aurora without a single question. Colonel Stryker was also pinched by the Golden Soldier, winking at his assistant while breathing hard. Colonel Stryker's once loyal assistant was sitting on a rock in a daze, completely ignoring Colonel Stryker's request for help. Of course, even if he noticed it, he would ignore it. He is now a loyal friend of Aurora. Adam walked on the remains of an abandoned laboratory full of stones, carefully observing the traces around him. 4 golden soldiers appeared beside Adam. Under the control of his mind, they kept clearing the surrounding large stones or steel with a diameter of more than 1 meter. After more than half an hour's hard work, Adam finally cleared a hole into the underground laboratory. Adam has tested it with golden soldiers. Although this cave is not particularly safe and the surrounding soil is very loose, there is still no problem in getting in and out. Aurora has successfully persuaded the pilot, and is now watching Colonel Stryker curiously. Colonel Stryker can only roll his eyes to express his depression. Colonel Stryker was a little worried, but he was not afraid. He knew Adam needed himself, otherwise he might have thrown himself off the helicopter long ago. Colonel Trek, who is not life-threatening, kept turning his brain, thinking about how to make a deal with Adam. He could see that Adam was an ambitious person. Colonel Stryker's only concern was this mutant named Aurora, who didn't know how much she hated herself. Fortunately, Aurora has not shown hatred towards Colonel Stryker until now. The golden soldier pinching Stryker's neck suddenly beckoned to Aurora and dragged Stryker towards the interior of the ruins. Aurora understood that Adam was calling for himself, leading his assistant and pilot, and walking behind the golden soldier towards the ruins. Yellow turban soldiers led Aurora and others into a hole in the ground, past several cells holding mutants, and came to a brightly lit laboratory. The empty laboratory has steel walls, the huge space is full of computers, and there is something in the middle that looks like a cultivation tank in a sci-fi movie, that is when Wolverine was injected with liquid Edmund metal skeleton in the movie. The instrument used. Adam was standing next to this instrument, gently stroking the broken and damaged instrument. "Mr. Assistant, I have forgotten your name. Please see what else can be used in this laboratory." Adam saw the arrival of several people, and showed a gentle smile. "Are there food and water?" Mr. Assistant, whose name was forgotten, began to search the laboratory and several rooms next to it without complaint. "Master Summoner, the pilot has been successfully persuaded by me. He is now his own," Aurora sternly reported to Adam. "Nice work." Adam praised Aurora, using his mind to control the golden soldier and let go of Colonel Trek, who had been pinched around his neck. Cough cough cough. Colonel Stryker knelt on the ground, his hands on the ground, coughing constantly. William Stryker, Colonel of the American military. Adam had just confirmed it on the helicopter. Now Colonel Stryker has no weapons on his body. He walked up to Stryker and said, "I am the same as you. Mutants are very interested. Is there anything good in this abandoned laboratory? You should know that I am a colonel in the American military, and I am still affiliated with the Department of Defense." Colonel Stryker stood up slowly and said with a serious expression, "The news of my return has been reported. If you don't report back to the Ministry of National Defense within 3 days, someone will immediately investigate the cause of my disappearance. Are you sure you want to fight against the most powerful country in the world? There used to be a man named Sebastian Shaw who wanted to provoke a missile war between the United States and Russia. He had a nickname called the Black King, and he had an assistant by his side called the White Queen." Adam ignored stray Colonel K, but talked to himself. He was stopped and lost his life. The lady called the White Queen beside him was also caught. "I heard that the White Queen was in your hands, right?" Colonel Stryker narrowed his eyes and did not answer Adam's question. Instead, he said, "I also reported the news that you are going to return home with me, including the fact that your guarantor is Buren. Where is the White Queen now? Is it still alive?" Adam frowned. www.readaloud.com. I hope you can answer my question instead of saying so many messy things there. The FBI will find everything about you soon, aren't you afraid? Colonel Stryker was still tentative. "You have also seen that the laboratory here has just been invalidated, and I don't have anything you are interested in my hands, and my identity is too much trouble for you, isn't it? I finally know what nonviolent non-cooperation is." Adam shook his head. The big hand of the golden soldier grabbed Colonel Stryker's neck again. Wait. Colonel Stryker's pupils shrank, knowing that he had overestimated the patience of the boy in front of him, and hurriedly called, "The White Queen's real name is Emma Frost, and she has two variant abilities, one is telepathy. One is the diamondization of the whole body. I don't have the patience to talk to you anymore. I know what you said must be a mixed truth. I have no patience to guess." Adam shook his head and said, "I gave you a chance. After Aurora convinced you, I talked to you again." The pilot stood aside, unresponsive to what was happening before him, as if he had become a flesh and blood robot. "Mr. Adam, there is no power failure in the entire underground base, the refrigerator in the kitchen is in good condition, and we have enough food and water for several years." The assistant also returned. "The other things that can be used are gone, all computer programs have been destroyed, and they can no longer be used. Aurora, how long will it take you to convince William Stryker? In his current mental state, 20 days. Don't let him sleep for now, see if it works, and convince him as soon as possible. I am very interested in many things in his mind." "Yes, Master Summoner." Chapter 33, Stryker. Adam arranged for Aurora to persuade Colonel Stryker to allow the pilots and assistants to move freely. He led the Golden Soldiers every day to clean up these stones, steel, and the like from the ruins. Adam is not looking for something, but someone. Adam killed the saber-toothed tiger. I really don't know how Wolverine defeated Deadpool. According to Colonel Stryker's news, Deadpool was still decapitated by Wolverine just like the original book. Adam didn't believe that Xiao Jianjian would really die here. He wanted to dig out Xiao Jianjian's body and put his head on his body again. Odin's seal has become looser and looser, and Adam's seal will be lifted in about a month. Adam always feels that after the seal is unlocked, he will leave the universe. The system told Adam that his guess was not wrong. He came to this world because of Odin's exile. If Odin's seal and exile were unlocked, he would be sucked back into his original universe. Although Adam doesn't know what this is, he knows his return date. The first time Adam was exiled, it was Odin's own hands. The huge mana made that exile have no time limit. Without the help of the ancient wizard, he might have to wait for Odin to walk out of the sealed Hela to rescue. And this time of exile was not done by Odin himself, but by using the enchantment to seal the goddess of death, so the divine power is not too strong, and Adam will quickly break the seal and exile. The reason why Adam was in the mutant universe was because of Odin's exile. Odin used the power of space to exile Adam into this universe. Adam himself did not understand the laws of space, nor did he have any space treasures in his body. He was incompatible with the rules of this universe, and naturally he could not stay in this universe for a long time. After Adam's power of space belonging to Odin dissipates, Adam will be repelled by the space of this universe and return to his own universe. In the evening, it will be dark. Adam ended today's search, returned to the abandoned underground research institute, and saw Colonel Stryker, who was lying on the ground and foaming. The pilot and assistant did not know where they were, but Aurora was sitting on a high chair alone, with her little feet dangling in the air, unable to touch the ground. What happened? Adam was confused. Did that guy eat something unclean? Master Summoner, William Stryker intends to attack Aurora. I taught him a lesson. Aurora jumped off the chair and walked to Adam, with excitement still on her face. Colonel Stryker of the American military was beaten like this by your subordinate Aurora. Adam rubbed the top of Aurora's head and said with a smile, "Haha, does this idiot think I am a fool? If we Aurora have no fighting power, how can I be assured that Aurora will be alone with him?" Master Summoner, Aurora suspects that William Stryker is a fool. He not only resists Aurora's persuasion, but also refuses to eat. Aurora's small face was wrinkled, and he was filled with upset. If he continues to resist this way, it may take a month or more to convince him. Didn't you say 20 days before? Adam was a little puzzled. He hasn't become stronger. Will the time needed for persuasion change? Because his resistance mentality has increased, he was a little weaker because he was afraid of his soul. Aurora explained, I once told Master Summoner that my ability depends on the cooperation of the other party. Now William Stryker's coordination is extremely poor, and I hope Master Summoner can use other means to increase the influence of external forces. Well, I will make him obedient. Adam walked over to Colonel Stryker and kicked Stryker, who was pretending to be unconscious. Adam, used hearing beyond ordinary people, heard Colonel Stryker's chaotic heartbeat, and understood that this guy was pretending to be unconscious. Adam is not in a hurry to get news from William Stryker about mutants, because he is no longer in a hurry to go to America. Adam has already figured it out, there are countless powerful guys in the mutant universe that can kill him in seconds, even if he has the whole card that can summon the mother, the goddess of death, Hela. It is not safe. Adam was about to start hunting mutants after his divine body recovered, but he didn't expect that once the seal was unlocked, he would not be able to wander in this world. So Adam changed his plan, and I am going to wait until I get the space gem, and then it will be time to harvest the summoning energy. Aurora is a native of the mutant universe, so she has the coordinates of the mutant universe on her body. The information about Colonel Stryker is obtained now, but it is just for future planning. Adam saw that Colonel Stryker was not moving, and said, William Stryker, I know you can hear it. I heard that you are on a hunger strike. Who do you think of me? I'm William Stryker, an American military colonel. Colonel Stryker got up on the ground, and said angrily, You want to control me? Haha, don't think about it. There is a kind of just kill me. Colonel Stryker may feel that his attitude is not firm enough. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com roared again, Even if I starve to death, William Stryker, I die here, and I am dragged outside and beaten to death by you, and I won't eat a bite of your food. Adam scratched his head, always feeling that Colonel Trek's words were a little strangely familiar. You are free. Adam said indifferently, You love to eat or not, but you remember one thing clearly. If Aurora tells me that you don't cooperate with her to chat, it will hurt you. Colonel Stryker said disdainfully, Hurt me? How would you like to hurt a military colonel? American. You don't need to emphasize your identity anymore, it's not a threat to me. Adam grabbed Colonel Stryker by the hair, pressed his face to the ground, and said viciously in his ear, You'd better be honest and obedient, otherwise the FBI will hear that someone has had their hands and feet removed, their noses, ears, and tongues removed, their eyes removed, and they will be thrown into a pig pen in Canada for feeding. I think he should be a smart man. Adam said to Aurora, If he doesn't cooperate, then forget it. I will choose a good ranch for him in Canada. Adam left after speaking. Stryker's face was gloomy, he didn't dare to guess whether Adam said it was true or false, and he had no choice. Stryker had no choice but to comfort himself. As a colonel in the American military, he had never seen what kind of scenes he had, but just chatting with a little girl, presumably because of his ingenuity, he would not reveal any important secrets. Early the next morning, when Adam was leaving the house, he found that Stryker was honestly chatting with Aurora, and Aurora's expression was also very satisfied. At noon that day, when Adam was about to go back for lunch, the Golden Soldier found a chubby thing. Adam took it back happily. Chapter 34, Awakening Past Life. What Adam found was the head of Deadpool. Adam took this head and walked to the cave. Suddenly, Deadpool opened his eyes. I saw you behind the third wall, Zantianjian Dugubai. The mouth on Death Servant's head was still sewn, but the voice seemed to come from the soul, reaching the depths of Adam's mind. Adam's brain buzzed, a brilliant scene flashed before his eyes, and countless memories appeared in his mind. There is only a table, a bed, not even a stool in the small rental house. On the table is a resume, a water glass and an old fan. These are all the assets of Dugubai. Dugubai is a guy who fits the protagonist's settings extremely. Growing up in an orphanage, there is a jade pendant on his neck. This jade pendant has the word Dugubai on it. It was a baby white and his skin was a little sickly white. So the director of the orphanage named him Dugubai. A name that sounds very unusual. Although he has a protagonist's name, Dugubai's life is very ordinary, so he went to high school step by step and passed the entrance exam to a terrible college. After graduation, he still couldn't find a job. Dugubai has done many jobs. No, it should be said that he has worked as a waiter in many industries, coffee shops, hotels, restaurants. After Dugubai left the orphanage, he was busy to survive every day. During college, let alone find a girlfriend, he didn't even have a friend. What the am I living for? Dugubai lay on the bed with eyes blank, listening to the beating of his pulse quietly. Dugubai feels like a walking dead, without ideals, pursuits, and goals. A faint wave oscillated in a corner of the universe. Mysterious fluctuations, becoming stronger and stronger, suddenly shook the entire universe. Actually, you and everyone are different. Who? Who is talking? Dugu white hair puffed up, and suddenly stood up and looked around. The jade pendant on Dugubai's chest slowly floated, and the word Dugu on it became brighter and brighter. Dugubai stared at Yu Pei closely, the thoughts in his mind kept turning. Could I really be the protagonist? This is my golden finger? Could it be that my biological parents are also extraordinary? Don't think about it so much. This jade pendant is a very ordinary jade pendant. It only costs a few hundred yuan if you sell it. A clear voice came from the jade pendant, which was extremely neutral and made people listen to it. No gender. Dugu's white teeth trembled a little, staring at Yu Pei closely, not daring to make any movements. Don't be afraid, I am indeed a golden finger, that is, the legendary system. Yu Pei flickered lightly. This jade pendant is just a carrier I found. As a system, I don't really exist. I may be a light or dripping water, more likely it is just a period of fluctuation. Then why are you not in my mind? Dugubai plucked up the courage to ask. Yu Pei suddenly lost all its light and fell on Dugubai's chest again. Okay, then listen to you. A crisp voice sounded in Dugubai's mind. As soon as the voice fell, the jade pendant on Dugubai's chest banged, turning into a pile of emerald green powder, and it was covered with Dugubai sheets. Dugubai gently twisted his fingers. Green powder, muttering in his mouth, has all the energy in the jade pendant been absorbed? I told you not to think too much about it. My existence is too high-end. After this jade pendant carried me, I was already on the verge of collapse. As soon as I left it, it would naturally disappear. Why did you choose me? Dugubai's psychological quality is still good. I don't know, maybe it's fate. Tell me about yourself first. Dugubai couldn't help feeling a little excited, and the excitement became stronger and stronger. The system does not have a name, so I will briefly introduce you to its functions. The main function of this system is to travel through the void. Dugubai waited for a while, but after the system said this, there was no more movement. System, are you still there? Dugubai cautiously tentatively, for fear that this is a beautiful dream. Excuse me, host, do you have anything to do? Dugubai pondered for a moment, and said, so your role is to travel through the void world, right? Except for unknown abilities. Basically it is like this. There is also a small function that helps the host to analyze and learn. It can be regarded as a personal brain. How can I travel through the void worlds? Dugubai touched the remaining hundreds of dollars in his pocket, and then looked around at the rental house he lived in. I have nothing to miss in this world. Okay, in that case, let's do the most important thing first, and after this important thing is over, we will begin to traverse. Dugubai took a deep breath and said, I'm ready, let's talk about it. What's the first task? Host, you have obviously misunderstood. I am different from the general system and will not send you tasks. What you want to do is entirely up to your own will. Well, tell me, the first thing, What do I need to do? Dugubei was already a little bit excited in her heart. The first thing is the most important thing. What is it? Dugubei's eyes shone with light. Give me a name. Just call it the Lord God. Adam stood still on the spot, with countless pictures flashing in his eyes, and muttered to himself, have I ever got a system? The screen changed again. Dugubei, the eldest young master of the Dugu family, don't be called Gongzibai. The Dugu family is a hidden martial arts family with a wealth and great power. Dugubei is very popular as an only son. Although he has no talent in martial arts, he is still designated as the first heir. Patriarch Duguxuan is too strong to have children, so his biggest wish is to hope that his son Dugubei will marry more wives and give him more grandchildren, so as to open up the Dugu family. There is a family heirloom in the Dugu family, which is a sword. In a coincidental situation, Dugubei touched the sword, and a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Item: Heaven Slashing Sword. Introduction: a certain Kendo world's strongest artifact, nothing can be slashed, and nothing can be slashed. In the end, it can only slash the sky to relieve loneliness. Incidental skills: Zhangtian swordsmanship universe style, you can combine all your own Kendo skills in one stroke of swordsmanship, draw the sword, you can slash the sky. Who are you? What do you want to do? Dugubei looked around in horror. Although he is the eldest master of the martial arts family, he does not have any cultivation base. There are many enemies of Dugu family, is it an assassin? Master, I am the main god. Who? I am your system. You will lose your memory every time you reincarnated. I won't introduce you to the specific details. Just treat yourself as having a golden finger. Then what are your abilities? Assist you in your cultivation, let you become a man who transcends the endless universe. You can change your name, the Lord God is too ugly. Call it Sword Servant. It is good. Adam's expression is a bit ugly, his brain is a bit tingling, and he muttered to himself, this is my second past life? It turns out that this is how the Kyunkan rod technique came. Adam's look regained his clarity. So this is my third reincarnation. Yes, Master, if you cannot escape in this life, you will reincarnate and lose your memory. Why do I restore my memory this time? Deadpool is too special, this is not expected by the concubine, I don't know if it is good or bad for you. Adam remembered the first conversation between himself and Luoluo. Hello Summoner, I am your assistant system for the Summoner. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Let me just say, as a traverser, how can there be no cheats? Do you have a name? My name is Jian Shi. Why does a summoner's assistant have such a name? This name was given to me by you, my last life. I don't know what you are talking about, but you will call Luoluo from now on. The aura on Adam's body became more and more fierce. Although he lost the sword, he remembered the skill of sword and sword. From today, I, Adam, will be the sword god. The sword aura transformed from the strong divine power inside Adam's body has not changed much except that his attack power has been multiplied. It has neither decreased nor increased, and there is no pureness in the novel. It seems that the divine power of the Asgard Protoss and Adam's sword aura are a high-level energy. After all the divine power in Adam's body was transformed into sword aura, strands of golden light were forced out of his body. That was the power that belonged to Odin. Master, Odin's seal has been broken, and your time in this world is running out. The voice of the system appeared in Adam's mind. Luoluo, can you predict how long it will be? Adam looked at the Deadpool's head a little tangled, and found all his head. Is it really appropriate not to repose him physically? After all, he also helped himself awaken the memory of his previous life and awakened his divine power. After a short silence, the system replied, at present, the will of this world has not made obvious rejection of you as the master. If you don't leave this island to interact with the characters in the plot, there should be about 1 month left. Enough. Adam smiled and flicked Deadpool's head lightly. You're so awesome, you can say it without a mouth. Chapter 35, Return. Adam sat alone in the ruins, with the head beside him. Bane, I have been looking for 20 days, William Stryker has become obedient, why can't I find your body? Adam started by finding the place where Deadpool's head was. He cleaned up the ruins hundreds of meters in a radius, but he still couldn't find Deadpool's body. The head of Deadpool opened his eyes once when he saw Adam for the first time. At other times, it was no different from an ordinary dead head. Adam's time is running out, and he will leave this world and return to his original world almost at dusk tomorrow, so he gave up and continued to search for Deadpool. Adam put Deadpool's head on the biggest stone in the ruins, and said to Deadpool, who closed his eyes, "Thank you for letting me understand everything, but I don't have time to find your body. I hope I will come next time. You can see a complete you when you are there." Adam returned to the Underground Research Institute. Aurora sat on the table to eat, and the other 3 people were in a daze beside Aurora. Adam seriously doubted Aurora's ability to persuade, which would lower the IQ of the person being persuaded. Especially when Adam saw the honest smile on William Stryker's face. Adam looked at William Stryker, who was no longer shrewd in his eyes, and said, "Colonel Stryker, Aurora and I are leaving. After we leave, you can return to the United States." "Okay." William Stryker nodded, like an honest farmer. Adam thought for a while, then said, "I have something to ask you for help." Stryker smiled gently and said, "Please say, I will try my best to help you. I want you to find the tomb of the king of Egypt's first dynasty." There was a light of expectation in Adam's eyes. "It's all here, of course something needs to be done. The king's name is En-Sabah-Nur. This is a very powerful mutant that may be resurrected at any time. You only need to find his tomb. Don't enter the tomb and disturb him." "Okay, I see." William Stryker nodded. "After I find it, I will be optimistic about this tomb and will not let others enter it." "Well, that's all." Adam said, "There was nothing else." William Stryker is in a daze again. "Woo, Summoner, are we leaving now?" Aurora was still chewing on chicken. "Well, I will leave tomorrow." Adam nodded. "Is there anything you want to take away?" Aurora groaned for 2 seconds, shook her head and said, "No." "Well, then I'm going to meditate, you can play by yourself, I will call you when I leave." Adam came to the house where he lived during this time. This was once William Stryker's office. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and fell into meditation. After more than 20 days of meditation by Adam, he transformed his sword energy into supernatural power. However, the new divine power of Adam's heart is different from the previous divine power. It is a divine power with attributes, while Adam's attributes are sharp swords and death and killing inherited from the goddess of death. Adam, who was in a meditation state, suddenly felt a heart palpitations, and a sense of threat came from a distant place in this world. What is it? Adam stopped meditating, opened his eyes, and looked up at it blankly, as if he had seen the starry sky and universe through the ceiling. "Master, the system feels the breath of the higher energy of the universe." "Leoluo, what level of energy can be called the higher energy of the universe?" "Unique, with the power to destroy everything." "Does infinite gems count?" "Forget it, according to the system analysis, the energy that just exploded should be the power of the phoenix." "What is special about the higher energies of the universe? Why do you need to remind me specifically?" "Your summoning technique, summoning golden soldiers, can be upgraded with the higher powers of the universe. For the first time, a kind of higher energy in the universe can be upgraded for the yellow turban soldier, the second time you need to, and so on. If I get the higher energy of the universe, how should I use it? Can my body bear it? Body contact is all you need. Your divine power can be fully endured after awakening, even if your own divine power is already close to the higher energy of the universe. Adam thought for a while, and decided to look for the infinite gems as soon as possible after he went back this time. The current golden soldiers helped him almost zero. With his current strength, after taking out the crazy dragon staff, one golden soldier was just too happy. Up. Glanced at the direction where the power of the phoenix erupted again, Adam closed his eyes and fell into meditation again, let alone the phoenix that could not be beaten, and now time has not allowed him to search for the phoenix. When Adam opened his eyes again, he found that Aurora was already sitting in front of him. "What are you doing?" Adam looked at Aurora, who was looking at him with his head on his hand, with some confusion. "Nothing to do, wait for Master Summoner to wake up and tell me to set off." Aurora pouted, and the word bored was written on her face. "I have let William and the others leave." After Colonel Stryker was successfully persuaded by Aurora, he became a good old man with a smile on his face. Aurora liked such a person very much, so his name changed. Aurora used to chat with William Stryker every day to convince him, so he didn't feel bored, but now that she was alone and no one chatted with her, she suddenly felt bored. "Let's go." The universe's repulsive force against Adam has become stronger and stronger. Adam can stay here now, relying on his own divine power to resist rejection. www.readaloud.com. Adam stretched out and took Aurora's right hand, and then relaxed with the control of his divine power. He no longer resists the repulsive force of the universe against him. The space around the two suddenly showed ripples and circles, and Adam and Aurora seemed to become increasingly faint in the space around them now. 3 seconds later, the two disappeared in the underground research institute, and the space became calm. "Master Summoner, have we started?" Aurora kept her eyes closed, clutching Adam's hand tightly, and she didn't feel anything strange, but she didn't dare to open her eyes, and she had never experienced space. Aurora traveling is still a little scared. "It's over." Adam kept his eyes open, but he didn't see anything clearly. He only felt that the scene in front of him was blurred, and his position changed. Aurora opened her eyes and found that the surrounding area was not the steel wall she was familiar with, but turned into a rock. There were two middle-aged men in ragged clothes and thin faces in front of her. "Master Summoner, if Aurora is not mistaken, we should be in a cave now." Aurora's gaze passed directly over the two middle-aged men, looking around. "Yes, it's in a cave, and the guy in front of him is very familiar." Adam looked at one of the two middle-aged men in front of him, and started to inquire about the system in his heart. Lo, do you know what happened?" "Master, please don't panic too much. This is just caused by the different flow of time." "So, the time velocity of the two worlds is 1:365. Almost. Is there anything else?" "Gone." Adam is thinking about one thing now: how is Carrie? Chapter 36, Bald Ache. "How did the two of you show up?" One of the two middle-aged men spoke. This middle-aged man has a very decadent expression. There is a lamp on his chest. It seems that this lamp grows together with his flesh. Adam's mind is a little confused. The middle-aged man in front of him is named Tony Stark, the chairman of the Stark Group. Adam saw his face on TV in the year he was banished. This guy was still a lush boy who was less than 20 years old. In less than a month, when he saw this face again, he became more than 40 years old. The greasy middle-aged. Is it space technology or another mysterious force? Tony's eyes were glowing hot, and his love for science made him forget the fear of the unknown. Adam said indifferently, "Divine power." Aurora stood quietly beside Adam and did not speak. "Rich man, do you believe what he said?" Another middle-aged man beside Tony gently pulled Tony's sleeve. "You mean you are a god?" Tony raised his eyebrows, his expression full of cynicism. "Then what is your deity and priesthood? Why don't you say that you are God? What are you thinking?" Adam looked at Tony curiously. "Aren't you supposed to be afraid of me?" Why should I be afraid of you? Do you know what you are in my eyes? Tony's mouth raised a smile of disdain. You are like a clown performing on the stage. Although I don't know what method you used to suddenly appear in front of me, I don't believe that you terrorists can master such high-end space technology. It should be illusion. Something. Tony said in a very certain tone, I just turned around and you two showed up. If I'm not mistaken, there should be something under your feet, right? I thought your IQ should be higher. Adam smiled and shook his head. Perhaps it has nothing to do with IQ, it should be the mind. So, what do you want from me? The design drawings of the Jericho missile. Although he said so, Tony's expression became less determined. Or, are you really a god? Well, Tony Stark. Adam walked up to Tony, please stare into Tony's eyes. Don't care who I am, let's make a deal. Are you going to make a deal with me? Tony's expression was a bit wrong, and he pointed to his worn and dirty clothes and laughed, ha 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 ha, don't you see my current state? Adam felt that Tony's current state was very abnormal, as if he was mentally wrong. Adam turned his gaze to another middle-aged man and asked, how long has he been arrested? I don't know how long he was arrested, but this is the second day he woke up. The middle-aged man's expression was a little weak, as if he was afraid of Adam. Before, someone threatened him to make a thing, his current state is a bit wrong, please don't mind. Listen, you who call yourself a but dress like a hillbilly. Especially your shoes, what brand are they? Are they pirated by Adidas? You pushed the other middle-aged man away and pointed at Adam. The nose said loudly, hee hee, Tony Stark doesn't believe that there are gods and ghosts in this world. I won't make any deals with you. You won't get anything you want from me. Well, I have learned about your poisonous tongue. You are really not suitable for trading now. Adam is not angry, not because he has a good impression of the future Iron Man, but now Adam has a real identity, God's enlightenment. Then let's talk about trading when we meet next time. I am really interested in your artificial intelligence. Adam's deal with Tony is about artificial intelligence. Colonel Stryker once told Adam that the military has a sentry plan, and Adam is very interested in sentry robots. Adam once conceived that before the Sentinel robot was completely completed, an artificial intelligence like the Terminator loyal to him would be implanted with the special identity of Colonel Stryker. Great idea. Although Adam has a Terminator, the original program of the Terminator does not allow him to produce another artificial intelligence, so Adam has to find a solution elsewhere. Eula 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 eula. Adam suddenly heard an indistinguishable word behind him, turned around, and found that a door was opening. A group of people were holding guns and aiming at him, and a bald head was yelling at him. Can you speak English or Chinese? I haven't learned other languages yet. Adam said politely, of course, if I want to learn it, I can learn it within 3 days. If you want to communicate with me in this language, first find someone who understands both English and this language to teach me. I can speak English. You are Ye? Oh, who are you? How did you appear here? The bald head looked at Adam cautiously, with a trace of expectation in his eyes, not only did not mean to hurt Adam, but waved his hand. Let the people behind put down the gun first. You are very friendly, you seem to be a person who can communicate. Adam smiled, and he was in a good mood. Although this bald head was tattooed all over his body, he looked good. My name is Adam. The reason why I am here is very difficult for you reading www.yuyuganshu.com to explain, and you may not understand it. Can we find a place to sit down and have a chat? Very interested in you. Bald head looked at Adam hesitantly, was silent for a while, and said, my name is Aik Mohammed, you can go to my room and chat with me. Okay. Adam took Aurora toward the bald head, and said as he walked, don't get me wrong. Maybe I didn't express it clearly. I am more interested in your organization, not you. Myself. The bald head named Ake walked through the cave with Adam without speaking. Adam said, "You don't have to be too sad. Maybe someone else appreciates you, but I'm not that kind of person. Can you understand?" "Mr. Adam, I am not like that." Ake walked to an iron door, opened the iron door, and respectfully made a please gesture to Adam. "I never thought you would appear in front of me." Adam felt something was wrong. The guy in front of him seemed very respectful to him, he seemed to know himself. Adam pulled Aurora into the room. There was nothing in the room, only an iron cabinet and an iron frame bed. There were some weapons on the floor beside the iron frame bed. Adam suddenly remembered that Aurora once liked Colonel Stryker's revolver, and said to Aurora, "Aurora, aren't you interested in weapons? Let's go play with this bald head. I want to have a chat." "Ake, right?" Adam looked at Bald Ake and asked. Before he waited for Bald Ake to answer, he continued, "Your performance tells me that you know me. If I guessed correctly, you should know someone named John Connor's people. Or, you are loyal to a man named John Connor." Chapter 37, Outdoors. "Haha, Mr. Adam, you obviously misunderstood. Mr. Connor is a serious businessman. How could he be involved with people like me?" The bald head smiled and said, 12 years ago, there was a search in the world. Personnel notice, and your picture of Mr. Adam, as long as you can find you and send you to Mr. John Connor in New York, you will get $15 million. Adam was expressionless, a little embarrassed in his heart, obviously he overestimated the Terminator's courage. "Mr. Adam, please rest for a while, I have sent someone to prepare." His bald head looked sharp and violent. "We will leave in 10 minutes and take a helicopter ride. After about 7 hours, you will be in New York, Mr. Connor's mansion. Can I ask you a question?" Adam asked, "Looking at your dress and the Tony Stark in your cell, you know that you and I are serious businessmen. Why don't you choose to kidnap me?" "Money." Adam talked eloquently. After all, John Connor is just a businessman. Obviously he will not pose any threat to you, and he is willing to pay $15 million to find me. Maybe he is willing to pay more. "Mr. Adam, you are obviously bored, but I don't have time to play these games with you." The bald head shook his head and walked out. "Although I don't know what powerful power Mr. Connor has, this missing person notice has been around for 18 years. The bald head said as he walked, "Mr. Connor has been doing well for 18 years. I have never heard of anyone getting any benefits from him. What's more, the picture 18 years ago is exactly the same as you are now. Just rely on this. A little bit, I will also be more cautious. Aurora, this bald head seems very interesting." Adam looked at the bald head and left the room. "Master Summoner, he is just an ordinary person. It only takes half an hour to convince him." Aurora raised her head and looked at Adam's face. "Need me to persuade him?" "No need." Adam shook his head. "Unless particularly important or powerful people, don't waste your abilities on these little people in the future. After all, I have become a god." "Master Summoner, you are swollen." Aurora rolled her eyes cutely. "Not only did I swell, I also floated." Adam grinned and rubbed Aurora's small face. "Things are very troublesome now, little guy. What can Aurora help Master Summoner?" Aurora stretched out her little hand to stop Adam from rubbing his face, and said, "Master Summoner, please tell Aurora to your heart's content, and Aurora will do it for you. Good for everything. Let's talk about it after I meet John, I have a lot of things to know." A minute later, the bald head returned and led Adam to the outside of the cave. Adam looked like a desert around him, very empty. Outside the cave is a fortification, with a large number of weapons, various clothing, and people of various skin colors walking around. "By the way, how did you get together?" Adam looked at the people of 3 colors of yellow, white, and black, holding the AK and the rocket launcher together in harmony. "Faith. Apart from faith, Adam couldn't think of anything else that could bring all these three kinds of people together. Baldhead glanced at Adam and said, "It's a pity, I won't tell you." Without saying a word to Adam, the Baldhead led Adam into a helicopter and flew into the sky. Adam sat in the helicopter holding Aurora and closed his eyes. Adam asked in his heart, "Lo, how much summon energy do I have now?" 201. Because the previous mutant universe wanted to summon the goddess of death, Hela, it had to pay an extra 100 points for the summoning energy, so Adam asked, "I am calling my mother in this world, do I need to pay for the extra summoning energy?" "No need, but there is a time limit. About an hour or so, your contractor death goddess will return to where he was before he was summoned by you." For such a thing, Adam had already anticipated, and said, "Let's have 2 more draws, just to celebrate my return. The lottery has been completed, very strange prizes. Item, summoning card of alien creatures. 2. Introduction, summon an unknown creature from an unknown world to the side of the summoner. This creature is not controlled by the summoner. Please use it with caution. 99% are intelligent creatures. Lo, this thing seems a bit pitted. Master, the alien creature summoning card is still a good thing. How to say? The initial level of the summons you get will not be very high, and the permanent creatures will almost be primitive. For example, if you get a Monkey King's permanent summoning card, the summoned will not be the Monkey King. It's the monkey that just jumped out of the stone. But the problem. Now if I summon the Monkey King, the first person to get the stick may be myself. Then it depends on your master's strength and luck. And there is Aurora by your side, this kind of card is a perfect match for you." Adam looked at the little girl sitting in his arms, then thought about it carefully. The system said it made sense. The big deal is to prepare in advance and prepare for the call. About 6 hours later. "Mr. Adam, we have reached the destination www.readaloud.com." The bald head patted Adam with his eyes closed. "I have called in advance to inform Mr. John that his car will pick you up below." "Oh." Adam didn't open his eyes either, just nodded. Adam now feels that he is mentally handicapped. Why didn't he ask to call John before? If I know John's position, I don't need these guys to send it. The plane slowly landed on the ground. Adam got off the plane and found that there was a wilderness around him. However, compared with the previous desert, there were some bushes and green grass, which made the air fresher. An extended Rolls-Royce drove along the dirt road and stopped beside Adam. "Welcome back." The gray-haired John got out of the car. "I know you have a lot of things you want to ask, but this is not a place to talk. Let's talk about it when we get home." Adam held Aurora, who was already asleep, in his arms, did not say anything, and sat in the back seat of Rolls-Royce. John said something to the bald head, then took out his mobile phone and operated it. It seemed that he was paying. Besides Adam and Aurora, there is another person here, and that is the driver of this car. Adam was sitting in the car watching the driver. The driver was a handsome man with brown hair about 30 years old, wearing a long-sleeved leather jacket, and wearing a black glove on his left hand. The driver's eyes were very calm, and Adam even saw a hint of indifference in it. Adam closed his eyes. He perceives that the physical fitness of this driver is countless times stronger than that of ordinary people. Adam also found that the driver was sitting in the car, but his eyes were always staring at John outside the car. It didn't look like he cared, but he was watching. Interesting. Chapter 38, Form. John returned to the car after speaking with the bald head. He did not talk to Adam, and Adam did not speak, but sat there quietly. Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a manor outside New York City. John got out of the car and helped Adam open the door. After Adam got out of the car, he took Adam to the manor. Adam and John walked slowly on the path of the villa, and the two were talking quietly. "Master, if you have anything to ask, just ask on this section of the road. There is a bug in the house." What have you experienced in the past 20 years? You can simply talk about it. After I came to New York that year, I went to Wall Street and made a lot of money in finance through artificial intelligence. In just 1 year, my wealth accumulated more than $100 million. I was forced to join a company called the Hydra organization. Took a few more years to gain a foothold. After having a certain right to speak, it released a notice about your missing persons to the world until it met you today. Who is that driver? His name is the Winter Soldier, and he was sent to protect me. In fact, he came to monitor me. I have already investigated the person behind him. It is a man named Wolfgang von Sitrek. Guy. Who is the leader of Hydra? What is your position in it? The leader on the bright side is Baron Sitrek, the guy I just mentioned. The guy with the highest status besides him is a guy named Alexander Pierce. This guy is the former director of SHIELD. I'm in 9. You can be regarded as the big steward of the head snake. Now 80% of the funds of the Hydra are controlled by me. While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the house, so they stopped communicating. Walking into the luxurious room, Adam thought for a while and felt that he had become a god. Why should he be so careful? So he said, find out all the bugs and destroy them. Now that I have returned, it's time to change a way of life. The Terminator absolutely obeyed his master. As soon as Arden's voice fell, he took out a pistol and fired 13 shots at every corner of the house. Master, all the bugs have been destroyed. John stood respectfully in front of Adam. Adam looked at the Terminator in front of him, and asked curiously, after so many years, haven't you cultivated a subordinate? John replied blankly, the master's order is only to find a place to stay and make money in New York, and there is no other order. Okay, you are the best. Adam rolled his eyes speechlessly. Although the intelligence of artificial intelligence is definitely high enough, the EQ is also too low. Another person walked in from the unclosed door. It was the driver of the Winter Soldier. He stood blankly at the door and did not speak, but just kept looking at John. Do you remember what happened before you became the Winter Soldier? Adam looked at the Winter Soldier at the door, wondering what he was thinking. The Winter Soldier looked at John expressionlessly, and ignored Adam. I hope you don't know Captain America, and I hope you are not the murderer who killed Iron Man and his father. Always ignored, Adam finally got a little angry. A 2-meter-tall golden soldier appeared in front of the Winter Soldier and hit his face with a fierce punch. The Winter Soldier retreated and kicked the golden soldier's abdomen. The golden soldier did not evade and took the Winter Soldier's foot, and then reached out and grabbed the Winter Soldier's ankle. Winter Soldier stood on one foot and slammed his left hand to the head of the golden soldier. The golden soldier raised his right hand to block, and the two fists made a metallic collision sound. The golden soldier blocked the Winter Soldier's attack, and grabbed the Winter Soldier's ankle with all his strength. The strength of the Winter Soldier was too far behind the golden soldier, and did not break away from the ankle. The golden soldier struggled to throw the Winter Soldier in midair and smashed to the ground fiercely. The current golden soldiers are equivalent to 7 or 8 Captain America. It only took a few tens of seconds to bring down the Winter Soldier, who was as powerful as Captain America, to the ground. The Winter Soldier was lying on the ground and struggling. The yellow turban soldier pressed on the Winter Soldier, firmly controlling him, preventing him from moving. The fierce fighting sound awakened Aurora in Adam's arms. Adam took advantage of the situation and said, Aurora, see if this guy can persuade you. I will try. Aurora looked at the Winter Soldier, her eyes lit up, as if she had seen some funny toy. He is not the same as the people I persuaded before, he is very special. Well, come on. Adam patted Aurora on the top of the head, put her on the ground, and walked toward a soft sofa that he saw. Adam comfortably nestled in the sofa, and said to the Terminator in front of him, have any supernatural events happened in the past 20 years? There are some, but I didn't pay attention. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Terminator John stood in front of Adam, his body straight and expressionless. Adam looked at the wrinkles on the Terminator's face and the grey hair on his head, and asked curiously, "What's the matter with your hair and your skin?" "In order to prevent others from discovering my difference, I spent half a month making artificial skin that can age." "Did Jiali contact you?" After going around for a long time, Adam finally asked what he wanted to ask. "Miss Carey is trapped in Odin's seal, with Ms. Hela." The Terminator replied. "How do you know about Odin's seal?" Adam suddenly sat upright. Although he had told the Terminator that his mother was sealed, he did not say anything about Odin. "The day after I arrived in New York, Miss Carey called me." The Terminator gave an unexpected explanation from Adam. "Although the seal blocks the space, it doesn't block the signal for some reason." "Then can you still contact Jiali now?" Adam's heartbeat suddenly quickened. "Of course, I have been sending things, computers, generators, and some daily necessities purchased online by Ms. Hela and Ms. Jiali in the seal for the past 20 years. The Terminator's words were a bit of a tribute. "Ms. Hela uses divine power to tear the space so that I can throw things into it from the cracks in the space. Ms. Hela said that I did a good job and will make me the chief steward of Asgard in the future. This is the best news I have heard since I came back." Adam was very excited. "Can I talk to Carey or my mother on the phone now?" The Terminator nodded and said, "Not only can you talk to them, you can also make video calls with them." "Where is the computer?" Chapter 39, Decide. In the Manners study room, Adam was sitting in front of the computer and giggling. "Carey, Mom, long time no see." Adam said these words without feeling at all. "I'm okay. Before I had you, I had been sealed by Odin for more than 1,700 years." Hela, opposite the computer, sat on a pink sofa with scarlet wine in the goblet in her hand. "I have to say that human beings are really powerful in creativity." "Adam, I'm sorry." Carey lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. "I don't know if I can't get out after I come in." "It's okay, I will go to Asgard as soon as possible and kill Odin." Adam's plain tone revealed endless confidence. "Baby, you may underestimate Odin's strength." Hela took a sip of the red wine in the glass. "I can sense that your divine power has awakened, but if you think that you can fight Odin in this way, my mother has to say that you are still a naive child." "Mom, I have other cards." Adam smiled. "I'm not an arrogant person, of course I know that my strength is far from Odin, but don't forget, I can summon you." "Baby, you must be disappointed. I can't return to Asgard for the time being. Unless you can lead Odin to the earth, otherwise I won't be able to deal with him." Hela's left hand gently stretched out. There was a milky white light on the finger. "I have found a way to get rid of Asgard." Adam just looked at the computer screen quietly. He had a foreboding that Hela's next words would be something that would break his own perception. Jiali waited until the atmosphere was a little strange, and walked aside without saying a word. "The space to seal Hela is actually quite large. I fell in love with a few screens, and even partitioned many rooms, especially after the two bought many items and arranged them, adding a bit to the dark and cold sealed space." "Warm." Hela languidly sat on the sofa and said, "When I was sealed for the 1231th year, there was an inexplicable fluctuation in the space. A crack appeared in the seal and a book fell into it. That book was called Apocalypse Genesis. This book was written by a guy named Jehovah. He showed another way of becoming a in the book. He called this way of becoming a by faith. I have been studying this method, and by the way, I have experimented with several ways he left behind to create creatures. It is a pity that it may be because my divine power belongs to the attribute of death, and I have not succeeded. Until one day, I saw his handwriting in the mezzanine. He tried to create a perfect creature, using his ribs and flesh and blood to add supernatural power." Hela was silent for a moment, and said, "He succeeded. He created a perfect existence called Adam." "Baby, no matter how I created you, but I love you. I love you very much. Hela paid attention to Adam's expression. You did it too, Mom. Adam gave a soothing smile. I love you too. Thank you, baby. Seeing Adam's expression, Hela felt relieved. Because of your presence, I fully understand the meaning of this book. I have tried to build my kingdom of God. When my kingdom of God is successfully established, I can gather faith and sit in the sky. But why can't you go back to Asgard? Adam was a little puzzled. Although I don't know much about the kingdom of God, shouldn't you be able to become a by collecting things like belief? Baby, faith is a kind of magical substance, it needs a carrier. Hela explained with a smile, the method described in the book is to use the Godhead as the carrier, but we Asgard are born as gods, and there is no Godhead existence. That's why I have to establish the kingdom of God before I can collect beliefs, otherwise I can't store beliefs, let alone use them. Hela drank a sip of red wine and continued, Asgard Protoss and Asgard are inherently mysteriously connected. If I return to Asgard, I will soon become semi-integrated with Asgard. For me, I can only regard Asgard as the kingdom of God, and cannot create a new kingdom of God. Then Asgard, it will be your kingdom of God. Adam thought Hela was a person who cared about old love, so he persuaded, Mom, you often say that I am your only relative, so why care about others? I go to Asgard to summon you with a contract, and then you kill Odin and transform Asgard into your kingdom of God. Then, as your son and apostle, I will fight the heavens for you and collect faith. Baby, follow your wishes, let's do this. Hela stood up, a black armor appeared on her body, and the sofa behind her was torn to shreds by divine power. But the plan needs to be changed. As I said, the Asgard Protoss and Asgard are in a semi-fusion state, especially Odin as the king of gods. Odin is invincible in Asgard, even if it is I can't kill Odin in Asgard either. Then, I want to find a way to attract him to Earth. Adam's expression was very excited, and the militant gene in his heart was completely aroused. The world where I was exiled this time is a very interesting place, and may be your first religious gathering place. Baby. You need to talk to the Supreme Master, the Earth is her territory after all. Hela's divine power surged, and his eyes were full of murderous aura. The Supreme Mage has guarded the atrium for many years, fighting against the monarchs and the demon gods outside the territory. The strength of UU reading www.uuganshu.com cannot be underestimated. And as the king of Asgard, Odin has killed countless enemies in his life. The Supreme Master is even more difficult to deal with. If the two of them are united together, I can hardly guarantee that the plan is perfect. I will go to meet the bald beauty, I believe she will not participate in our family affairs. Adam seemed to have seen Hela sitting on the throne, noble and proud, this is what the goddess of death should be. The Supreme Mage has been guarding the atrium throughout her life. She shouldn't agree with me and Odin to fight in the atrium. After all, with my Odin's strength, a little carelessness will ruin the atrium. Hela's supernatural power retracted into her body, head and ugly headdress appeared on it, like an upside-down black spider's feet. If the Supreme Mage disagrees, then find a way to kill her first, I will be in the best state here, ready to do it at any time. Go, baby. Mom, I have something to tell you. Adam's expression was a little awkward. This matter is about your image, but I don't know if I should say it. What's the matter, baby? Have you heard any rumors that are not conducive to me? Hela's expression was very indifferent, as if she knew her well. Odin will naturally make an explanation that is not conducive to my disappearance. Don't worry about those. When I appear, all rumors will stop. Adam groaned for 2 seconds and said, It's not my mother, but I just think your helmet is too ugly. It really damages your image of the goddess of death. Can you change it? Hela. Adam thinks Hela still thinks of Odin too kindly. Now, no one in Asgard remembers who the goddess of death Hela is, and no one remembers how much the goddess of death Hela made to Asgard. How many years have you fought? Chapter 40, Unknown Arm. Adam fell into thought after finishing the video call with the goddess of death. It's not easy to bring Odin to the earth. We need to wait for the opportunity from a long-term plan. The Thor's exile event should be a good opportunity soon. Master, the meal is ready. The Terminator appeared in front of Adam wearing an apron. I'll try your 20-year Chinese cooking. Adam stood up and walked to the restaurant. You can change your skin back. Looking at your grey hair, I feel a little awkward. Yes. The Terminator followed Adam. Do I need to inform Miss Aurora? She is still communicating with the Winter Soldier. Go ahead. Adam sat at the dining table, first picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Is very delicious, and the craftsmanship of the Terminator is getting better and better. Although it was only a short period of 20 days for Adam, for the Terminator, his cooking skills have been tempered for more than 20 years. Master Summoner, Aurora cannot persuade the Winter Soldier. Aurora also came to the restaurant, her face full of unhappy. The central brain system of the Winter Soldier has been destroyed and he cannot think independently. If I want to persuade him, I must know the instructions in his brain before. If the instructions in his brain are cleared, then he will become a vegetative. No action at all. It's okay, come and taste John's craftsmanship. Adam smiled indifferently, took a dumpling and placed it on the plate in front of Aurora. Go and get rid of him. Adam said casually while eating, contact the Baron you mentioned and tell him that from now on, the well water will not be offended by the river, so that he will not do extra small actions. Yes. The Terminator understood that these words were meant to himself, and turned and left the restaurant. After dinner, the Terminator arranged a room for Adam and Aurora. Aurora immediately fell asleep on the bed after getting her small room. She was already very sleepy, she fell asleep in Adam's arms before. After the awakening of divine power, Adam felt that he didn't need sleep at all. Adam took the Terminator, who also didn't need sleep, and prepared to have a long conversation. The Terminator in front of Adam has returned to the appearance they had seen for the first time, with a strong body and a cold face, giving people a sturdy feeling. Look at how handsome you are now, why are you so old? Adam was very satisfied with the way the Terminator is now and said, are there any superheroes in New York? For example, Spider-Man. A few street heroes appeared in Brooklyn. The Terminator stood in front of Adam and replied, the most famous of them are Daredevil and Punisher. Daredevil's methods are very cold, and he will beat criminals every time. He was seriously injured, and the Punisher was even more terrifying. None of the criminals who saw him survived. Have you investigated them? Adam was in a good mood when he heard two familiar names. With your current status and abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to investigate two street heroes. There is no investigation. I don't think it is necessary to investigate them. The Terminator shook his head. Although their strength is far superior to ordinary people, they are not strong. I have already obtained human strengthening potions in Hydra, as well as the process of manufacturing Winter Soldiers. If you need them, we can start production immediately. I don't need any Winter Soldiers. Compared to Winter Soldiers, I would rather get an army of Terminators. Adam looked at the Terminator in front of him. Is there still no way to break through the limits Skynet has left you? Almost. The Terminator shook his head. Skynet set the highest order when it made me, not to disclose any information and technology about Skynet, whether it is artificial intelligence or the creation of Terminator robots belong to this category. Then let them go first. Adam decided to change the topic. Although he was very interested in these street heroes, he didn't think their strength could help him. How about letting you investigate the news about Norse mythology? I got a lot of news, and I did a lot of investigations, but unfortunately they are all useless myths and legends. The Terminator replied blankly, but I found a tombstone in the tomb of a legendary god. There was a sword and an arm underneath, and I brought them back. The Terminator had been prepared for a long time, turned around and took a hanging sword from the wall next to it, and in the drawer of the table under which the sword was hanging, he took out a section of his arm and placed it in front of Adam. The tombstone says that he is the of war, the guarantor of contracts and oaths, the glory of heroism, and the representative of courage. The Terminator pointed to the sword on the ground and said, I confirmed with Ms. Hela, this sword it is indeed the sword of the god of war Tyr. But this arm is not. Ms. Hela said that the right arm of the god of war Tyr has long been eaten by her pet Fenris. Adam picked up the sword in front of him and found that the appearance of this sword was very beautiful. The scabbard was studded with gems. www.readaloud.com. After being pulled out, the sword was dazzling, and the sharp sword revealed coldness, and it looked like a sword. Adam input divine power into this sword, and found that the conductivity of this sword is very good, and it also has a very powerful amplification function, especially for his divine power with sword aura attributes. You will be my sword from today. Adam gently stroked the body of the sword and found that the sword was not spiritual, so he had no desire to name the sword, and took the sword back into the scabbard and hung it around his waist. Then Adam turned his gaze to this arm. This arm is no different from an ordinary male human arm, and even the skin is more delicate. After Adam picked up the arm and entered the divine power to test, he found that this arm once belonged to an Asgard Protoss. And judging from its toughness, it is definitely a true who has awakened its divine power attributes. Without the awakening divine power attribute is not a true god, and even without a divine tool, it will become a very weak state. Take Thor who lost his hammer. Asgard's awakening of gods has not many divine power attributes. It can be said that there are very few. In Adam's cognition, there are only God King Odin and his mother Death Goddess Hela, and one is Odin's wife, the goddess of magic Frigga. My mother said, this arm is not Tyras. Adam looked at the arm in front of him, and felt that there must be some secret. Adam and the goddess of death talked a lot. Hela personally told Adam that the of war Tyr died in his hands, in the previous battle of Odin to seal the goddess of death. Ms. Hela has confirmed that this arm will definitely not belong to the god of war Tyr. The Terminator replied, after a period of investigation where I found the arm, I combined it with a piece of myth and legend. Thinking that the owner of this arm is still alive, he is. Chapter 41, Alien Creature Summoning Card. Adam was very curious about who the owner of this arm was, and asked, who? I didn't analyze it. The Terminator shook his head and said, I only analyzed that the owner of this arm should be alive, and that he is not from Asgard, he should be the Warner Protoss of Anaheim. It doesn't matter who he is. Adam had a headache and changed the subject. After you and Hydra have a showdown, observe Hydra's reaction. Please tell me if you have any problems. Then stare me down on New Mexico and take a look. When will a hammer fall from the sky? Yes. The Terminator nodded. Put it away, maybe it will be useful in the future. Adam looked at the arm again, then threw it back to the Terminator, turned and walked towards his room. Speechless all night. 2 mornings, Adam, who had had breakfast, wandered boringly in the garden, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be 2 alien creature summoning cards in his summoning space. There is nothing to do anyway, see what can be summoned. Adam took out a card, ready to summon the goddess of death at any time. Adam didn't know whether the call of the equal contract had a cooling time, so he could just experiment. The card in his hand began to emit a grey dim light. After about a minute, nothing changed. Adam's brows couldn't help but frowned. Lolo, hero cards are not like this, right? Adam asked the system, if hero cards also need such pre-guidance, then I may have to make preparations in advance in the future. It's the same, it takes 3 minutes to guide. The 24-hour online system replied, these 2 cards are produced by one person and have the same usage restrictions. Adam suddenly became curious about the producer of the card and asked enthusiastically, who made it? Unknown. Adam curled his lips. Since I don't know what you are talking about, who knows if it is a human, maybe it was produced by a large lizard walking upright. 3 minutes came, and the cards in Adam's hand became a bunch of light spots. These light spots gathered in front of Adam, forming a human-shaped light and shadow. The light and shadow slowly dimmed, and a man appeared in front of Adam. The man is about 1.7 meters tall and looks about 30 years old. He looks very ordinary, with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Where is this? Who are you? The man widened his eyes and looked at Adam, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Why did you show up in my house? Hehe, you take a closer look at the surrounding environment, are you sure this is your home? Adam listened to the familiar language, with a gentle smile on his face. The man began to look around and found that it was an unfamiliar garden. His eyes widened. This is a message that appeared in Adam's mind, and it was about the man in front of him. Summon result, human. Introduction, Wu Xian, Mudogeniki, is an undercover agent organized by the God Collection in TNLUODI.com, a sea-level soil attributability person. My name is Wu Xian and I am an intelligence officer of TNLUODI.com. I have a very important piece of information to send back. Mutagen turned his eyes and said to Adam, can you tell me where this is? As an intelligence officer, you just told me hastily that you have an important piece of information. Adam looked at the undercover in front of him blankly. It seems that your illness is not healed. What's the disease? Mutagen looked puzzled. What are you talking about? This is the New York Mental Hospital. You are a mentally ill patient, and I am your attending Dr. Adam. The unhappy Adam decided to have some fun. You are a delusional patient, and you imagine yourself a new identity every day. Yesterday you still thought that you were the leader of Shenji, although I don't know what organization Shenji is, and the day before yesterday you thought you were the most beautiful woman in the world. What kind of intelligence personnel are you from today? By the way, why are the names of these terrorist organizations in your mouth so strange? There was a smile on Adam's face with a hint of sarcasm. Mutagen's face was full of doubts, and even a little doubt rose in his heart. Is it really a mental illness? You will stay in this garden for a while, don't run around, I'll go back to the ward to fetch you medicine. Adam patted the somewhat sluggish Mudogeniki on the shoulder and turned and walked towards the villa. Adam did not go far. After leaving Mudo's sight, he immediately dived back from the grass. Adam was hiding not far behind Mutagen, ready to kill the annoying guy in front of him at any time. After knowing Mudo's identity, Adam's first reaction was to kill the guy in front of him, even if he wasted an alien creature summoning card. Adam hates undercover agents the most, traitors and donging people. This guy actually took up 2 in front of him. Immortality is not enough for civilians to be angry. After seeing Adam leaving, Gen Mudo took out a cell phone from his arms www.readaloud.com and dialed the call in his memory. Sorry, the number you dialed is empty, please try again later. Mudogeniki's expression changed, and his own power was transported, but nothing happened. He realized that he couldn't use the power. The system has already notified Adam, because they are creatures from another world, so their abilities need a period of time to integrate with the rules of this world, and they cannot use their abilities when they are just called out. Except for creatures above God level. It is a pity that Mutagen is a small sea-level ability, not a God-level creature. Mudogeniki stood there, feeling in his heart not knowing how to tell, he really began to wonder if he was really a mentally ill person. The crazy dragon staff appeared in Adam's hand. He had played enough and decided to execute the undercover in front of him. Master, why don't you use another card? The voice of the system suddenly appeared in Adam's mind. Adam paused for a while and asked, Luo, are you bored too? It's really boring, I just want to inform you that creatures in the same world can't be summoned by you at the same time, the system explained. If you kill the guy in front of you, the next time you will be summoned will still be a creature in the same world as him. But if you leave him behind, the one summoned will definitely no longer be a creature in the same world as him. Can you understand? I heard your first sentence quite clearly, but as soon as you explained your second sentence, I was a little confused. Adam rolled his eyes. A card that was exactly the same as before appeared in Adam's hand again, emitting a dim light. I hope I can have a girl this time. Adam stared at the card in front of him. It's good to stay with Mao Wang. Chapter 42, Dogyabai. The light on the card in Adam's hand is getting stronger, completely different from the situation just summoned. Luo, what's the situation? Adam was puzzled. Is there something wrong with my second use? According to the information from the system, the alien creatures summoned this time should have a certain connection with you. The system replied, what will happen specifically, we will know after the summoning is over. The light radiating from Adam's hand attracted Muto's attention. Genichi Muto is thinking about life, doubting his mental state. But he suddenly discovered that there was a flash of light in the bushes behind him. Muto Genichi cautiously approached the bushes, secretly looking at what was shining inside. Adam was staring at the glowing summoning card in his hand, and suddenly a head appeared in front of him. It was Genichi Muto, and Adam greeted him embarrassingly. Adam, hi. Muto Genichi. The two of them stared at each other and looked at each other. Finally, Genichi Muto felt wrong. Why did this self-proclaimed psychiatrist squat and shine in the bushes? Are you a light-type superpower? Mutajin looked at Adam with a sullen expression. What did you do to me? Why do I appear here, and my abilities are still out of use? Do you want to fight Tian Luda Wang? I have already said that I am your attending Dr. Adam. There are no supernatural beings in this world, you don't have supernatural powers at all. Adam's face was serious, and the summoning card in his hand shook. Muto General said solemnly, this is the latest product of Stark Industries, a card flashlight. My one seems to be broken, I don't know why it can't be turned off. Mutajin groaned for 2 seconds, and said, first, you just said clearly that you went back to the ward to get the medicine for me. Second, I've seen Iron Man. You doubt me? Adam's eyes widened, his right hand covering his chest, with a heartbroken expression. As your primary doctor, I have been taking care of you for so long, and you doubted me. Yet. Muto's expression was a bit tangled, he still couldn't figure out whether he was really a mentally ill person or was caught by someone. I'm just a little confused. Okay, you come with me. Adam stuffed the still glowing card into his pocket, and stretched out his hand to walk Muto Genichi to the house. Adam pulled Muto Genichi to the TV and turned on the TV, which was showing news programs. A blonde reporter was facing the camera and said, everyone can see that Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, has been rescued by the military. Tony Stark, who just got off the plane, asked to eat a hamburger and held a meeting. The press conference. You believe me now? Adam pointed at the TV and grabbed Muto Genichi with the other hand. Tell me, what have you imagined again? That guy on TV will become Iron Man. Mutajin hesitated. Will become the Avengers. What is Iron Man? Adam looked puzzled. There is also the Avengers, who is he going to take revenge against? I don't know, it's all in my dream. Mutajin's eyes were dull, and he had already determined that he had some mental problems. Muto Genichi's current mentality is collapsed, he took 2 steps back, and some did not dare to look at Adam. Why does the Iron Man in the comic appear in the news? Could it be that I am really a neurotic and have a very serious delusion? Will Tony Stark become Iron Man? Adam managed to hold back a smile, and suddenly realized that the undercover agent in front of him had a touching IQ. Why did this IQ become an undercover agent? Adam feels that this game is very fun, he can't bear to kill the guy in front of him now, how about keeping him playing for a few days? The sky does not give birth to my loneliness, the eternal swordsmanship is like a long night. Accompanied by a melancholy voice, a young man in a cyan gown appeared out of thin air with his back facing Adam. Is this my delusion attack or the spatial supernatural? Mutagen looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him with a dull face. Mutogeniki's worldview has been refreshed all the time, and his mind is dumbfounded. He was probably summoned to this world suddenly, not only sealing his abilities, but also part of his IQ. Changlo, is this your conspiracy again? The young man who just appeared had his back facing Adam and the face of Muto Kenichi. Whether you are a phantom or a real person, take my sword first. Adam looked at the back of the man in front of him, and fell into surprise. The man said nothing, and nodded towards Mutogeniki's forehead with Cheng's sword. Mutagen opened his mouth. He was hit on his forehead as soon as he said a word, and he lost consciousness when his eyes went dark. Goodbye. Adam called out the man's name just now, with a trembling voice. There is one more. Goodbye, who killed Mutogeniki, turned around and looked at Adam cautiously. Looking at you, it doesn't look like a subordinate of Changlo. Adam looked at the face that had once appeared in the memory before him, and an unspeakable feeling poured out in his heart. Adam has awakened the memory of his previous life, and his previous life's name is Goodbye. What he is best at is swordsmanship. He has the ability to travel through space, and his face looks exactly the same as the person in front of him. I think we should talk. Adam looked at the lonely white in front of him, feeling very awkward. Maybe you may not believe it, but in fact I am you. Don't tell me it's useless, give me the nightshade. Goodbye's face was cold, and he ignored the nonsense of the person in front of him. Even the looks are different. You want to confuse me, the sword demon Goodbye? Don't say disguise, you don't even put on makeup. Believe it or not, I will kill you with a sword 23. Do you know how to sword 23? Adam's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized, I see, you are me in another parallel space. Goodbye was too lazy to talk nonsense with the person in front of him, and he would run 23 swords with his hands together. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The surrounding air was a bit solidified, and Goodbye's body exuded a fierce sword aura soaring to the sky, continuously cutting the surrounding space. Luo, what is the situation? Seeing Goodbye's appearance, Adam hurriedly communicated with the system. Summoning a guy named Goodbye is enough to talk about. Why hasn't this guy been sealed? Why the Goodbye system in parallel space can be summoned cannot be explained. But the reason he was not sealed is because he and your luck are shared. The system replied, the same individuals in parallel space are not allowed to meet. Yes, he will be repelled from this space soon, please don't worry. I can't beat him, who is worried about this? Adam said irritably, this guy killed the idiot just now with his finger, and now he has to be repelled by the space, so I don't have two cards. Is it in vain? Pulling the sword and cutting the sky the universe style, can integrate all sword techniques. The system replied nonchalantly, if you can get sword 23, it can be said to be a big profit. Sword 23 is a kind of influence. The swordsmanship of the space, on the whole, is close to the level. Adam thought about it, and the system was right. You can look at the dagger in front of you. It doesn't seem to be an existence that can communicate well, and there is not much time. Luo, how long can he stay here? Probably. I don't know, I can't perceive the rejection of others in space, but according to the laws of space, he must exist for at least 30 minutes. 30 minutes is not too much. Explain that it may be too late. Let him down first and then talk to him. While thinking about Adam, the crazy dragon staff appeared in his hand, and the grey-white divine power radiated from Adam. Chapter 43, 1 to the outside. Adam exploded with all his strength for the first time, the surrounding space began to twist, and black space cracks began to emerge. White's pupils shrunk, the guy in front of him is so strong, he is definitely not weaker than his arch-enemy demon respect building. Wait a minute. Goodbye said loudly, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Let's talk about it first. Adam was unmoved. This was the first time he shot with all his strength. The blood in his heart surged, and he never wanted to stop. Dokubei regrets being so impulsive in his heart, and it seems that he can't beat the guy opposite. Seeing that the two of them were about to start their hands, the surrounding space suddenly changed its appearance in a blur, and the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The sky and the earth turned over, and everything around them began to roll. Adam and Dokubei both stood a bit thin. They temporarily put down the confrontation and looked around vigilantly. Adam, we meet again. A bald woman appeared in front of Adam out of thin air, with two magic lights in her hands. Hello, Supreme Master, I don't know what you want to do. Adam looked at Guyi in front of him cautiously, only then did he realize how naive his previous thoughts were. The powerful aura on the Supreme Mage kept tumbling, violently hitting Adam, and Adam's divine power surged, constantly opposing the aura on the Supreme Mage. Dokubei was in the same situation as Adam, and his sword aura surged, constantly cutting the power of the strong surrounding him. There was some unspeakable feeling in Adam's heart. He thought that the gap between himself and the Supreme Mage was not big, but he didn't expect that even the breath of the other party would be so difficult to stop. That Odin, who is stronger than the Supreme Mage. The Death Goddess, the Supreme Mage, and the King Odin, Adam had all met face to face, but they had never felt that they were so powerful. It seems that they did not show their true strength before facing themselves. As Adam's mother, the goddess of death would naturally not use her breath to oppress her children. In the eyes of the mother, her children are of course very good, and they have an equal contract. Adam can call the goddess of death at any time, so Hela agreed. Adam's plan to hunt Odin. Odin or he doesn't like Adam so much in his heart, so he might not use his breath to frighten his grandson at the first meeting, so Adam didn't know how terrifying the majesty of God King Odin was, so he decided to hunt Odin. Plan of. The Supreme Mage made a deal with the Goddess of Death, and the content of the deal was to rescue Adam from Odin's seal. That was the first meeting between the Supreme Mage and Adam. Naturally, the Supreme Mage would not scare Adam, who was still a child at the time. Adam awakened the memory of his previous life and possessed his own divine power attributes. I thought I was already at the same level as Odin and the Supreme Mage, but I didn't expect that there was such a big gap with them. The appearance of the Supreme Mage not only interrupted Adam's battle with Dokubei, but also interrupted Adam's plan to hunt Odin. Adam is completely unable to guarantee that he can block an attack by Odin. Although he can summon his mother, the goddess of death, what if Odin kills himself in a second? Adam would not hope that Odin has grandparents and grandchildren for him. If Odin really has feelings for Adam, he would not seal a 12-year-old child on an uninhabited island when he met for the first time. Adam, I don't know what you did or how you did it, but the person next to you can no longer exist in this universe. The Supreme Mage pointed his finger at Dokubei expressionlessly. He does not belong to this universe. If it continues to exist, it will threaten the security of this universe and will have a certain impact on the timeline of this universe. I hope you will let him leave here immediately. It's my business whether I go or not. Why do you make the decision for me? And why do you think he can make the decision for me? Dokubei heard the words of the Supreme Mage and was a little unhappy. My sword demon Dokubei never compromises, although I don't know what you are talking about, but, whatever you want to do, win first and then I will say it. Dokubei's sword aura surged, and countless sword auras cut the Supreme Mage's aura and suppressed it, and the soul radiating white light slowly escaped from the body and rose into the air. Wait a minute, I want to talk to him. Adam stopped Dokubei from saying a word to Master Guyi, and then said to Dokubei, while there is still some time now, I need to talk to you first. Yes. The Dokubei Yuan Shen returned to his body and nodded softly. Although he didn't know what happened, he could see that Adam was on his side at the moment. The Supreme Master thought for a second, and said, "Give you 3 minutes." Adam walked to Dokubei, turned around and said to Master Guyi, I hope this conversation will be the only two of us. Guyi Mage looked at Adam, was silent for a second, and then turned around. Can you tell me who you are? Why do you say you are me? Before Adam could speak, Dogyubai asked first, if I guess right, that bald head is Marvel's supreme mage, right? There are countless universes in this world, and countless universes naturally have countless solitary whites, and you and I are the same people in different universes. Adam looked at the solitary white in front of him, and he always felt a little kind in his heart. Because of some special circumstances, I summoned you to this universe. Marvel Universe. I can't stay here. Solanum is still waiting for me to go back and save. Without thinking about it, Dogyubai blurted out, I don't care about this mess, can I go back? Actually, I can't keep you at all, and the Supreme Mage also asks you to leave immediately. I believe she will have a way to send you back to your original universe. Adam said with some embarrassment, I call you to this universe. www.readaloud.com paid a great price, I don't want to get nothing, so. Okay, let's talk, what do you want? Dogyubai was very angry, and said without thinking, I know 3 very powerful swordsmanship, all of which can be handed over to you. Sword 23, Heavenly Flying Fairy and Liu Yunjianju. I have nothing to teach you. This sword is the sword of the warrior in Norse mythology. I will give it to you. Adam looked at Dogyubai in front of him, feeling even more embarrassed, and thought about it. The long sword at the waist was sent to Dogyubai. Then I will accept these swordsmanship, I will use the soul to pass these swords to you, you can remember it yourself. Dogyubai took the long sword and reached out and grabbed Adam's shoulder. I don't know what you think, but no one in this world has ever dared to threaten me. Even if I want to go back, I have to fight that bald head first. Adam looked at Dogyubai in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Is this the parallel world himself? Such blood soaring! Then have a fight with her. The blood in Adam's heart surged again, and he seemed to suddenly understand why he hadn't released the seal of the goddess of death for so long. On the surface I am crazy, but in fact my approach is very cowardly. This is not the real Adam. Supreme Mage, you are the first to experience the me who releases the beast. Feeling the message of the swordsmanship in my mind, the crazy dragon staff in his hand kept exuding grey divine light, and the corners of Adam's mouth were slightly raised. Dogyubai glanced at Adam beside him. There was no expression on his face. He had experienced so many incomprehensible things inexplicably. It was really puzzling. Perhaps this was actually a dream or an illusion of rebuilding. No matter what all this is, I must let the bald head know that no one can stand above me. Chapter 44, Powerful Supreme Mage. The Supreme Mage maintained the mirror space, felt the fighting spirit of Adam and Dogyubai, and frowned slightly. Child, you may not know what you are going to do. The Supreme Mage waved his hand gently, and the surrounding world became blank, leaving only a circular ring. Adam and Dogyubai were in the center of the ring. I don't want to do anything to you, I just hope that the other you beside you will return to his original universe. 23 Swords of Destroying Heaven and Destroying Earth. Dogyubai ignored what the Supreme Mage thought, and said after a fight. The sword aura on Dogyubai's body soared into the sky, making the surrounding space in a solidified state, countless sword auras flying around, aiming at the Supreme Mage. The power of Adam's whole body poured into the Mad Dragon staff in his hand, and the Mad Dragon staff exudes a dazzling light. Adam leaped and jumped into the sky above the Supreme Mage, bending his body into a bow shape, and hitting the Supreme Mage with all his strength. Hey! With a sigh, everything around him solidified. Whether it was sword aura or Adam flying in mid-air, it seemed that it was a bug in amber that couldn't even be checked. You don't know anything about power. The Supreme Mage's eyes lit up with silver light, and with a light wave of his hand, Adam slammed Dogyubai's body, and the two fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. I made a deal with the goddess of death and rescued you from Odin's exile, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. If so, let me banish you." The Supreme Mage's eyes flickered. With silver light, his hands kept flicking in the air, as if there were invisible strings in the air. "As for the existence of this alien universe, I will send him back if he does not pose a threat to this world." The space around Adam and Dugubei became colorful, with countless lines entwining the two. Dugubei's figure became more and more faint, and he was about to be expelled from the universe. Adam was also overwhelmed, just like being sealed by Odin's divine power. A sense of powerlessness rose in Adam's heart, and the divine power in his body slowly fell into silence. "No one." Dugubei had a crazy smile on his face. "No one can do this to me." Dugubei's body trembled slightly, and the colored lines surrounding him became blurred. "I am the sword demon Dugubei, I am the devil in the sword. Do you think you will kill me?" Dugubei laughed up to the sky. "Ha ha ha, 6 extinctions without me." Dugu white and black hair instantly turned silvery white, and his body exuded an ominous aura. Countless grey-black sword chi burst out of his body, cutting the surrounding space into pieces of broken glass. "Regular information." The Supreme Mage murmured softly, and the movements on his hands accelerated, and he kept making gestures one after another. The figure of the Supreme Mage suddenly changed from 1 to 2, and 2 to 4. In no time, the figure of the Supreme Mage was filled in the air. Every Supreme Mage threw a golden whip in his hand, entwining Dugubei. "Is it the multiple shadow avatar again?" Adam's eyes were a little gloomy, and his heart was full of sorrow. He didn't expect that he was the weakest one in the field. 6 Destruction Sword 23. I have gone through thousands of tribulations, and experienced the sufferings of the 6 reincarnations for several times. Finally one day I can stop the water without waves, change without fear, and no longer fear the sufferings of the 6 paths, thus becoming the strongest. The Sword 23 Sword of 6 Destruction Mume. Many wrinkles appeared on Dugubei's face. "At the price of my life in this life, let you strongest sword." But with Dugubei's words, the black-grey sword energy shook a few times in the air, and the Supreme Mage filled the sky like smoke blown away by the wind, disappearing without a trace. "You are a respectable strong man." The Supreme Mage was still standing in the original position, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "I can't catch this trick of you. No one of the people I met can catch your sword, including the Odin and the Lord of Hell, Lucifer. So I'm sorry." The Supreme Mage snapped his fingers after speaking, and an emerald green gem appeared in his hand. This gem contained a mysterious atmosphere and exuded a dazzling light, which shocked Adam's heart. The green jewel flickered lightly, and everything around it seemed to be restored quickly as if the frozen screen in the movie had been pressed by the reverse button. The grey-black sword energy around Dugubei returned to his body, the wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared, and the silver-white hair returned to the black mystery. "Respected strong man, I hope you don't come to the universe that I guard." After Dugubei returned to its original condition, the Supreme Mage snapped his fingers gently, and Dugubei's figure disappeared in this universe. "Guyi, I underestimated you. I not only underestimated you, but also underestimated Odin." Adam looked at the Supreme Mage bitterly. "Child, I saw your plan to hunt Odin in the course of time, and I have to say that you are really bold." The Supreme Mage fell in front of Adam from mid-air, and everything around him returned to its original state. It became a villa of the Terminator. "I am very interested in your plan to hunt Odin, and I have watched tens of thousands of results." "What's the result?" Adam's eyes were slightly narrowed, and he listened carefully to every word of the Supreme Master. "Success is of course impossible. But the good news is that you never died." The silver light in the eyes of the Supreme Master gradually faded and returned to normal. www.readaloud.com. Believe me, no one will be willing to face it. A crazy goddess of death, especially a goddess of death who broke through the limits of the Asa Protoss. "You mean my mother broke the limit of the Asgardians?" Adam was delaying time while thinking of a way. He didn't want to be banished by the Supreme Mage. I prefer to call you Asgardians Asa Protoss. A single sofa appeared behind the Supreme Mage, and she sat on the sofa. Jehovah is a powerful existence. Although I haven't seen him, Lucifer is my old opponent. The goddess of death combined with the faith of Jehovah to become a god, and it is indeed a terrible existence. Then can you give her a face? A smile suddenly appeared on Adam's face, a smile with only 8 teeth. Release her beloved son. Everyone in this world has the time of his death, including me and Odin. As long as you promise me not to interfere with Odin's death time, I agree to let go of your mischief this time. A smile appeared in front of Adam, an embarrassing smile rather than a polite smile. Although you have never succeeded in hunting Odin every time, you did change the time of Odin's death, which makes things a little difficult to handle. I suddenly remembered something. Listening to Master Guyi's topic about time, a storm surged in Adam's heart. You can see the future, haven't you seen a purple sweet potato, isn't it, a purple titan, he... Stop! The Supreme Mage interrupted Adam. Everything has a law, that's not what I should face. I suddenly feel that you are a person who likes to do transactions, so let's make a transaction first. Adam's eyes suddenly turned milky white and said, I want the time gem in your hand. Chapter 45, Beaten. Impossible. The Supreme Mage shook his head blankly. The gem of time must be in the hands of every Supreme Mage. I'm not prepared to compromise. Adam's black eyes turned milky white, and his black hair turned purple. The surging divine power in Adam's body was all injected into the crazy dragon staff, all the skills learned in previous and present life, as well as the 3 swordsmanship that Dugyabai had just passed to him, were all concentrated into the next attack. Although Dugyabai passed on to Adam the 3-stroke swordsmanship, Adam has not practiced yet, but according to Dugyabai's memory, he has mastered some fur. The Flying Fairy and Sword 23 need no explanation. There is also the Liu Yun sword technique, which Dugyabai obtained from an abandoned ruin. According to legend, it is the strongest sword technique of the fairy realm Liu Yun sword sect, a kind of flying sword technique. Throw in the sky. Adam condensed all the divine power and physical power, and the crazy dragon staff in his hand swung fiercely at the Supreme Mage, hitting Guyi at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The Supreme Mage was too late to react, still holding the gem of time in his right hand. Only raise the left arm to resist. The left arm of the Supreme Mage was illuminated with yellow magic light, and a circular light shield appeared in front of him. Crazy Dragon's staff broke the magical attack shield like a ruin, and hit the Supreme Mage's arm. The arm of the Supreme Mage was like a rotten wooden branch, which was easily interrupted by the Mad Dragon staff. The Mad Dragon staff that condensed all of Adam's divine power, broke the magic light shield and arm of the Supreme Mage, and hit the Supreme Mage's waist severely. Crazy Dragon staff and the waist of the Supreme Master lit up with silver light. The Supreme Master flew back, smashed through the wall of the villa, smashed into the garden, and smashed a large pit more than 30 meters deep on the ground. Adam picked up the gem of time that fell on the ground, panting heavily, came to the big pit in the garden, and looked at the Supreme Mage at the bottom of the pit. The Supreme Mage's waist was interrupted, and the entire spine was broken into several pieces, lying on the bottom of the big pit in embarrassment, panting slightly, blood constantly flowing from the corners of her mouth and nostrils. How do you feel now? Enough, enough. Adam's eyes turned back to black, but his hair became a little grey. I underestimated you, child. The fingers of the Supreme Mage's right hand slightly pinched a few knuckles, and made a few simple magic gestures, and an emerald green light lit up on the Supreme Mage. I thought you only have the courage to hunt Odin, now I am sure you do have the ability to hunt Odin. The Supreme Mage floated slowly into the air, his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his twisted left arm returned to normal in just a few seconds under the green light. Adam has exhausted all his divine power, and can't even lift a trace of strength. He can only watch the Supreme Mage reply, but he is calling the system in his heart. Luo, are you okay? Master, don't worry, the power of the time gem is very special, and it takes a while to absorb it. Hurry up to absorb and upgrade. I think the bald woman in front of me seems to be angry. Good host, give me a few more minutes. Supreme Mage, do you think I am capable of making a deal with you? Adam rubbed lightly a few times, the time gem in his hand. After all, it is in my hands now. I don't want to possess it. You just need to lend it to me for a few days. Child, you can't understand the power of time at all. The Supreme Mage once again replied with an elegant expression, and the blood on his face was also cleared by the power of magic. Look at your own hair. Although Adam did not have long hair, it was not particularly short. He glanced up and saw the grey hair on his head. Child, the power of time is corroding you. The lifespan of the Asa Protoss is only 5,000 years. At present, only your mother, the goddess of death, can break through this limit, and you are not among them. The Supreme Mage extended his right hand to Adam. I advise you to return it to me as soon as possible, it will corrupt your life. Are you really not thinking about working with me? Adam tried his best to delay time. Don't you have anything you want me to do? Others may not know, but I definitely know that your time may be running out. Adam did not worry about the ultimate corruption of the Supreme Master. He believed that the system had a way to solve this problem. Even if the system could not solve this problem, that would be bad. Luo, my lifespan will not be affected. Adam asked the system nervously. The system replied, please don't worry, the Master, your lifespan has been fixed by the system, and there is no limit at all. You will only die by accidents, not by aging. Child, you are forcing me to do something to you. A yellow magic light lit up in the hands of the Supreme Mage. I have already given face to the goddess of death. Luo. Master, give me a few more minutes. Adam gritted his teeth, stuffed the gem of time into his mouth, swallowed into his stomach with a strain on his throat. Let me learn about the power of the Supreme Mage. Adam looked at the Supreme Mage firmly in front of him, without any compromise. Naughty. The expression of the Supreme Master was very cold, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com seemed to be really angry. A yellow magic whip hit Adam, and Adam flew back and knocked down a big tree. Just as Adam got up from the ground, another whip was drawn behind his back. The figure of the Supreme Mage kept flashing around Adam. The magic light whip in his hand slammed on Adam, and Adam flew around in the air like this, falling into a blue nose and swollen face. Adam knew that the Supreme Mage didn't mean to hurt himself. Although he had suffered several times, the injuries were not serious. Watching Adam lying on the ground, the Supreme Mage temporarily stopped his attack and said, I will give you one last chance. Let me think about it first. Adam got up from the ground, still thinking about what to do. The Supreme Mage suddenly appeared in front of Adam, and an uppercut hit Adam's chin, making Adam fly into the sky. Adam was beaten into the air, and the magic attack was wrapped around Adam's left foot. The Supreme Mage stood on the ground with a slight force, and Adam was pulled down and hit the ground fiercely. With a loud noise, the dust on the ground was flying all over the sky, and a large human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Puff! Adam squirted out a mouthful of blood. This time the Supreme Mage really tried hard, and Adam felt that his internal organs seemed to have shifted, twitching and painful. I thought you would summon the goddess of death. The Supreme Mage appeared on Adam, with one foot on Adam's back and one foot on Adam's buttocks. In the long river of time, you have summoned the goddess of death to deal with me more than once. Ahem, is that why you didn't make a cruel move? Adam squirted another blood, feeling the weight of the mage. Master, all right. Now you can choose to upgrade the Golden Soldier. Chapter 46, Get one sleep after being beaten. The Supreme Mage gently waved his hand, and 4 yellow magic light bands tied Adam's limbs and hung Adam in the air. This posture is not very comfortable. With blood still remaining at the corner of Adam's mouth, he said with a playful smile, "Well, I promise you no more trouble with Odin, and I will give you the gem of time. Then spit it out." The Supreme Mage floated in front of Adam with no expression. Adam did not keep spitting out time, but asked the system in his heart, "Lolo, what is the strength of the golden soldiers after they are upgraded?" The system replied, "This requires the owner to decide by yourself. There are 2 ways to upgrade, one is the number of upgrades, and the other is the ability to upgrade." It's such a pit. Adam thought he would be able to upgrade directly, but he didn't expect to make his own choice. Upgrade your strength. In just a blink of an eye, the system immediately replied, "The upgrade has been completed. Please check the specific strength of the golden soldier by yourself. Can't we increase the rating of combat effectiveness?" Adam was a little distressed. Such a high-end system does not even have a level setting. The system has received it, and the level name will be set immediately. The system responded fluently. The level has been set, divided into bronze, silver, gold, legendary, and level. After the level, it is divided into ordinary gods, main gods, and kings. The king is also called the Heavenly Father level and is of a known level. Vertex. The Supreme Mage looked at Adam in a daze in front of him. He had no patience to spend with Adam anymore. He waved his hand gently, and a golden light hit Adam's abdomen fiercely. Puff! The gem of time spouted out of Adam's mouth accompanied by blood. The Supreme Mage waved his hand gently, the time gem and blood separated and fell on the Supreme Mage's hand. "Adam Odinson, this is the last time I warn you." The Supreme Mage looked at Adam seriously. "I hope you can be honest on the earth and don't do anything that threatens the safety of the earth, or I will banish you from the earth." A circular portal appeared behind the Supreme Mage, and the Supreme Mage took a step back gently. Before Adam could answer the Supreme Mage, she disappeared in the portal. After the Supreme Mage disappeared, the yellow magic light band that was swaying Adam disappeared, and Adam fell to the ground in embarrassment, covered in dust. "Master Summoner, are you okay?" Aurora ran out of the room and squatted beside Adam. "I just didn't know why, the door of my bedroom couldn't be opened, and there was no way to get out. Probably it's broken." Adam sat on the ground, no strength at all. Pointy nails appeared on Aurora's hand, and it was a claw on the big tree next to it, and the big tree was dug out very deep marks. "I can't leave any traces on the door just now, it must be the bald woman who used some magic." Aurora said very angrily, "Master Summoner, when are we going to take revenge?" "Okay, it's okay." Adam rubbed Aurora's hair. "Even if this incident is over, her lifespan may not be enough for me to take revenge." "Is she dying?" Aurora looked at Adam ignorantly, not believing that such a powerful mage was about to die. "It should be." Adam thought about the plot he had seen before, and wondered in his heart why such a powerful supreme mage would be easily killed by a traitor. "Master, there is a PhD in biology sponsoring, I think his research should be useful to you." The Terminator also walked out of the room. "No matter what, I will talk about it tomorrow. I just want to take a good rest and get a good night's sleep." Adam staggered up from the ground and walked toward his bedroom. He was the first to grow up to this age. Was beaten so hard every time. Adam carefully recalled his plan to hunt Odin. He couldn't help being a little funny, thinking that he was really an iron-headed baby. Lying on the soft big bed, Adam asked the system, "Lolo, can you give me a comparison with the level we talked about before?" "Good master." The system replied, "Bronze level is equal to Captain America. Silver level is equal to Loki. Gold level is equal to Hulk. Thor with a hammer is equal to Legend. Thor and Master after awakening are in the state of ordinary gods. Thanos without infinite gloves and infinite gems is the powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Lord God. The Supreme Mage and God King Odin are both powerhouses at the Father level, including your mother, the goddess of death, but there are strengths and weaknesses between them. That's it. Adam rubbed his eyebrows and said, I wanted to ask just now, but was interrupted by the Supreme Mage. Is there no strong person above the Heavenly Father level? The legendary celestial group and the 5 creation gods are all what level? The system replied, Master, your current universe is a single universe, and there is no such legendary existence, so the system will not record them for statistics unless you encounter a strong person of this level in the future. Adam lay on the bed for a while, finally recovered some energy, snapped his fingers, and summoned a golden soldier. Is 2 meters tall and is made of golden unknown metal. He holds a round shield in his left hand and a large sword nearly 2 meters in length in his right hand. This is the new image of the yellow turban soldier. It hasn't changed much from before, except that it has a shield and a sword. Lo, what is the strength of the yellow turban soldier now? Adam looked at the yellow turban soldier in front of him, and felt an aura of aggressiveness. How do I feel that the change is a bit big? The current golden soldier is the pinnacle of the silver rank, half of its foot has entered the gold rank. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, your 12 golden soldiers can try to round up the Hulk. The tone of the system was a hint of pride. The energy of time gems is really powerful. It not only makes them more powerful, but also makes them smarter. The time gem still has this ability? Isn't that the ability that the soul gem or soul gem has? Adam sat up from the bed, walked to the golden soldier, tapped the golden soldier's shield lightly, and made a clang. The sound. System, golden soldiers have combat wisdom in the first place, and they will naturally become smarter after they are upgraded. I say that it is just a metaphorical way. What is your current IQ? Can you understand me? Adam looked at the golden soldier in front of him with a smile. Isn't it just upgrading from Husky's IQ to Alaska, right? Master, I am eager to fight. The golden soldier's lips opened slightly, and the voice of a golden iron horse burst out from his throat. Listening to the sound of metal rubbing, the smile on Adam's face froze. Is this too much evolved? I can talk. Adam looked at the golden soldier in front of him with an incredible face. The golden soldier's previous wisdom was fully revealed in the battle with the saber-toothed tiger Victor. To put it bluntly, it's not as good as that. Husky's IQ. Adam thought about it, and accepted that the IQ of the golden soldier had evolved to the point where he could speak. After all, they are all strong at the Loki level. How smart Loki is. I'm going to bed, you can stand guard for me. A wave of tiredness hit. Adam did not take back the golden soldier, returned to the bed, and slowly fell asleep. Before going to bed, Adam thought of another boring question. Maybe combat power has nothing to do with IQ. As a gold-level Hulk. Chapter 47, Samuel's Turn. Early the next morning, Adam ate a delicious breakfast and listened to the report of the Terminator. The Osborn Group is preparing to organize a press conference on biology. As a robot, the Terminator naturally does not need to prepare a manuscript, standing in front of Adam with empty hands. To put it bluntly, it is to organize a gathering between biologists. There will be many biologists to pull investment. And one of them, I believe the Master, you will be very interested. Biology that has something to do with Osborn, you should be talking about Court Connors, right? Adam took a sip of hot milk. I might not be interested in his research, whether it's recovering from a severed limb or becoming a big lizard. No, I'm not talking about him, but a PhD in biogenetics called Samuel Stern. Terminator said, Samuel Stern sent me an email a few months ago. He got a very powerful blood sample. He used the blood sample to develop a serum. He swears that this serum will be stronger than the super soldier serum used by Captain America. Some ears familiar. Adam drank the milk in the glass, thinking. You should have investigated him? Where did the blood sample come from? Has the serum he developed has been tested? I investigated his personal information, and the blood sample he obtained was sent to him by a netizen on the internet. A smile appeared on the Terminator's face. Samuel Stern's screen name is Mr. Blue, and his netizen's screen name is Mr. Green. From these I deduced that the blood samples came from Bruce Banner. I remember, there is such a plot. Adam suddenly realized. You have all of my memories, you also know the plot of Invincible Hulk, tell me how far it has developed. According to Bruce Banner, he is already on a flight to New York, and he will arrive about tomorrow morning. The Terminator took out a ticket from his pocket. This is the ticket for the exchange meeting. I hope you can meet this Mr. Lan in person, host. Why? You can take care of these things. I don't have time to waste on these things. Adam frowned and didn't open the ticket. How about Iron Man? Obadestin has already started to make Iron Giant, Iron Man should still be studying his Mark II. The Terminator put the ticket back into his pocket. Jarvis's ability is not worse than mine. My monitoring of Iron Man is very unsatisfactory. Why do you want me to go to the exchange meeting? Adam stared at the Terminator in front of him, with some doubts in his heart. I don't think that with your current level of intelligence, there will be such a great degree of autonomy. Did Carrie order you again? Gialli is the only person other than Adam who has the authority to give orders to the Terminator. Even the goddess of death Adam did not grant her authority. Miss Carrie wants you to find something else to do. The Terminator was very straightforward. She doesn't want you to be immersed in the plan to hunt Odin, because... Okay, I know I can't do it. Adam waved his hand and said indifferently, I know I have always overestimated myself before. I believe my mother knows that I can't do it, but she still agreed with me. Plan of... Adam shrugged and said, I like this feeling of being spoiled. Then Master, are you going to participate in this exchange meeting? The Terminator took the ticket out of his pocket again. If you want, we can fully fund Dr. Stone to complete his plan and create a Hulk serum. By the way, I haven't had time to ask. Adam took the ticket. How much money do we have now? The Terminator immediately said, after rounding, it will be $3.7 billion US. Not bad. Adam stood up and walked out the door. After attending that exchange meeting, I will probably find something else to do, relax, and Aurora will take care of you. Master, Tony Stark has been investigating your information online. The Terminator said behind Adam, there is also the previous Cyclops named Nick Fury, who has been investigating you for more than 20 years. I believe they can't find anything with you, and I don't have anything to check for them. Adam walked out without looking back, and threw a sentence casually. Don't wait for me to come back for dinner. In a rudimentary laboratory, a short man in a white coat is busy, shaking the test tube in his hand while sending some news on the computer. Deep Dick. The computer made a beep, and a missed mail was displayed in the lower right corner of the computer. The short man clicked on the email, with an excited smile on his face, muttering in his mouth. Gosh, I will see you soon. I really don't know why you want to suppress such a powerful force, but I have produced the so-called antidote for you, so let's treat it as a reward for these serums. The short man was muttering, while quickly typing on the keyboard, replying to the owner of this email. In a small, dirty, and run-down house, Bruce Banner looked at the reply on the computer with obvious excitement on his face. After a few taps on the keyboard of the computer, Bruce Banner put on his clothes, took a bag, and turned around and went out. He was about to head to New York. The short man is Samuel Stern. www.readaloud.com. After the conversation with the netizen Mr. Green, he raised his head and glanced at the watch hanging on the wall. His face changed drastically. Oh my God, I forgot about today's exchange meeting. Damn it. Mr. John Connor promised to talk to me. I can't let go of the only rich man who is interested in me. Dr. Stern hurriedly took off his white lab coat and wore a nondescript suit. He hurried out and headed for the exchange meeting held by Osborne Industries. Samuel Stern obtained a blood sample from Bruce Banner and developed a super serum. Dr. Stern believes that this serum has powerful power and can create a super soldier comparable to Captain America. So he sent papers like many rich people's mailboxes, but unfortunately not many people can understand them, and even fewer believe him. Except for Mr. Norman Osborn, only Mr. John Connor wrote back to Dr. Stone. Although Mr. Osborn is interested in this enhanced serum, he will only consider funding for Dr. Stern's research after he has asked Dr. Stern to give a speech at the exchange meeting. And Mr. John Connor made a great affirmation of Dr. Stern's research in his reply and was willing to send someone to interview Dr. Stern. The time and place they agreed was the exchange meeting of the Osborn Group. Samuel Stern considers himself a genius, but unfortunately he has not been appreciated by anyone, so he can only do experimental research day after day in the shabby little experiment. This time is his opportunity. If he can get the investment of Mr. John Connor, maybe he will be able to enter the upper class like his classmates in suits and shoes. With an excited expression on his face, Dr. Stern hurriedly rushed to the door of the exchange meeting held by the Osborn Group in that unfit suit. Chapter 48, Chance Encounter a Little Chilly. Adam swayed to the door of the Osborn Group exchange meeting, and found a poorly dressed little man who was arguing with the security guard at the door. No entry is allowed without an invitation letter. The security guard looked at the little dwarf blankly. The little dwarf's face was bruised, and he said angrily, "I've said it many times, I'm Samuel Stern, and it's the invitation letter sent to me by Mr. Norman Osborn himself. I forgot to bring it." The security guard was not moved, but moved his gaze aside. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a brand-name suit with white sideburns and a pair of successful people walked over. The security guard bowed slightly, made a please gesture, and said, "Welcome to the Third Osborn Biology Exchange Conference." The successful person nodded slightly and walked into the venue. He didn't show the invitation letter either. Why did he go in? Dr. Stone was even more angry. This was the third person who had passed by without an invitation letter. The security guard glanced contemptuously at Dr. Stern's body, the old and dirty suit. What he meant was already self-evident. Adam stood in the distance and shook his head. It's not for no reason that a capable and talented doctor has been so miserable for so many years. "Your name is Samuel Stern." Adam stepped forward and greeted Dr. Stern. "Yes." Dr. Stern glanced at Adam. Adam looked like a child who had not graduated from high school, so Dr. Stern was not interested in communicating with Adam, even if Adam looked rich. "John Connor is my butler." Adam didn't care about Dr. Stone's attitude. After all, the swelling mentality made Adam no longer care about the opinions of mortals. After awakening from Adam's divine power, he has been in a state of air. Adam knew that he was swollen, but he didn't think there was anything bad about it. He would still maintain a humble attitude towards people who are stronger than him, such as the Supreme Master who hung up Yadeng and beat him. "Oh, you." When Dr. Stone heard Adam's words, he seemed a little incoherent. After all, he didn't know whether his attitude just now affected the mood of his future benefactor. "As for the super serum mentioned in your email, I am very interested. Do we need to find a cafe to sit down and talk about investment?" Adam came here to meet Dr. Stern, who created hatred. I have already seen it, and it doesn't matter to him whether he participates in the exchange meeting or not. Okay. Dr. Stone was so excited that he couldn't even speak, and uttered 3 good words in a row. There is a coffee shop not far from the hall. Adam thinks this golden coffee shop is in line with his appetite, so he said to Dr. Stern, "Come with me, drink coffee and talk about your ideas." Dr. Stern nodded, no objection at all. The young man in front of Stern might become his boss in the future. Dr. Stern, who has always been a bad word, didn't even know what to say, so he nodded obediently and followed Adam. Before the two had time to leave, an extended Lincoln stopped on the side of the road, and a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure and a Mediterranean hairstyle got out of the car. It's just a waste of time. Let me tell you a joke, the world's largest arms group does not produce arms, but turns to research biotechnology. Oh my goodness, this is simply the funniest joke of the year in the United States. Middle-aged man while walking towards the hall, he complained to the assistants around him. The middle-aged man's assistant was a young and beautiful lady, comfortingly said, maybe Mr. Stark has other ideas. He mentioned to me that clean energy is a good research project. Come on, Pepper, as Tony's assistant, you should know him better than I do. You are arrogant, and you can't listen to other people's advice. The middle-aged man's face was full of dissatisfaction. Because of his decision, the world's largest arms group no longer produces arms. I believe it is the stock investors who hate him the most. The Stark Group's index has fallen by more than 50 points. Sorry, Mr. Stan, I can't agree with you completely. Pepper stopped, looking at the middle-aged man with a serious face and said, Tony Stark may be proud or arrogant, but he is definitely a genius. He said to study clean energy. I believe he must be confident. Every time he says something to study, he will quickly research it out, such as Jellicoe missile. It suddenly occurred to me that Mr. Stark still has something for me to do. I won't accompany you to participate in this biology exchange meeting. After Pepper finished speaking, he turned around without looking at the reaction of the middle-aged man. Walk into the car. Pepper. The middle-aged man yelled again, and found it was useless, and shook his head with a wry smile. Adam stood by and couldn't help but admire Tony, this guy, a little. As the most famous in New York, there is such a beautiful little Pepper around him who maintains him like this. www.readaloud.com is indeed a winner of Marvel's life. What should I call you? Dr. Stone stood beside Adam, struggling for a long time and still spoke. Adam saw something he was interested in, so he stopped and watched. Naturally, Dr. Stern had to stand beside him obediently. My name is Adam. You can call me Adam. Maybe soon, you will change to my boss. Hearing Dr. Stern's question, Adam remembered that he still had things to do and took Stern with him. The doctor walked towards the cafe. Did you know those two people just now? The two talked as they walked. Tony Stark always doesn't care. The man just now is the actual head of Stark Industries, called Abadi Stein. Dr. Stern replied, I don't know the woman, probably is it an assistant role? Stark Industries. Adam was a little curious, shouldn't it be called Stark Group? You haven't heard of Stark Industries? Dr. Stern said straightforwardly, then you are really outdated. Stark Industries is the largest consortium in the United States and a subsidiary of Stark Group. The department that specializes in arms manufacturing is also the only department in the Stark Group that makes money. Adam didn't speak, he really didn't know. It turned out that the Stark Group had other transactions besides arms. Hello sir, how many? The two walked into the cafe, and a beautiful waiter greeted him. Adam glanced at the beautiful waitress with blonde hair, and was a little surprised. These are the three in front of you. Adam had a smirk on his face. 3. The waitress' eyes widened, she only saw two people. Chapter 49, Chat. Ha ha ha, it's fun, we two can sit anywhere. Adam looked at the waiter's expression and laughed. Oh. The waitress nodded blankly, and led Adam and the other to sit by the window, and handed out the menu in hand. You need something? Dr. Stern sat opposite Adam, looked very restrained, lowered his head and did not answer. Then I'll make the decision for you, Doctor. Adam took over the menu, flipped through the menu at will, and said to the waiter, 2 cups of coffee, a bit more common. Then there are some desserts. I personally like tiramisu. Okay sir, do you have any other needs? The waiter recorded Adam's needs in his pocketbook. If it is convenient, can you tell me your name? Adam smiled, always feeling that the girl in front of him is a little different from ordinary people. Sorry sir. The waiter shook his head. Are there any other needs? No more. Adam took out a $20 denomination, sandwiched it in the menu, and returned the menu to the waiter. Thank you very much. After thanking the waiter, he turned and left. Now you can talk about your plan. Adam looked at the sitting opposite, short stature but amazingly gifted with a PhD in biology. My plan. Dr. Stone's expression was a bit wrong. Oh, you mean super serum? Yes, what are your plans for it? Adam suddenly felt that the guy in front of him was a little unreliable. Or what are your expectations? Dr. Stern's face flushed red again, and he couldn't speak. Adam frowned and said, well, it seems that you are not good at communicating with people. I simply ask, where is your research on super serum now? Sira, Dr. Shidong said with a squat, you know I have a netizen who sent me a blood sample. I just purified his blood sample into a serum. I haven't planned yet. That is it. Looking at Adam with a serious face, Dr. Stern said hesitantly, perhaps you can give me some suggestions. Adam looked at the unreliable short doctor in front of him, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this guy in front of him really a scientist? Adam analyzed based on what Dr. Shidong said, he just purified the blood sent by the Hulk into serum, and there was no other research. Maybe he just made some achievements in social networking, scientifically. Na. Please enjoy. The beautiful waiter walked over again, pushed a trolley, put the coffee and pastries in the car on the table, and turned and left. Adam glanced at the back of the waiter leaving, always feeling that this beautiful girl was a bit familiar. Mr. Adam, about investment? Dr. Stone asked weakly. Adam looked at Dr. Stern, who was performing poorly in front of him, and his image was even worse, and asked a little bit amused, what gives you courage? I mean, only relying on a blood-purified serum, you dare to come out and pull sponsor. I experimented with it to a certain extent. Dr. Stone's face was a little embarrassed. I used mice as the test subjects. These serums increased the physical performance of the mice by 5 to 10 times. The side effect was that they became particularly irritable. Say something that high school students can't do. Adam shrugged and said non-committal, purify blood into serum and inject these serums into mice. I believe any high school student who is serious about going to school can do it. No, an ordinary high school student can't get this blood. Dr. Stone's expression was a little anxious, seeing the duck in his hand seemed to be flying away. If that's the case. Adam took a sip of the coffee and it tasted good. Maybe I should work directly with the owner of the college, and at most I will hire a few researchers. Dr. Stern understood that Adam was questioning his abilities, but he did not make any breakthrough research on these serums, and the scene suddenly fell silent. You probably don't understand John's strength yet. He is not only rich, but also powerful. Adam felt that if the doctor in front of him had only this level, there would be no need to continue wasting time. Your screen name is Mr. Lan, and the blood provider's screen name is Mr. Green. He will probably arrive in New York tomorrow to meet you. Adam swallowed an egg in one mouthful, and said vaguely, if you have nothing to impress me before I finish drinking this cup of coffee, well, plan, I'll have to say sorry to you. Dr. Stern was very nervous, cold sweat kept slipping down the temples, thinking hard about what to say to impress the seemingly inhumane rich young master in front of him. Dr. Stern kept reminiscing about the first chat after he met Mr. Green, every thought he had after getting the blood, and what he had done. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Although I haven't carried out intensive research on super serum yet, I have carried out reverse research. Dr. Stone's tone became confident. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com said very smoothly, this blood is full of blood. I use the energy of gamma rays, and then, create an inhibitor that can perfectly suppress this energy. Excellent. Adam gave Dr. Stern a thumbs up while eating dessert. Dr. Stern finally felt relieved, and the smile on his face slowly spread. But Dr. Stern's smile was not fully unfolded, but it was frozen by one of Adam's. What's the use of the so-called inhibitor? Adam looked at the dwarf in front of him with a strange look. The IQ of this dwarf made Adam reluctant to call him a doctor. It can be perfectly suppressed. This kind of energy is a super serum, it becomes an ordinary serum, and it completely loses its effect. Dr. Stone couldn't bear the insults of others to his work, and retorted with an angry face, although this suppression is the agent has not been tested, but it is successful according to various data comparisons. It can suppress the gamma energy in the blood. Listening to the role of the super serum, it is to create a super soldier. Your super serum plan has not succeeded, you have created a strong flaw for it first. Adam looked at Stern with an idiot look. Before the super soldier has been created, you must first create the weakness of a super soldier. Dr. Stern looked at Adam dumbfounded, completely unable to refute it. Let me think about it. Adam put down the food in his hand. Maybe we can sell the super serum to a powerful force in the future, and then sell the inhibitor to his hostile organization. Well, a good business. Dr. Stern, who just wanted to prove his research ability, was speechless. He didn't even know what to say. I didn't mean it. So angry. Chapter 50, Bug. Adam looked at Dr. Stern with an awkward face. He couldn't help but smile. He was just joking and having fun. He has become a god, and he has no time to do the things that businessmen should do. Although Adam is a bit watery, he doesn't seem to be short of money anyway. Since there is no shortage of money, why do business? Adam. Dr. Stern looked at Adam seriously, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't speak. With a blank mind, he didn't know how to impress Adam and let Adam fund his experiment. Let's talk about it today, isn't your netizen coming tomorrow? First show me your inhibitor on him, and I'll consider whether to fund you to develop more projects on super serum. Adam took a lot of money out of his arms and put it on the table, and said to Dr. Stern, these are the initial investment for you. Although not much, it should be enough for you. We will meet again tomorrow, you can use it to buy a suit that fits, and you probably don't look so annoying if you have a new dress. Dr. Stern was still looking at the money on the table in a daze. Adam stood up and walked out of the cafe. Dr. Stern hurriedly chased after him. Wait, here is my business card, remember to call me tomorrow. Dr. Stone took out a white handwritten piece of paper from his wrinkled pocket and handed it to Adam. The above is my contact information and laboratory address. You call this a business card? Adam did not accept this handwritten business card. Take your little note back. I have a way to find you. See you tomorrow. Hey! Dr. Stern wanted to say something more, Adam had already stepped into the constant stream of people. Looking at the crowded street, Dr. Stone could no longer see Adam, and sighed silently. He thought his interview had failed again. Stern understood from Adam's contempt for himself from what Adam said just now, that the money should be a comfort to himself. There is also the fact that Adam did not accept his phone number and address, which is sufficient to show that Adam did not intend to contact him again. Dr. Stern sat back down by the window, eating the dessert on the table while reflecting on himself. Did your friend leave? The beautiful waiter appeared again. You don't look very good. Is there anything I can help with? Stern saw the worries on the waiter's face, and suddenly felt a touch of warmth in his heart. What a kind girl. Beautiful girl, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Dr. Stone forced a smile and asked softly, you are the kindest girl I have ever met. Can I be lucky enough to know your name? My name is Gwen Stacy, please tell me if you need help. Gwen looked at the remorse on Stone's face and the money in his hands, as if he had misunderstood something. My father is a policeman, and I believe he will help you very well. What? Dr. Stone couldn't react. Didn't you sell blood just now? Gwen's face was full of doubts. I vaguely heard what blood you proposed, how much money you want to sell, etc. You obviously misunderstood, girl. Dr. Stone did not intend to continue explaining, his mind is very confused now. Thank you very much for caring about me, but this is my personal business. Pay the bill. Adam followed the flow of people through the street, wandering aimlessly. Adam is still looking forward to seeing the Hulk tomorrow, and he is also more interested in hating him. Super serum is unattractive to Adam, whether it is to increase strength or train his subordinates, it is not comparable to Adam's system. Adam is more interested in the Hulk itself, at least it can increase the summoning energy for him. A high school boy carrying a bag quickly walked towards Adam and looked at the boy's head down. If Adam did not hide, he would soon bump into Adam. A smile appeared on Adam's face, and he froze suddenly when he was about to avoid the boy from one side of his body. Master, the summoning energy has increased. The sound of the system interrupted Adam's evasive action. Adam stood there watching the boy hit him, and then he was bounced to the ground. Oh, my head! The boy sat on the ground holding his head and raised his head to look at Adam innocently. Oh, man, you are so strong. Did you put an iron plate on your chest? Oh, my head, gosh. Sorry buddy, are you okay? Adam stretched his right hand in front of the boy and raised his eyebrows at the boy. The boy smiled, grabbed Adam's hand, stood up with Adam's power, and said endlessly, well, for your politeness, I will forgive you, but honestly man, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. You have yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes. Are you Asian? Then do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Adam opened his mouth and just said the word I when he was interrupted by the boy's rapid speech. Yes, I also think you are Asian. My intuition is always very accurate. I didn't expect to guess it. The boy chattered and stretched out his right hand to Adam. Hello, my name is Peter, Peter Parker. I am a high school student. Have you been to high school? Did you watch Captain America videos every day when you were in high school? Stop. Adam looked at the boy named Peter in surprise. Is this the little spider? What? Peter didn't mean to stop at all, and said happily, actually, I was wrong just now. Because I was a little fascinated by the experiment today, I didn't realize the time. My appointment with Aunt May will be late soon. www. Readaloud.com. When Adam heard these, eyes lit up, he hurriedly said, then you go to the appointment, we can leave a phone number and talk to it another day, really. Adam doesn't hate little spiders, but likes them very much, just like he likes petite. Adam is not a talkative, but I don't know why, but he especially likes the guys who talk about TB attributes, including the poisonous Iron Man. Oh, it's actually not a date, it's just an agreement between me and my elders. Peter didn't have a hint of urgency. Do you and your parents often make appointments? For example, go shopping together, or go to dinner together. I'm already late anyway, maybe I should call her. Peter said, taking out the phone from his bag. Actually, I have such an agreement with him every day. It's not a big deal not to go to the appointment once or twice. Are you right? By the way, I forgot to ask, buddy, what is your name? Adam feels something is wrong, although the little spider is a silly chatter, there is no need to chatter about himself like this at the first meeting. Adam recalled the feeling of the little spider hitting himself just now. Although the little spider with extraordinary power and ordinary people are not threatening to Adam, the difference in perception is still quite big. Adam is quite sure that the chattering guy in front of him has been bitten by a spider and gained extraordinary power. Perhaps he has become a good neighbor in New York, our Spider-Man. But why should he approach Adam? My name is Adam, and your name is Pete, right? Pete Parker. There was a playful smile on Adam's face. Your name is really unique, are you Mexican? Or Canadian? Chapter 51, Savior Spider-Man? It's Peter, Peter Parker. Peter's eyes rolled around, and Adam could tell that he was on his mind at a glance. I have something else, shall we talk another day? Adam smiled. Or you ran into me on purpose? How could I bump into you on purpose? I just lowered my head and thought about things, and didn't pay attention to bumping into you. Peter said loudly, I don't know you again, why should I touch you on purpose? But looking at you, you seem to know me. Adam frowned. I'm also curious, where did you meet me? Maybe we've seen it before. Peter's eyes gazed around, as if a lie had been exposed to his guilty conscience. Adam suddenly became interested. He stayed in the mutant universe for more than 20 days. When he returned to this universe, it had been more than 20 years. Peter is a high school student and he is definitely not over 20 years old. How did he know himself? Where have you seen me? Adam reached out and grabbed Peter by the shoulder. This is my first time in New York, how could you have met me? Peter rolled his eyes and was very guilty. He wanted to turn and leave, only to find that he had been caught by Adam. He struggled to get rid of Adam's hand holding his shoulder, but he found that Adam's strength was simply inhuman. I can't get rid of it at all. The young man has good physical fitness. Adam felt the strength of Peter trying to break free, and exclaimed, if the strength of ordinary people is quantified as 1, then your strength is definitely more than 10, at least the strength you just used is more than 10. Peter was very depressed. He clearly wanted to test this person, but how could he be seen by the other party? Perhaps we should find a place to talk about your power beyond mortals. A mysterious smile appeared on Adam's face. Are you the Spider-Man on the news? Actually, Adam hasn't read the news, and I don't know if Peter has become the Spider-Man with the greater ability and responsibility, but, guess there is no loss. Okay. Talking Peter nodded, only rarely said one word. Adam thought for a while, and led Spider-Man to the coffee shop where he had just left. Maybe Dr. Stern had already left, maybe he didn't. Adam doesn't care, he only knows that the coffee in the cafe just now tastes good. Before entering the cafe, there was no one near the window, and Adam led Peter to the past. Just sitting down, a waiter greeted her. She was also a beautiful girl, but it was not the one just now. What do you want, too? The waiter said as he passed the menu to Adam. A discerning person could tell at a glance that Adam was the one who paid. Adam waved his hand, did not accept the menu, and said directly, 2 cups of coffee. The waiter nodded and stepped back. Let's talk now, where did you meet me? Adam looked at Peter with a smile. May I not say it? Peter's expression was a little embarrassed, as if something was difficult to tell. Perhaps we should talk about other things, such as hobbies. By the way, what do you think of Tony Stark's decision to close the Stark Group's arms production department? Since you don't want to talk about this, let's talk about other things. Adam smiled indifferently. How did your superpowers come from? Why did you call it Spider-Man? It's fun to swing around in the midair of New York every day. Well, let's talk about how I met you. Peter said with a bitter face, I got my parents' relics some time ago, and the name Adam often appears in my mother's diary, and it also contains with your picture. Peter's expression was very tangled, and he hesitantly said, my mother called you the real savior in the diary, but unfortunately, I haven't read her diary very much before being taken away by Aunt May. What's your mother's name? Adam's brain was running fast, thinking about his experience and the woman he knew, and he almost locked a name. Sarah Connor. Peter Ma looked at Adam expectantly. I just flipped through her diary roughly. Apart from seeing a name that often appears, Adam, there is only a picture of you. When I was very young, my mother died in an air crash. Can you tell me something? What about my mother? I asked Aunt May, but Aunt May never heard of your name. Peter started chattering again. Adam heard the name he expected, and he felt a bit strange in his heart. He looked at Peter sitting opposite with a strange look. If this guy was placed in another world, he would be the savior. Adam suddenly felt that Sarah Connor was a woman with great luck. After he killed Lays, Sarah Connor's son changed from the savior John to Peter the Spider-Man. This is really amazing. Mr. Adam, are you listening? Peter said for a long time, and found that Adam on the opposite side had no reaction at all. How old do you think I look like? Adam thought for a while, and thought it was better not to admit it. Probably. Peter fell silent suddenly. Adam looks more mature than his peers www.readaloud.com, but he is only 18 years old after all, and he seems to be around 20 years old at most. Peter suddenly felt that he might have admitted the wrong person. After thinking about it carefully, his eyes lit up and he said, Mr. Adam, I don't know what your father's name is. Adam was also silent. Adam didn't know how to explain to Peter that he had no father. Adam was made by the goddess of death with a rib based on the creation of Jehovah. Adam has only the goddess of death as a mother, but how can such a thing be explained to Peter? Coffee for 2 people. Adam looked up and found that it was the waiter who had served himself and Dr. Stern before. Gwen. Peter. Peter looked up and found his girlfriend, who actually worked as a waiter in a coffee shop. Gwen didn't expect his boyfriend to appear here either. Why are you here? Peter looked at Gwen in surprise. Aren't you doing an internship at Osborne? My best friend Ai Lee is not feeling well today. She is the waiter here. Because she can't take time off and doesn't want to lose her job, so please ask me to do her a day. Gwen explained, it just happens that today is a holiday, and you have to be busy, plus I have never been a waiter, I want to experience it. Gwen asked, aren't you busy today? Why would you drink coffee here? I came here to be busy, but I ran into Adam on the road. Peter pointed to Adam who was sitting across from him, and introduced, this is Adam, my new friend. Gwen glanced over, suddenly widened his eyes, and said in surprise, it's you. Chapter 52, Wise Peter. Your girlfriend? Adam asked Peter. Yeah, let me introduce you. Peter nodded and stood up, came to Gwen's side, put his arms around Gwen and introduced very proudly, this is my girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, and also mine. Classmate, now intern at Osborne Industrial, her grades have always been the first in the school. Hello, this is Adam. Adam smiled and nodded to Gwen, and then said to Peter, it seems that your grades should be good too. How many places do you rank? How did you know? I was second in the school. Peter got a proud smile, and he was also satisfied with his grades. An old saying in China is that things gather together and people are divided into groups. If you two can be together, you must have a common word. Adam smiled and complimented. Thank you for the compliment. Gwen smiled shyly and asked Adam, could I take the liberty to ask, what do you do? Gwen has always had doubts about Adam. According to him, he heard the conversation between Adam and Dr. Stone, which was full of blood and other topics, which made him have a bad idea about Adam. Why do you ask? Adam was curious. Are you selling blood? Although Gwen hesitated, he still asked this sentence firmly. As the daughter of a policeman, Gwen felt that she should make a right choice when facing certain things. If Adam was really doing illegal business, she would never treat it as if she hadn't seen it. You probably misunderstood something. Adam smiled and shook his head, and said, I don't do any business, but there are still some assets in the family. The previous Dr. Stone was a biologist, and the two of us discussed it. Not blood, but a serum. Adam paused and asked, Osborne's main research field is biotechnology. As an intern of the Osborne Group, you should understand the difference between serum and blood. Sorry, maybe I think too much. Gwen gave an embarrassed smile, looked at his watch and said, you two talk first, I have to go busy, after all, I'm still working, so it's not good to stand there chat here. Then go ahead. Peter said sympathetically, we'll talk when you get off work. After Gwen left, Peter went back to sit down opposite Adam, and said embarrassingly, "My girlfriend is like this, well, full of justice. Wouldn't you mind?" "Oh, I don't mind." Adam shook his head. "With regard to your mother, I may not be able to give you any help." Peter's face was a little dim, but he still asked with a hint of expectation, "Are you sure your father doesn't know my mother? Can I find time to visit your father at your house? Although we have known each other not long ago, I think you are a person who can keep a secret." Adam decided to fool around. "I don't have a father. I am unusual compared to ordinary people. Let me understand, your power is so outrageous." Peter whispered quietly. "Since possessing extraordinary powers, you are still the first person I have ever seen with a power greater than me. I hope you will not interrupt me when I tell the next thing." Adam's expression was serious, because Peter's interruption interrupted his thoughts of making up the story. "Okay, okay." Peter raised his hands and swayed. "I promise to be a qualified listener and never interrupt your speech." Adam nodded with satisfaction and said, "The difference between me and ordinary people is that I was not conceived by humans, but was born through an experiment by my mother. My mother got a predecessor's manual, through this manual he did an experiment, and the product of the experiment is me." Adam sorted out his own language, and he didn't say a single lie. The goddess of death did get the handbook of God before he had the idea of creating human beings, and the birth of Adam was the result of an experiment by the goddess of death. So I can assure you that I have absolutely no father with the same name as me. If you are serious, I am not an American. I can say that I am not even an Earthling." Adam looked at Peter expressionlessly, wondering whether this guy believed what he said. "Are you true?" Peter's eyes widened, looking incredulous. "Sorry, it's not that I don't believe what you said, I just can't believe that human technology has reached this point." Peter danced and said, "I can't believe that there are artificial humans in this world, and they have such powerful power. Are you sure you are not kidding me?" Adam opened his mouth and was forced to interrupt as soon as he was about to speak. "Wait, I seem to understand something." Peter suddenly realized, with anticipation in his eyes, "You are actually a robot." Peter looked at Adam and said, "I didn't see much in my mother's diary, but it was filled with the most words, the name Adam and the robot. My aunt told me, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, my parents are scientists." Peter looked at Adam and said slowly, "My dad studies biotechnology, but I don't know my mother studies. What is it, if I'm not mistaken? Her research project is not a robot, and you are actually made by her." Adam opened his mouth again, but before he spoke, he was interrupted by Peter again. "Wait, don't talk, let me guess." Peter looked as if he already knew the truth. "My mother must have sent you to protect me in secret, right? Everything about me is actually under your supervision. When I was bitten by a spider in Osborne, you were actually watching, right?" Peter said excitedly, "I knew I was different from others. My mother said in the diary that his son would be the savior, and I, Peter Parker." "Shut up!" Adam interrupted Peter viciously. "I can tolerate your stubbornness, but can you not open your brain so much? Listen to me." Adam stared at Peter, for fear that he would say something messy. "Everything I just lied to you, I do know your mother. I am not a robot or anything. Your mother made it to protect you. I met you today because of an accident." "You?" Peter's eyes flashed brightly, and he opened his mouth gently, ready to say something. "Shut up! Listen to me!" Adam interrupted Peter viciously. "Believe me, you are definitely not a savior, there is no savior in this world. Your mother was admitted to a mental hospital because she imagined that her son would be the savior. You really know my mother?" Peter looked at Adam with a grin. "You?" Adam looked at Peter dumbfounded. "You lied to me. Chapter 53, You Go Find the Braised Egg. Well, I have to say, you are a clever young man. Adam shook his head with a wry smile. Unexpectedly his IQ would be crushed by a word. Can you talk to me about my mother now? A trace of sadness flashed in Peter's eyes. When I was 4 years old, my parents left me again. I always believed that they loved me. Adam shook his head and said, I don't know your father, and I only met your mother twice. Adam pretended to remember and said, Your mother is a great beauty, but she has a problem with her brain. I am not scolding her, but she has delusions. She has always imagined that the world will be destroyed by robots. And her son will be the savior. Because of this she was sent to a mental hospital by the police. Really? Peter blinked like a curious baby, without looking sad. When you met my mother, what did she do? When I knew her, she was still a college student. After she was sent to a mental hospital, I never saw her again. Adam was a little speechless, and Peter was a mentally ill thing for his mother, and he had no feeling at all. What is her character? Do you know any other friends of her? Peter glared and asked, Does my mother look like me? You don't look alike at all, maybe you are more like your father. Adam looked at Peter carefully. Your mother looks more like a Mexican, while you look like a traditional American. Come on, there is no tradition in America. Peter rolled his eyes. Do you know anyone else who knows her? Who can I get to know her better? Adam thought for a while, suddenly his eyes lit up and he had a good idea. I really know one. Adam said mysteriously, Mom has an ex-boyfriend who is an agent named Nick Fury. Where is he an agent? FBI? Or where? Peter's expression was a little excited. Is he still alive? I mean, the casualty rate of the agents is quite high. Are you sure he has not suffered any brain damage, and his thinking is still clear? It should be. Adam thought for a while, the current director of SHIELD, should he have a clear mind? Peter asked with excitement, How can I find him? What does he look like? Is it good to find? If I post a missing person notice on the TV station, will it affect his work? Before Adam had time to speak, Peter continued, If my mother is still alive, this year will be almost 50 years old. Even if her ex-boyfriend is not much older than her, he will not be too young. In the agent industry, he should argue retired. Let me tell you his looks, can you find a way to find him? Adam suddenly felt a bit of a headache. When he first watched the movie, he thought these words were very cute, but he didn't expect that he would be so scary when facing him. Adam is very fortunate now that he didn't put Zyjianjian's head and body together at the beginning. Zyjianjian's mouth should be more powerful than the bug, right? Come on, what does he look like? Peter looked at Adam expectantly and found Adam in a daze. He quickly reminded, You'd better describe its characteristics clearly. My painting skills are pretty good. Maybe I can draw it out and look for him in the newspaper. Peter fell into his own rhythm again as he talked, and kept mumbling. I should draw him older and add a little wrinkle. The audience of Clarion Daily is generally older. I should publish it in Clarion Daily. His name is Nick Fury, I have already told you. He is a black man and a cyclops. I remember he has no hair. Adam just wanted to end the chat with Peter quickly. He looks very much like a marinated egg, a human-shaped marinated egg with only one eye. Do you know what a marinated egg is? Adam said with a smirk, You can check it online. The marinated egg is a Chinese food. Is it impossible? Peter's expression was a little tangled. My mother's ex-boyfriend is a black man? I declare in advance that I am not racist, I just can't believe it. I still have something urgent to do. Let's talk another day. Adam stood up and walked outside the cafe. Keep in touch. Peter was still in the midst of the bad news he had heard, and he kept his head down and kept mumbling. My mother's ex-boyfriend turned out to be a marinated egg? Or a one-eyed marinated egg? Gosh, tell me this is not true. After Adam left the cafe, he immediately took a taxi to the hotel that had already been booked. He just wants to take a bath and sleep well. Talking with Peter for 10 minutes is like a torture. Adam is still buzzing. After coming to the hotel, Adam lay down on the soft big bed and soon entered a state of meditation. Adam, who had awakened his divine power, had already replaced sleep with meditation. Meditation cannot help Adam improve his divine power, nor can it continue to help Adam improve his spiritual power, but it can help Adam hone his newly acquired swordsmanship. Adam kept practicing the sword skills he got from Dugubai in his own consciousness space. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tianwei Fexian is almost in control, Sword 23 is still far away, and Liu Yun's sword technique has no clue. The next day, as soon as the sky shimmered, Adam ended his meditation. Adam did not rush to find Dr. Stern, but started a video chat next to the hotel's computer. Carrie, Mom. Adam looked at the two most important women in his life opposite the computer, with a sincere smile on his face. It was completely different from the smiles facing Dr. Stern and Peter. Now the smile on Adam's face seemed to exude the warmth of sunlight. The goddess of death looked at her son with a gentle smile on his face, did not speak, but patted the little girl next to her, motioning her to talk to Adam first. Adam, how are these 2 days? Carrie smiled happily at the goddess of death, and immediately asked Adam on the computer, "Did you miss me? You won't find a girlfriend again." "Of course not, but I only love Carrie." Omit 5,000 words. After talking with Adam for half an hour, Jiali went to hone the martial arts that the goddess of death gave her. Now there are a pair of mother and son on both sides of the computer. "Mom, do you know that my plan won't succeed, don't you?" Adam looked at the death goddess with an awkward expression. "As long as you want to do it, why don't we try it?" The death goddess looked at Adam dozingly, without explaining anything. "I have seen the Supreme Mage." Adam said with a wry smile, "The Supreme Mage with the Gem of Time is really terrible. I think even if you meet her in person, you may not be able to kill her, let alone be scarier than her." "Of Odin." "No, I should explain it to you." The goddess of death gave a confident smile. Chapter 54, Explanation. Adam sits in a jerk, waiting for the explanation from the goddess of death. The destiny of Asgard is connected with Asgard. Every Asgard is in a semi-fusion state with Asgard, and the power held by the king allows him to mobilize Asgard's power. The goddess of death spoke with a serious face. Asgard can connect the energy of the 9 realms through the world tree. This energy is so huge that even Odin can't fully use it. It can only be driven by the destroyer's armor. Odin once got infinite gems, and more than once. The goddess of death smiled disdainfully. But she found that the power that the infinite gem gave him was not as great as he thought, so he sealed an infinite gem, which is a real gem. The infinite gem Odin got is far more than that one. The time gem of the Supreme Master was given to her ancestors by Odin. And the space gem was made by Odin into a Rubik's Cube, called the Dragon's Treasure. The goddess of death fell into the memory. When we fought for the 9th session, we relied on the spatial energy of the infinite gems to carry the army. There are 6 infinite gems, Odin only got 5 at the beginning, and the last one is the power gem. This gem was taken away by the enemy in a battle. The death goddess expression was a little annoyed. It is a coincidence that the enemy's name was also Adam, and he called himself Adam the Warlock. "Mom, let me interrupt." A storm surged in Adam's heart. He never thought that Odin once had collected 5 infinite gems. Does Asgard sometimes use the method of infinite gems? As far as I know, the power of infinite gems should be endless. Why is it not comparable to the power that Asgard brings to Odin? It's not difficult to find the way to use infinite gems. It's just that there is no way to use 2 infinite gems with different energies at the same time. The death goddess said with a smile, "I thought of a way to make the dwarf kingdom make a glove. Odin can fully use the power of infinite gems. It's a pity that the physique of the Asa Protoss is not enough to carry the power of infinite gems. The goddess of death shook her head with a wry smile. The strength of the Asa Protoss does not lie in the body, so even the strongest Audi at the time can only use 3 infinite gems at the same time. In comparison, it is not as powerful as Odin wearing the destroyer armor. Adam nodded. Today is really a long experience. No wonder Hela's evaluation of infinite gems in the movie is a bit interesting. Baby, what I want to tell you is that when the strength reached a certain level, the mysterious power of the infinite gems had an effect on you and infinitely weakened. The death goddess said confidently, so the supreme mage is not my opponent at all, even if he has time gems. And he is not even Odin's opponent. The power that Asgard brings to Odin far exceeds that of an infinite gem. If that's the case. Adam groaned for 2 seconds and said, the reason Odin sealed you is not because you competed with him for the power of Asgard, right? You can say so. The goddess of death said proudly, Asgard's will thinks that I am more qualified to be the king of Asgard than him, so Asgard's power favors me more. If I fight Odin, Asgard's power will not only not help him, but maybe it will help me, so he dare not let me return to Asgard at all. Death goddess looking at Adam seriously, he said, you were created by me using my own blood and divine power. You have inherited everything from me perfectly. If I were the first heir to Asgard, then you would be the #1 successor. Second pick. Mom, stop joking, the power of faith is enough for you to live forever. Adam smiled and said, you will be the queen of Asgard, and I will always be your successor. When the time comes, I will be sealed. God of War is fine. I've told you what I should say, my weapon was a hammer, and the name of that hammer was Mjolnir. The goddess of death suddenly thought of something and said, mortals call it Thor's hammer. It is also known as the weapon of Asgard's god of war. What do you mean? Adam blinked. Your current state and strength, Mjolnir is very suitable for you. The goddess of death said with a smile, I took the core of the hammer with me and went to the dwarf kingdom to watch them forge myself. And you fully own mine bloodline, you can use it naturally, even Odin can't change this. The goddess of death thought for a while, and said, not only that, even if you want to destroy it, it's just a matter of waving your hand. Use a hammer as a weapon. Adam said bitterly, Mom, didn't you ever think that using a hammer as a weapon is not pretty? As long as it is strong enough, it doesn't matter if he looks good or not. The goddess of death shook her head and looked at Adam dozingly. The god of war Tyr has died in my hands. No one in Asgard should be able to use Mjolnir. It should have been placed in his treasure house by Odin. If there is a chance to go to Asgard for Germany www.readaloud.com you can go to the treasure house to find this hammer. Okay. Adam nodded, and did not tell the goddess of death about Odin and Aiko Thor. Adam hasn't met Thor yet. He can't explain to the goddess of death how he knows these things. Instead of deceiving his mother, he should not say it. Well, you don't have to worry about the seal. I can feel that Odin's limit should not be far away. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the goddess of death. Odin must have planned everything, and I must have occupied an important place in his plan. The goddess of death said disdainfully, I want to see what role he has arranged for me. The old man who is trying to control everything will never think that I have mastered the art of faith. Adam looked at the proud face of the goddess of death, with some emotion in his heart. It seems that no one is simple. Adam, who has watched the movie, naturally straight Odin drew up what kind of role for the goddess of death. Now Adam, who is the son of a dead girl, naturally knows better that the goddess of death will never act according to Odin's script like the original. Good mother, I will work hard and wait for the opportunity. Adam nodded obediently. Well, let's stop here. The goddess of death smiled at Adam again. Since having Adam, the goddess of death has laughed several times more than in the previous thousands of years of life. Adam turned off the computer and couldn't help thinking. What the goddess of death wanted in the original book was Asgard, but what my mother wanted was her own kingdom of God. Odin, count your memorization. If you throw your son to the earth like the original book, you pray that I can't bear to hurt Brother Hammer. Chapter 55, System Upgrade. After completing the conversation with the goddess of death, Adam is going to go out to find Dr. Stern. He can't wait to see what Bruce Banner looks like. Lolo, I am in a good mood today, let's have a shot. Adam suddenly remembered that his summoning energy seemed to have accumulated a lot. The items I got this time are very strange. The system replied, you can see the items for yourself, and there will be a good news for you after you finish reading them. Item, Skill Grant Card 8 Doors Dungeon Art. The 8 Doors Dungeon Art can be directly assigned to others, and they are in complete control. Introduction, 8 Gate Dungeon, a move that lifts the body's restriction on chakra and releases excessive energy. In the chakra's flowing meridian system, the places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body are the 8 doors of opening, rest, life, injury, Duman, Jingman, and death doors. These 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body, but this technique can force chakra to exceed this limit, thereby eliciting a strength that is dozens of times stronger. However, while gaining power, the caster himself will be damaged, so this technique is listed as one of the forbidden techniques. The 8-door repelling technique produced by the system is a modified version of the magic. Chakra will become biological energy, which is only suitable for creatures that do not control any energy and have powerful bodies. I feel good luck, just suitable for Aurora. Adam is in a good mood, and the 8 Doors Dungeon Art is very suitable for the saber-toothed physique Aurora. Lolo, what's the other good news? The system is going to be upgraded. The system replied, after the system is upgraded, the number of draws will completely eliminate the existence of summoning energy. Why? Adam was puzzled. How do I feel, as if it is a kind of degradation? The system replied indifferently, this is the system's decision. Adam has no choice with the system, so he has to ask, how long will it take to upgrade? Unpredictable. The system replied, when the system is upgraded, it cannot respond to the summoner. Summoning skills summoning golden soldiers will not be affected. The system upgrade has started, and it will be notified when it is finished. Lolo. Adam tried to call, but the system did not reply. It seems that the upgrade has begun. Adam didn't understand the reason why the system did this, but he couldn't help but shook his head and prepared to meet Bruce Banner. Walking out of the hotel, Adam found that the time had reached noon, and he did not expect to chat with the goddess of death all morning. Adam bought a large pizza and a bottle of red wine, and took a taxi to Dr. Stern's humble laboratory. Dr. Stern's laboratory is very rudimentary. It is in a slum in Brooklyn. The address has long been found by the Terminator and sent to Adam's cell phone. After Adam arrived, he knocked on the door, and a short, raunchy man opened the door. It seems that you didn't listen to what I said to you. Adam pushed the ruined Dr. Stern away and walked straight into the laboratory. Even if you don't buy clothes with the money I gave you, at least you should buy a bottle of shampoo to wash your hair, right? Mr. Adam. Dr. Stone was very puzzled. How did Adam find himself? How did you know that my laboratory is here? I didn't tell anyone. Are you sure no one has told you? Adam put the pizza on the messy experiment table and curled his lips at Stein's. Your friend Mr. Green, isn't it on the way to come? Dr. Stern said nothing more. When facing Adam, he was always involuntarily restrained. I brought you pizza and red wine, let's have a bite first. Adam pointed to the things on the laboratory table. I think your netizens shouldn't arrive so soon. After you finish eating, you can introduce your serum to me. Adam clearly remembers that in the original plot, Bruce Banner and his girlfriend arrived in the evening. Okay. Dr. Stone was taken aback, but he didn't expect Adam to bring himself pizza. Adam saw Dr. Stone eating pizza, suddenly felt very bored, the plan of hunting Odin was impossible to achieve. Adam suddenly felt a little idle. While Dr. Stern was eating pizza, Adam's brain was spinning fast, thinking about what he should do to pass the time. I don't have to think about doing business, I am neither interested nor interested. Be a scientist and research something, but I have no culture. After thinking about it, the only thing I have is the fighting power of the sky. Adam dared to say that on the current Earth, no one is his opponent except for the Supreme Mage and the Death Goddess and Witch Carrie in the seal. The reason why Adam dared to say this is because he had already received definite news from the Goddess of Death. There is no such thing as a sentinel in this world. The Goddess of Death once said to Adam personally that besides the Supreme Mage, Adam is the strongest on Earth. Of course, she did not count herself and Gialli into it. www.readaloud.com. Adam felt that she should make a reward. Golden Hunter, wait for the completion of the system upgrade, and then look for infinite gems or higher cosmic energy of the same level. Mr. Adam, I'm full, let me introduce you to my experiment here. Dr. Stone wiped his mouth with his sleeve and walked towards Adam. No need to introduce, I think this red one should be a super serum, and this green one should be the inhibitor you told me. Adam pointed to the test tube on the shelf next to it. You put the potion shelf. Why do you look so much like the used goods in the supermarket? There are test tubes on the dilapidated shelves, and the test tubes contain liquids of different colors. It is roughly divided into two types, a large amount of red and a small amount of green. Some are dark in color, and some are light in color. You guessed it right. Dr. Stone nodded awkwardly. The red one is the serum, the shade of the color indicates the different concentration, and the green one is the inhibitor. The shelf is indeed a shelf that was eliminated from the supermarket. I bought it for $1.30. Don't mind, if your experiment really has potential, I don't mind investing in building your own laboratory, the best assistant, and the highest end equipment for you to complete the most perfect experiment. Adam smiled. Draw the flatbread. After your meeting with netizens is over, we may be able to start some experiments. I came back yesterday and have already conducted further experiments. Dr. Stone's expression became serious. You come with me. Dr. Stern led Adam to the corner of the laboratory. A square object was placed on the floor of the corner, covered with a black cloth, and it was not clear what it was. But if Adam is right, it should be a cage or box. Chapter 56, Hulk. Look at it. Dr. Stern smiled and lifted the black cloth. It turned out to be a cage. I used a white rabbit that is bigger than a white mouse. In a steel cage with thick fingers, there is a small white rabbit with red eyes and big teeth closed. The size of this rabbit is a bit bigger than an ordinary pet dog. The red eyes revealed bloodthirsty and brutality. How are the results of the experiment? Adam felt very speechless. What kind of brain is this little doctor? Can your rabbit beat the tiger? According to the analysis of the data, this rabbit is 10 times stronger than its peers, but if you want to fight the tiger, it needs further reinforcement. Dr. Stein talked freely. The physical energy of the white mouse has only increased several times, while the physical energy of the white rabbit has increased more than 10 times. According to the situation of the white mouse and the rabbit, I have analyzed that this serum has a better effect on larger organisms. These are not important. The only way you want to get investment is to conduct a human experiment. Adam quietly filled the test tube with red serum in 2 bottles in his pocket. Look at this rabbit's eyes, I know what the side effects are. You also said that its side effects are too serious, and I don't have the conditions to conduct a human test. Dr. Stone shook his head sadly. It costs millions of dollars to purchase the equipment needed for various human experiments, not to mention the candidates for the experiment. With my ability, no one will be responsible for my experiment. Super Soldier Serum is not new. As far as I know, many organizations are conducting experiments in this area. Adam looked at the rabbit in the cage and said, to be honest, your level is not uncommon, and it is cost-effective. It's too low. I only need one chance. Dr. Stone's eyes flashed sharply. I'm sure to make a real super soldier. A very powerful soldier. There was a knock on the door outside, and Adam swallowed back what Adam was about to say. It seems that your guest has arrived. Let me see how your inhibitor is. Adam found a stool and sat down. I will arrange a human experiment for you in 2 days to see the effect first. Adam didn't plan to conduct any human experiments. He didn't have much to ask for super soldiers, but when he was bored, he wanted to see what Dr. Stone could do. Dr. Stone listened to Adam's words, very happy, with a smile on his face, opened the door. Hello, what we said before, I'm Bruce, you said you can help me. A weak young man with a sweaty face led a beautiful woman with a hot body and walked in. Are you Mr. Green? The smile on Dr. Stern's face couldn't be hidden. Can you really help him? The beauty beside Bruce took a step forward and pulled Bruce behind her. Why haven't I heard your name? What famous research or paper do you have? Are you? With Adam as the backing, Dr. Stern felt confident in his heart. If you don't believe me, why are you looking for me? Betty, don't do this. Bruce gently pulled his boyfriend's sleeves, and said apologetically to Dr. Stern, this is my girlfriend Betty, she is just too sensitive. You also know my current situation. Of course I know your situation, the blood you sent me, I have gone through a lot of analysis, and I have to say that you are a miracle. Mentioned this, Dr. Stone's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about it. What happened? Took Bruce to his experiment table. According to my analysis, your true physical fitness should be hundreds of times higher than that of a mortal. Oh my God, even if Captain America is alive, you can't stand your punch. We talked about it on the internet, you said that the inhibitor has been made. Bruce didn't look excited at all, as if the person with great power was not him. When can we cure my disease? That's not a disease, it's a masterpiece of God. Dr. Stern shook his head and said, the energy in your body is too strong. The inhibitor I made can only suppress it, and it cannot completely eliminate it. Don't say so much, let's get started. Bruce's face was anxious, as if someone was chasing him. Bruce, have you really thought about it? Bruce's girlfriend Betty quietly said to Bruce, is this doctor really reliable? Betty, we talked for a long time, he is really rich in knowledge. Bruce looked at his girlfriend seriously. We must kill Hulk, or we will never be together. Betty was silent for a while, and said, I support your decision. Mr. Blue, let's start. Bruce looked at Dr. Stern with a serious face. The blood I sent to you, I hope you will destroy them all. I believe that after researching, you will also know how powerful it contains. These forces are not good things, but the source of danger. Of course, of course. Dr. Stern was perfunctory with an embarrassed face. Fortunately, Bruce was also an incomprehensible guy, and he didn't notice Dr. Stern's strangeness. After Bruce entered the door, Adam has been observing him, reading www.UU. Adam's perception told him that Bruce contained a powerful beast in his body. Adam was very surprised that this beast has its own soul and will, and is not a product of Bruce's schizophrenia. If Hulk has his own soul and will, then he cannot blend with Bruce. In this way, Bruce's will become the existence that limits Hulk's power. Bruce's will and Hulk's have been competing for the right to use the body. Bruce's will always reminds Hulk to be sober. In this way, the restricted Hulk cannot produce infinite anger. Can't generate infinite anger, and naturally can't bring infinite power to the high roller. In this way, Hulk is not the Hulk who destroys the world, but a restricted golden level powerhouse. Coupled with Hulk's limited IQ, there is no way to attack it, no wonder it can't beat Thor. When Adam recovered, Bruce had been tied to an iron bed. Dr. Stern was holding a green potion and was injecting Bruce into his body. Betty was also comforting her boyfriend, trying to get him calmed down. With the effect of Dr. Stone's potion, Bruce became very irritable, screaming dry and twisting his body. Bruce's muscles suddenly swelled, his skin turned green, and his body began to swell. "It's okay, it's okay." Betty lay on Bruce and suppressed him, not letting him break free from the iron bed. "Persevere and persevere, it will be fine soon." Adam can clearly see, at this time Bruce's eyes contain strong anger and sadness. Adam's heart moved. This is definitely not Bruce's eyes, this may be Hulk. Chapter 57, Hulk, I like you. Suddenly, Adam suddenly felt sad. Hulk has unmatched power, but he is trapped in Bruce's body. The long-term depression and the anger that he can't vent makes Hulk a violent beast. People all over the world are afraid of him and hate him. Even Bruce, who coexists with him, is trying to get rid of him. Hulk was not produced by an accident, but was born when Bruce was very young. Bruce's father is called David Banner, and he is also a mad scientist trying to study the super soldier serum. He conducts experiments on his own, so there is naturally a mutated serum in his blood. When Bruce was born, Hulk actually coexisted with him. If you're serious, Hulk can actually be regarded as Bruce's younger brother or older brother. When Bruce was conducting gamma-ray research, an accident happened in the experiment. Bruce was irradiated by gamma rays. The powerful energy of gamma rays activated the genes hidden in the Banner family. Also awakened the Hulk who was sleeping deep in the body. The ignorant Hulk opened his eyes for the first time, and he faced the malice of the world. Countless people attacked him, wanting to catch it and study it. Gamma rays brought Hulk endless anger and power. Hulk protected Bruce and let his enemies experience the fear of anger and power, but he was also alone. Everyone hates Hulk, including Bruce whose life has been changed. Bruce also blames everything on the monster in his body, thinking that it is because of Hulk's appearance that he has fallen into this situation. In countless attacks, there is often a woman who stands in front of Hulk, and this woman is Betty. Hulk is the most powerful, invincible, but he can't hurt, the only girl who will face her back. Now the girl is pressing on her body, trying to help Bruce get rid of him. Hulk is sad now. "Your name is Hulk, isn't it?" Adam suddenly walked to the iron bed. Bruce on the window also looked at Adam. Adam saw endless anger and a trace of curiosity in those eyes. "Who is he? How come there are others here?" Betty, who was on Bruce, saw Adam for the first time. "Miss, please calm down, I've been here all the time, but you didn't pay attention to me." Adam smiled at Betty and turned his eyes to Bruce who was tied up. "I know you can hear me, and I know you can hear both. Listen to me now." Adam looked directly at these angry eyes. "Bruce Banner, you always think that Hulk is a monster. It exists in your body because of an accident. In fact, you are wrong. Hulk is not a monster. He has his own thoughts and ideas." Following Adam's words, Bruce's struggle became more violent. The iron bed made a crunching sound, and the chains that bound Bruce were broken several times. "Shut up, please." Betty was horrified. "Please stop irritating him. You don't even know what you are facing." "No, I know exactly what I'm facing." Adam stepped forward and pressed his hand lightly on Bruce's forehead. "I'm facing a poor child who is ignorant. What's wrong with Hulk? Every time he appears, Bruce Banner is in danger. He protects Bruce Banner and faces his terrible enemy." "No." Bruce gritted his teeth and said, "He is an irrational monster. He attacks everything around him. You haven't seen the Hulk at all, and you don't understand what kind of monster it is." Betty also helped. "I saw him slaughter the soldiers." "It? You use it to call him?" Adam frowned and looked at Betty. "Others may be able to fear him, but why should you be afraid of him? When did he hurt you? Not only did he not hurt you, but he has been protecting you. Don't you feel it? That's Bruce." Betty looked at Adam firmly. "Well, I don't want to communicate with you anymore." Adam shook his head and looked at the angry eyes again. Hulk, listen to me, they don't understand you at all, so they won't understand you. But not everyone in the world hates you, at least I like you very much. Hulk. Bruce gradually lost consciousness, and his skin became greener and greener. Hulk. A smile appeared on Adam's face, and he saw a hint of happiness in those angry eyes. This sentiment is very obvious, and it reminds Adam of a Tibetan Mastiff he once raised. Every time when you want to praise the Tibetan Mastiff, the eyes of the Tibetan Mastiff will also carry this kind of excitement. Hulk, every time you appear to face an enemy attack, without exception. Adam stared at his eyes and continued, you have never communicated with people, but I believe you know how to communicate. I believe that you can understand what Bruce has seen and experienced. Hulk. The person bound on the iron bed has become Hulk, green skin, strong muscles, but unexpectedly quiet. www.readaloud.com. Very good, although you are angry, you have some wisdom. Adam nodded with satisfaction. Humans are afraid of existences stronger than them, so they fear you, and reject you. But I will not, because I am stronger than you. Adam gently placed his right hand on Hulk's chest, quietly experiencing the beating of his strong heart. You are full of anger and have great power, but you can't fully use it. Adam said seriously, I am willing to be your teacher and teach you. Hulk. Along with Hulk's unintelligible roar, the person behind the bars turned back to Bruce again, and looked extremely weak. Adam crawled into Bruce's ear and said softly, when these things come to an end, come find me, I believe you can find me. It's successful. Dr. Stern was happy. At least it has been successful for now. Who are you? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Bruce lay weakly on the iron bed, with a trace of joy in getting rid of the monster on his face, staring at Adam viciously. Bruce, is it really successful? Betty has forgotten what happened just now, and only her boyfriend got rid of the monster's joy, lying on Bruce and wept with joy. Yes, we succeeded, I can't feel Hulk anymore. There was a smile on Bruce's face. It's just that Hulk was completely disappointed with you. Adam curled his lips in disdain, and said to Dr. Stone, I don't feel much about your experiment, but I am very satisfied with the meeting with Hulk. I will send someone will pick you up, so prepare yourself. Adam turned around and left the laboratory after speaking. When he walked across the street, he saw a few soldiers in uniform. Chapter 58, War of Monsters. Adam left Dr. Stern's crude laboratory and walked on the streets of Brooklyn. He was in a good mood. After meeting Hulk, he felt that Bayman Dungia had a descendant. Adam found a coffee shop and sat in, ordered a cup of coffee by the window, quietly waiting for the next big show. Sure enough, it didn't take long for people to panic footsteps and yelling on the street. Adam saw a grey-brown on the corner of the street, with a hideous bone spur on his body, and a monster about 3 meters tall came out. Hulk, you coward! The monster kept waving his hands, knocking people around, lifting a car, and smashing it against the wall. Hulk, get out of here! The monster roared up to the sky. Come out and fight with me! The monster kept destroying the surrounding buildings, and many people were killed or injured in his hands. The police relied on the police car to establish a defensive position and kept shooting at the monster. The rain-like bullets are like bathing the monsters, and the monsters are not qualified to react. Hulk, you coward! Come out and compare who is the strongest! While the monster roared, it was madly destroying everything around it. Adam could see it, and this guy's mind was not very clear. Adam carefully observed the monster's every move, wanting to know whether the huge power dazzled his head, or the side effect of the super serum, which made the brain become unconscious. After some observations by Adam, he didn't observe anything about the super serum, but he found that the monster's ability was much weaker than he expected, only the silver peak level. I remember that in the original book, the Hulk was at a disadvantage with this monster's battle at first. It seems that the inhibitor produced by Dr. Stern is still somewhat effective. The monster's eyes were as full of anger as the Hulk, but he didn't lose his mind by looking at him. After Adam observed carefully, he was still satisfied with this monster, but he didn't know whether Dr. Stone could mass-produce such a monster. Although there is only one skill card for the 8-gate Dungia, Adam felt that if Hulk learned this skill, he could still analyze it and pass it on to others. Especially monsters whose essence is basically the same as the Hulk hate. The monsters raged for about 10 minutes, and the surrounding area was devastated. The army began to enter the field and helicopters flew randomly. Unfortunately, it was on Brooklyn Street in New York, and the tanks still couldn't drive directly here. The army's dojo brought a sense of security to the surrounding people. The heavy weapons finally came into battle. Machine guns and shells were constantly attacking the monsters, but they did not cause any harm. The army swept across the sky, and he was roaring towards the sky. "No one can fight, you ants, call me Hulk. A dispute is taking place on a helicopter in the sky. Only I can deal with him, let me go." Bruce lowered his head and made a low, hoarse voice. It can be seen that Bruce is weak now, and his girlfriend Betty is sitting next to him, holding his arm. "Bruce, this is not the time for you to be strong." Betty refused to let Bruce play. "You can't become the Hulk now, you will be torn to pieces by it." Just across from the two, it was Bruce's old man, Betty's father, and General Ross, the military general. General Rose's face was full of entanglements, he had recognized it, and the raging monster on the ground was his most powerful subordinate, Blankis. General Ross looked at Bruce Banner, who was sitting across from him with a weak face, and looked at the monsters slaughtering his army below. "Are you sure?" General Rose's sharp eyes looked directly at Bruce, who was sitting across from him. "I have to try it or not, it's all my fault." Bruce looked straight into General Rose's eyes without flinching. "Dad, haven't you done enough to him? Do you still want him to die?" Betty glared at her father in dissatisfaction, and looked at Bruce affectionately. "Bruce, it's the military's job to protect the people. And it's not your fault." "No, it's my fault. I didn't take care of my own blood that gave birth to the monster below." Bruce also looked back at his girlfriend affectionately, his eyes full of nostalgia and reluctance. Betty knows her boyfriend, a talented and weak scholar, but he has his own persistence. "I'll wait for you to come back." Betty put her arms around Bruce's neck and gave a passionate kiss. "General, you have seen its destructive power. Your idea is not working. No one can control the monster, not even you." Bruce walked to the door of the helicopter, turned around and said to the old man, "I hope you give up your plan. The product of desire can only be a monster, not Captain America, I hope you can understand." After Bruce finished speaking, he madly jumped out of the plane, and after rotating 360 degrees in the air, he slapped the ground fiercely, creating a big hole. The monster looked at the big hole that appeared not far in front of him, and ignored it. He raised the car in his hand and threw it towards the sky, still roaring incessantly. "Hulk www.readaloud.com, you coward! Roar!" A vibrating street roar came from the hole, and a big green hand patted the edge of the hole. "Hulk!" The monster looked at this green hand, his eyes were full of complex emotions of excitement and anger. "Roar!" The Hulk crawled out of the hole. Adam walked out of the coffee shop and watched the game not far away. He could see that the landing fire in the eyes of the Hulk was the same as before, but his movements were a bit slow, and his strength was as good as silver. "Super serum, I don't know how, but this has been remembered as a good weapon against the Hulk." Adam murmured, while looking at the Hulk with excitement, this was his intended apprentice. Adam had even thought of the future scenes. He waved his hand in front of Thanos, his apprentice Hulk jumped out, opened all 8, kicked and killed Thanos. With the powerful body of the Hulk, coupled with the self-healing ability comparable to Wolverine, it has to be said that Adam chose a good master for Bayman Dungia. While watching the game with excitement, Adam imagined that the Hulk would become a giant who kicked out the finale in the future. The situation in the field is very unfavorable for the Hulk. The Hulk suppressed by the inhibitor seems a little weak. Having been pressed and beaten by the monster, there have been multiple wounds on his body, and green blood is flowing all over the floor. Although the monster had the upper hand, it was hurt by a few powerful counterattacks from the Hulk. The blood that was as brown as the skin was hard to see. The monster pinched the Hulk's neck with one hand, squashed him to the ground, fisted with the other hand, and smashed the Hulk's face frantically, yelling arrogantly, "Are you capable of this? Stand up and continue with me. Fight!" Chapter 59, Hanging Hulk. Adam watched the Hulk be beaten, while feeling the energy in the Hulk. As the monster punched the Hulk in the face, the energy in the Hulk became stronger and stronger. Seeing that the Hulk was suppressed by the monster, the helicopter in the sky also came to help. Under the order of General Ross, the helicopter's airborne heavy machine gun kept firing at the monster. "Rose, you betrayed me." The monster was very angry. His old boss was firing at him. This made him feel betrayed. He picked up a taxi next to him and threw it at the helicopter. The helicopter hurried to evade, but still did not avoid the flying object, and was smashed into the tail by the taxi, and hit the ground. You know, this helicopter has not only General Ross, but also the Hulk's favorite girlfriend Betty. Betty is not only Bruce's most important person, but also the only woman who ever stood in front of the Hulk and protected him from the back. The helicopter was knocked down, which caused the Hulk's anger to rise rapidly to the extreme. "Betty!" With the Hulk's roar, the monster was pushed out by the Hulk and hit the wall next to it. Adam can feel that the Hulk at this time has reached the golden level, one level higher than the monster. The Hulk picked up a street lamp, slammed it on the monster's shoulder, nailed him to the wall, grabbed the monster's other shoulder with his right hand, clenched his left hand into a fist, and smashed the monster's face frantically. Adam stood by and raised his eyebrows, and the situation turned around. "How is this possible? Your power is growing." The monster's ugly face showed an incredulous look. The power of the Hulk grows with anger. The more angry the Hulk, the stronger his power is. The monster is different from the Hulk. His power seems to be constant, and he can't gain any growth. He couldn't even change back into a human form, and became a monster from the ground up. It is Branquis's lifelong dream to possess great power. Even if he becomes a monster, he will not hesitate. "I thought I had become the strongest person, but I didn't expect to be punched in the face by reality." Just still under him, the Hulk, who was as weak as a white rabbit, suddenly turned into a big tiger that could devour him. He stamped his face on the ground and rubbed his face. This made the monster angry, and at the same time it rose up. Fear. The monster is also different from the Hulk in that it preserves a considerable part of its sanity, and has a stronger combat experience and combat wisdom. The monster seized a gap, relying on the bone spurs on his knees, and planted fiercely in the Hulk's belly. The sharp bone spurs pierced the Hulk's tough skin, leaving a small wound on the Hulk's abdomen. Even the powerful Hulk took a step back under this attack, giving the monster a little breathing space. Although the monster was sensible, his brain could be burned by the serum, he did not choose to escape the first time, but launched a counterattack. The grey-brown monster was covered with bone spurs, and there was a street lamp stuck on his shoulder. He rushed madly at the Hulk, and the spikes of his elbow aimed at the Hulk's throat and pierced fiercely. Hulk strikes! The Hulk roared, and rushed to meet the monster, grabbing the monster's hands, turning around, and overwhelming the monster to the ground. The Hulk pressed his legs on the shoulders of the monster, folded his hands together, forming a huge fist, while roaring, and madly hitting the monster's head with his fists. Adam felt the monster's breath getting weaker and weaker. 2 steps forward, he found that the monster's skull had been smashed open, and the brown mixed with white liquid was constantly flowing on the ground. "Hulk, you won, you did a good job." Adam didn't have the slightest fear of the Hulk, walked to the side, and patted the back waist of the Hulk who was still attacking. The Hulk turned around, staring at Adam with two bell-like eyes, filled with anger. "Hulk, do you remember what I said to you?" Adam looked at the terrifying big guy in front of him with a smile. "Even if no one in this world likes you, but I like you, be my apprentice, and I will give you truly powerful strength." Boom! What responded to Adam was a heavy punch. Adam was slammed into the air by the Hulk and hit a bus. The iron sheet of the bus was dented by Adam. Adam was nestled in the bus, his face was a little surprised. "Betty hates you, Hulk doesn't like you." The Hulk got up from the monster's corpse, and did not continue to attack Adam, but talked hard to Adam. "You are provoking my fat tiger." Along with Adam's slight words, a strong wind suddenly blew around, and Adam's golden divine power surged. "Hulk, fear nothing." The Hulk saw Adam's intention to attack, and while roaring, he rushed towards Adam. "Accept the apprentice." "Sure enough, I have to fight for the first time." The crazy dragon staff appeared in Adam's hand, and Adam's eyes flashed with angry flames. "The first time I expressed kindness to others, I was responded with an old punch, so angry." The Hulk jumped in midair and rushed towards Adam. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com punched Adam fiercely. Adam turned around, and the crazy dragon staff was drawn on the Hulk's stomach. The Hulk is like a baseball hit by a bat, tearing the air, flying out with a terrifying wind, slamming it on a building, smashing the building through and flying into the building. Adam exuded divine power, a flash, rushed into the building at a speed invisible to the naked eye, looked at the Hulk lying on the ground, with no contact on his face, walked slowly over, the crazy dragon staff gently pestle on the Hulk's chest. "I want to accept you as a disciple. You must respect your teacher and listen to me completely. Do you have any opinions?" Adam District looked at the Hulk condescendingly. "Hulk, hit you, ah." The Hulk was covered in blood, his skin was a bit cracked, lying on the ground, his eyes were full of anger, and the energy in his body was still increasing, staring at Adam, without any compromise. Others may be jealous of the Hulk, but Adam will not. The strength of the Hulk has risen to the golden peak, half of his foot has reached the legendary level, but Adam is a god-level powerhouse. The Hulk in this world is completely restricted, and the highest strength is not up to the level. In the original work, he was beaten severely by the newly awakened power and the thunder who had just reached the level. The reason why Adam liked the Hulk so much was entirely because he had an 8-door Dungia skill card in his hand. Give you another chance to reorganize the language. Adam's mad dragon staff used force again, pressing the Hulk against the ground fiercely, and half of the Hulk's body had sunk into the ground in the cracks that appeared on the ground. Chapter 60, Malice of the Supreme Master. The Hulk didn't mean to surrender at all. The anger in his eyes seemed to be jetting out and burning Adam. He kept struggling, and the rubble on the ground flew around, but the Hulk's power could not break away from Adam's suppression at all. "You are really irritating." Adam had a dark face and looked at the Hulk who was still struggling under the mad dragon's staff. Could it be that he was so unchanged arming? "I accept you as an apprentice and not accept you as a pet. As for the struggle so hard?" Hulk attacks. Accompanied by a roar of the Hulk, driven by the anger, the Hulk's body slowly left the ground, carrying Adam's mad dragon staff and trying to stand up. The power of the Hulk directly broke through the golden level and reached the legendary level, but even if he reached the legendary level, he was not Adam's opponent. "You ungrateful animal!" And when his face was gloomy, he increased his power output again, and all his divine power rushed to the crazy dragon staff, pressing down fiercely. The Hulk's body that had just left the ground was pressed back to the ground again, a circle of dust spread like smoke, and a cracked crater appeared on the ground. Adam stood on the edge of the big pit and withdrew the mad dragon staff. The Hulk lay in the center of the big pit and breathed weakly. The green on his body slowly faded and turned into a Bruce wearing big pants. Adam stood on the edge of the big hole, his eyes a little gloomy. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me. Adam's words were not finished yet, the yellow magic light was shining, and a portal appeared beside Adam. It's really naughty, Adam. The Supreme Mage slowly stepped out of the portal, his bald head still shining. Is there any problem? Adam had a bad feeling in his heart. Mage. The Supreme Mage did not answer Adam's question, but waved his hand at Bruce in the center of the big pit. A circular portal swallowed Bruce, not knowing where he was sent. Do you have to worry about everything? Adam's face was very ugly. I remember that you seem to be only interested in protecting the earth. When did you become interested in this green monster? He will be the top warrior guarding the earth in the future, and he shouldn't die in your hands. The Supreme Mage looked at Adam. Moreover, life on the earth is not your turn to be judged by the Asgardians. A strange smile appeared on Adam's face and said, Are you going to challenge Asgard's dominance? You don't need to rely on words to set traps. A smile appeared on the face of the Supreme Mage, and he fully understood what Adam was thinking. I have had an agreement with Odin for a long time. Odin belongs to Odin, and the earth belongs to the earth. Okay, then I'll give you a face, let's forget about it. Adam shrugged and made an indifferent expression. I hope you can be quiet, after all, you are just a guest. The Supreme Mage's words were quite accurate. I hope you can be like an ordinary person on earth and stop doing things. What did I do? Is the big brown guy related to me? Or the big green guy related to me? Adam had some bad premonitions in his heart. Could it be that the Supreme Mage wants to do something to himself? Of course they have nothing to do with you. I hope you never get involved with them. The Supreme Mage said meaningfully, You are not on the chessboard. I hope you don't enter the game by yourself. It's not good for you. Adam's expression is a bit solemn. Is there anything else he doesn't know? Could it be that the Supreme Master is also planning something? Is her death in the original real or otherwise planned? Maybe you and Odin don't have my role in the script. I can't stand the loneliness, so why not make a friendly guest appearance? Although there are many things Adam can't figure out, he doesn't think he should be honest. Yes, after all, there is not only the goddess of death but also the system behind him, so why do you cringe to be a human being? Let's do it for yourself. A green gem appeared in the hands of the Supreme Mage, and everything around him was frozen. The great power gives you fearless courage, but this courage did not come at the right time, so I am sorry. Adam's consciousness is still awake, but he can't do anything. The time around has been stopped, and Adam is still unable to resist the power of the infinite gem. The Supreme Mage walked to Adam's side, his hand was shining with magical light, and he kept touching Adam's body. Although Adam can't do anything, he can clearly feel his divine power disappear little by little. This is a seal I specially prepared for you. You who have lost your power are no different from a mortal. I hope you can experience the life of a mortal. The Supreme Mage kept setting up the seal while saying to Adam, My seal is different from Odin's seal. Both you and Odin have divine powers from 20 families, so his seal will weaken over time until you break it. The Supreme Master muttered, while laying out the seal, and sweat can be seen on the smooth forehead. It seems that this seal has taken a lot of effort from the Supreme Master. This is the seal I set up by relying on the power of time. www.readaloud.com. It will not be weakened with the passage of time. The Supreme Mage stopped all movements, seeing her pale face. It should be quite expensive. When you can truly face everything with the heart of an ordinary person, I will unlock this seal for you. If I am not there, then you will find a new Supreme Master. Everything around him was agile again, dust was flying in the sky, and the expression on Adam's face was a little bit eager to cry. Just want to accept an apprentice, why do you want to seal me? And it's still such a nonsense seal. Adam felt the condition in his body, unable to perceive the slightest divine power, and the physical power was still there, barely reaching the silver level. It seems that the goddess of death is right. As expected, the Asa tribe is not a race that relies on the flesh. After losing its divine power, it is simply weak. Only magic can fight against magic, only gems can fight against gems. Adam muttered. I need an infinite gem and someone who understands magic now. While thinking, Adam walked to the deserted street, looked at the surrounding ruins, shook his head, probably could not call a taxi. Adam walked to the hotel where he lived. Adam would not listen to Guyi's words and look for a mortal heart. After a hard journey into this world, I was pitifully banished by Odin twice before gaining this strength. Why can't I be proud of Adam? Adam is different from other Asgardians. Adam, who has traveled through it, naturally understands what the mentality of ordinary people should be. If Adam regained that mortal heart, wouldn't it be backwards? The strong should have the attitude of the strong. Adam, I'm the cow axe.